Chapter 3628. Cold-eyed Lightning Sword has agreed to compensate Huang Qibing's group for their lost mount. The latter had no choice but to agree. He then cupped his fist towards Li Qie and smilingly said, "Young noble Li, I feel bad that I haven't gotten the chance to welcome you to the academy. There is a student gathering coming up soon. Will you grace us with your presence?" Some students exchanged glances after seeing this clear attempt at recruitment. Someone like Li Xiangquan didn't make friends so easily since few were qualified. This was still the case in the academy. Thus, a few students took pride in being his associates. Now, since he tried to befriend Li Qie, it showed that Li Qie had value. "No need." Li Qie refused right away. "It is just a small gathering to welcome you. Please reconsider." Xiangquan didn't give up. "Not interested," Li Qie said before going back inside. "Brat, don't refuse face when given or fail to appreciate kindness." A student in the back immediately felt indignation for Li Xiangquan. He shouted, "It is your honor to be invited by the senior brother. Don't choose the hard way." Xiangquan raised his hand and stopped this student from escalating the issue. The latter had to swallow his words. The spectators started thinking about the implications. This Li Qie is quite inconsiderate and arrogant. Who does he think he is to not show senior brother Li any face? One of them murmured. "Because that's who Li Qie is." He even refused an invitation from Teacher Du. "Who do you think has more weight? Teacher Du or senior brother Li?" Someone who had visited myriad beast mountains replied. The first speaker immediately shut his mouth after hearing this. He has offended too many people in duality. Another started. How is he going to stay here? Most listeners felt that his response to senior brother Li was quite insulting. Very few dared to do so in duality. "Let's go," Li Xiangquan ordered, and the indignant group left with him. As they followed him, one of them said, "Senior brother, that Li guy didn't show you any respect. Your benevolence might be viewed as a weakness by others. You should teach him a lesson so others know that your prestige is unquestionable." "Right, that guy went too far," another chimed in. "Don't bring this up again." Li Xiangquan waved his hand and stopped speaking. However, a lightning bolt flashed deep in his eyes. The others naturally dropped the issue. Back in the temple, the old servant has finished roasting the bull. The beef had a tantalizing fragrance along with a golden glow. The texture seemed to be both soft and crunchy. The glow made others salivate uncontrollably. Ba. Suddenly, they heard a Buddhist chant. Looks like it is a fortuitous day for food. Golden cicada popped out of nowhere just like a phantom. A cowardly soul would have been frightened by his sudden appearance. His eyes fixated on the glistening meat were as bright as two suns. He seemed eager to come for a bite. "You seem hungry, want some meat?" Li Qie was sitting on his master chair and leisurely said, "I do." The monk placed his palms together while saliva dripped out of his mouth. "Benefactor, we are truly connected by fate. Let's continue on this path?" "Just eat if you want to eat." Li Qie revealed a friendly smile. "Really?" The monk thought that he had misheard. "What a generous guy." "Of course," Li Qie replied. "The meat in front of you isn't fake. It's not paper nor an illusion." "True." The monk scratched his bald head and smelled the meaty fragrance. The meat was definitely real. "Then why are you hesitating?" Li Qie smirked. Ba. Thank you for your generosity. May the great Buddha protect you." The monk placed his palms together and bowed. He then threw caution to the wind, unable to resist the temptation, and rushed forward. He picked up the entire bowl and started taking one bite after another. "How's the taste?" Li Qie asked with a gentle expression, seemingly glad. This was the face of a hunter successfully catching his prey. "Delicious, it's crisp yet juicy, simply incredible, Ba." Golden cicada mumbled with his mouth filled with meat. His hands covered in grease and fat. He occasionally wiped them on his kasaya. One finally understood why his kasaya had an oily appearance. He didn't care about this great Buddhist treasure in the slightest. The old servant shook his head after seeing this, speechless. "Little monk, I heard that your temple has plenty of treasures." Li Qie spoke. "Treasures? There are quite a few." The monk kept on eating and replied without looking at Li Qie. "After all, our ancestors have gathered them for millions of years. Bodhisattva cauldron, myriad Buddha diagram, golden Tao lotus. Yeah, there are all types." He forgot how to be discreet while chewing on the meat. I've heard of them before. Li Qie went on, but I'm more interested in Dao bones recently, not Buddhist treasures. Dao bones. The monk swallowed a big portion and quickly responded. We have a high-level Emperor Dao bone, it's not bad, the Dao rhythm is present as if the beast itself is still alive. I'm not interested in that one, what about the god-level Dao bone? Li Qie interrupted him. Our god-level Dao bone. The monk spoke without thinking but actually stopped this time. He became frozen. His teeth were on the meat held by both hands. Ahem, Amitba, I don't know anything about a god-level Dao bone, never heard of it being around either. He dropped the meat and placed his palms together. Is that so? Li Qie smirked and stared at him. The monk became nervous after lying. He responded, Amitba, monks do not lie, I've never seen a god-level Dao bone in Heavenly Dragon Temple. This is the absolute truth. Sure, you've never seen it, this doesn't disprove its existence. Li Qie said. Well, the monk hesitated and smiled wryly. I don't know much about this, benefactor. You'll have to ask my master. For me to take a trip to Heavenly Dragon Temple myself over this Dao bone? I'm afraid that it won't be so simple then. I might destroy your temple. Li Qie chuckled. Amitba. The monk closed his eyes, not refuting Li Qie's claim. That's why, little monk, I'm telling you now that I want this god-level bone. 2 options. You will bring it to me or I'll go and take it myself. Li Qie said. I can't make a decision regarding something so important. The poor monk looked helpless. Chapter 36-29. Go back and tell the old monks, let them talk it out. Li Qie said. Golden Cicada found himself stuck in a precarious situation, feeling like he was a fish eating the bait. Should he swallow or let go? Unfortunately, it was no longer up to him the moment he took the first bite. He couldn't come up with a response because a god-level Dao bone was peerless. Their temple might be the only power in all of West King with one. If he were to go back and steal the bone, his master might break his legs. I really want to help you, benefactor, but I think the seniors won't agree. He eventually said with an awkward smile. The old monks won't agree? Li Qie's smile became wider. Then go back and kill all of them. You'll be in charge then. Isn't it so simple? Amitba, you're funny, benefactor. The monk's expression darkened. I'm not joking. Li Qie went on. What choice would you make if I want to destroy your temple? I naturally will fight alongside the temple. I was born as part of Heavenly Dragon and will die in the same manner. The monk put on a serious expression. Now this is an interesting topic. How long has your temple been around? Li Qie casually asked, a stark contrast to the current grim topic. 10 billion years and up since we're founded by Buddha Dao Lord. The monk answered. Then ponder this. Li Qie smiled. Your temple has been built on the effort and blood of countless sages. Accumulation from one era to another. Now there are 2 paths before you. First, to either keep your grand words and die with the temple. Second, be loyal to me and kill those old monks, then hand the Dao bone over. The latter is naturally treacherous and unforgivable. You'll be branded as a traitor. But in exchange, you'll save your temple and avoid the sage's effort from going to waste in just one day. Li Qie seemed to be pondering the subtleties before smiling. Little monk, which is the better choice? To be heroic and die with your temple or to live in infamy, saving the temple? The monk couldn't come up with a response right away. There are several Buddhist phrases on this. If I don't enter hell, who will? Abandon the self for others. Cut your own meat and feed the hawk. Your body might be tainted with meat and wine, but your heart still has Buddha. It is up to you whether you can live up to your Buddhist teachings. Li Qie added. Sacrifice yourself or live on to protect the temple. Which is better for Buddhism? Your personal reputation or the ageless temple? Which side is heavier? Li Qie concluded. Amitba. The monk placed his palms together. His brows furrowed. This interesting choice will follow you to the end of the path. Once you get there, you'll find that you'll face similar choices. Li Qie stared at him. The monk remained quiet for a long time before solemnly answered. Benefactor, Heavenly Dragon Temple has lasted for millions of years. We're not a random lineage that can crumble so easily. I'm just messing with you about the choices. However, the truth is that in my eyes, Heavenly Dragon Temple is indeed just another random lineage. 80,000 Buddhas are nothing more than statues. It's not difficult for me to destroy your temple. Li Qiye said, borrowing a phrase from Duality Master. The monk's expression soured. Back then, Duality Master said this phrase and casually waved his hand. Next, a 10,000-mile radius lost all Buddhist affinity. Not only did his temple give up but so did the rest of the holy ground. This was also a choice. It wasn't identical to Li Qiye's options earlier but fundamentally similar. The holy ground chose to concede and let Duality Academy emerge. What if they had chosen to fight Duality Master? The result could have been total annihilation on their part. Amitabha. The monk had a kind personality and didn't become angry. Nonetheless, he strongly retorted. Our temple might be small and weak in your eyes but we'll put up a good fight when forced to. Little monk, you think too highly of your temple. The old servant spoke since Li Qiye didn't answer. Your ancient Buddhas in the coffins have endured well, but that's it. They'll be dying soon from a lack of lifespan. Even if they can climb out of the coffins, they still have zero chance against my young master. Senior, how do you know this? The monk became startled and shouted. Few actually knew about their surviving ancient Buddhas. He only found out after being appointed as the successor of the temple. It's no secret. The old servant said, when ruleless monk came to knock on the coffins, your temple chose to not stop him. This was a choice. The young monk was shaken because this event was extremely secretive. Only certain members of the temple and pacifist heavenly sovereign were privy to this information. Now, this old man knew about it too. The aforementioned monk had several titles: ruleless monk, ruleless supreme, Buddha heavenly sovereign, or ruleless Taoist. The inhabitants of the holy ground usually addressed him as the supreme. He was one of the two supremes of the south. The other was righteous supreme. He had various statuses and titles but one thing was unanimous, that he was the true ruler of Buddha holy ground. This was because he was the sect master of Sacred Mountain. This sovereign was once a monk and a Taoist. Either way, he had one rule and that was to be ruleless, completely unrestrained and untethered. He was extremely powerful and protected the border alone during the Dark Invasion. This earned him quite a reputation through all of 8 decalaces. Thus, his power was the reason why he was the highest ruler of the holy ground, more so than the fact that he was Sacred Mountain's sect master. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Tao lords. One would be hard-pressed to find someone as strong as him in the current generation. That's why no sect could affect Sacred Mountain's supremacy despite its hands-off nature. Whether it be Vajra currently in charge of administration or the resourceful Heavenly Dragon Temple or the mighty Divine Ghost Division, none of them dared to challenge Sacred Mountain. In fact, some believe that if Sacred Mountain wanted to change the current sect in charge of the holy ground, the Supreme only needed to say one word. Vajra wouldn't be able to resist this order. As for Heavenly Dragon Temple, it has been following Sacred Mountain ever since the foundation of the holy ground. It spread Buddhism and built temples. One could say Heavenly Dragon was the representative of Sacred Mountain, not Vajra. In the past, Buddha Supreme visited Heavenly Dragon Temple and entered its deepest area. He knocked on the coffins, wanting to see the ancient Buddhas. Remember, these Buddhas didn't have long to live. Every day was precious. Alas, the temple still didn't try to stop him. This story served as another testament to the Supreme's power, and also the old servant's might for being aware of it. Golden Cicada stood in silence for a while. I won't be using any status to force you or people will say that I'm a senior bullying a junior. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Just go back and tell the old monks that I want this god-level Dao bone. If they refuse, I'll have to take a trip to the temple. Of course, I hope that it won't get to that point. The young monk felt suffocated after hearing this. Chapter 3630. Golden Cicada Buddhist child eventually started walking out of the temple. Of course, he finished the meat until there was nothing but bones. He seemed to be saying that since he had bit the bait, might as well finish the whole thing. It's better to be a satisfied ghost than a hungry one. He rubbed his bulging stomach before leaving. Though Li Qiye's request robbed him of air, he didn't mistreat himself at all and got the entire divine bull for himself. It's nice to be able to enjoy food. Li Qiye smiled after seeing his appearance. The monk turned back and placed his palms together to bid Li Qiye goodbye, then left. This little one has a great Buddhist nature. The old servant assessed. There is still a limit. Li Qiye said, Those before him had reached a level too high for anyone from the holy ground to surpass. This is for certain. The old man agreed. The holy ground had produced plenty of geniuses, including 4 Tao lords. Golden Cicada might be attuned with Buddhism, but he had no chance of surpassing the sages before him. Definitely not supreme existences like Buddha Tao Lord and Diana Tao Lord. A bit later, loud noises came from outside and disturbed Li Chia. He saw Yang Ling pulling Fan Bai inside. They were gasping for air. Yang Ling's face was red and filled with indignation. Fan Bai kept her head lowered, not wanting to see anyone. She looked sad and clearly lacked confidence among other complex emotions. "What is it?" Li Chia asked. "They crossed the line." "Humph. Not even sparing a little girl," Yang Ling dangerously said. Li Chia stared at Fan Bai, who still kept her head lowered while touching her sleeves. Tears filled her eyes, but she didn't want them to stream down her cheeks. Li Chia knew what happened right away. It was rowdy outside by this point. One student shouted, "Li, bring her out, you can't hide her forever. Zhang Chongyu's group is looking for trouble." The furious Yang Ling wanted to rush out. "It's fine." Li Chia smiled and went out with the 2 girls. "Young master." Fan Bai was afraid and didn't know how to face the situation. She got the urge to run away and find a place with no one around, never meeting a stranger again. "Don't worry." He stroked her hair and said, "I'll be there for you even when the sky falls down. Certain things are inevitable and you need to face them in order to change your fate. Forget about others and what they say. You'll be the one in charge of you." She remained teary. Ever since she gained awareness, she was considered an evil portent by everyone. People always pointed at her. Some hated and even chased her away. "Raise your head and arch your chest." Li Chia stared at her and said seriously, "The moment you walk through this door, you will never turn back and think about the past. From now on, you're Fan Bai, a future god standing at the apex." These words resembled absolute judgment. It made her tremble. She eventually calmed down and clenched her fists. She raised her head and arched her chest to assume a confident pose. "Let's go." He grabbed her hand and gave her more courage. There were many students crowding the temple. A dozen or so stood in front of the gate. The ones in the distance were gossiping. "Is it true?" One student came after hearing the news. "Yes, the legendary foredoomed star. She's actually here in our academy." Another friend nodded. "It'll be a misfortune to have her around. She shouldn't stay here." A different student said with scorn. "She's just a young girl. It's not that serious." "Foredoomed star? It's just a series of coincidences." One friend disagreed. "Right, our academy has been around for millions of years, successfully surpassing all calamities. This so-called legend won't matter." Another said dismissively. So it turned out that Yang Ling wanted to take Fan Bai on a tour of duality so that the latter would get used to it. Moreover, Yang Ling thought that just staying and training in the temple all the time would make Fan Bai sick. Unfortunately, during their trip, a few older students read the signs and recognized her as the legendary foredoomed star. This tale was well known in the southern West King. Misfortunes occurred right after Fan Bai's birth. Her parents died soon after and her clan suffered a disaster. A couple adopted her but they also died. Their sect fell as well. Next came a powerful cultivator. This person didn't last for more than a few days, having exploded to death. The enemies of his sect came a bit later and massacred everyone. Fan Bai was the sole survivor. Thus, anyone who helped her had a terrible outcome. She was the only one who came out alive each time. Thus, she became known as an unlucky star. Her stories spread like wildfires and people stopped helping her. In fact, many cities and sect territories didn't allow her in. They would instantly banish her on sight. She became a wanderer hated by all. Children would throw stones at her. This was a regular occurrence. She eventually focused on finding abandoned places and became afraid of people. She started to change after meeting Li Chia. He showed her a new possibility. By this point, numerous students have arrived after hearing the news. Some wanted to chase this symbol of misfortune away from duality. Yan Jingxian and Zhang Chongyu advocated for kicking her out and garnered plenty of support. The group ran here to the temple afterward. "Li, hand the unlucky star over now or you'll be provoking the academy," Zhang Chongyu shouted. He came to seek retribution for the previous humiliation. This was a godsend opportunity for him. This is too much. One female student thought that chasing away a little girl was too much. No. On one hand, our academy will be just fine and one unlucky star won't do anything. This might not be the case for the students. We're just regular people. Can we really avoid something nefarious haunting us? Her male friend retorted. The group exchanged glances. Sure, duality probably wouldn't fall, but this might not be the case for the students. Death was a possibility. The legends were quite scary after being spread for so long. The students became slightly afraid. It's better to be safe then. A student changed his mind. If something unfortunate were to happen, we'll be throwing our lives away, the same with our clan and sect. No one had a response this time. Chapter 36-31. True or not, there were plenty of rumors and stories regarding this foredoomed star. Many students believed in them, so they viewed her as something to avoid. Look, they're coming out now. One student shouted and all eyes turned towards the entrance. Li Qie walked out first with Yongling and Fanbai behind him. Though Fanbai walked with confidence due to Li Qie's encouragement, her eyes still avoided others. Her expression remained timid. It became worse once she noticed herself being the focus of everyone. She hid behind Li Qie right away. That's her. Another pointed it out. She's the foredoomed star? One student had seen her back in Myriad Beast Mountains and became surprised. It was hard to connect her to the symbol of bad luck since she looked just like an ordinary girl. Why would misfortunes linger around her? A female student sympathized after seeing the delicate and frail girl. Perhaps it is a curse from the high heaven, a predetermined fate. One student speculated. It's that serious? Most felt dread after hearing this. Cultivators certainly had impressive abilities, able to soar in the sky and enter the earth. They weren't afraid of anything. Well, there was one exception, the high heaven. Even the strongest cultivator feared the heavenly tribulations. Most believed that the high heaven had eyes, meaning that it was real and could affect the mortal realms. A curse from the high heaven was nothing short of horrific. She's the foredoomed star. A member of Zhang Changyu's group pointed at Fan Bai. So. Li Qie lazily stared at the crowd and smiled. Hand her over. This is for the sake of the academy. Zhang Changyu roared. He still remembered how Li Qie stomped his face a while ago and wanted to drink the guy's blood. He gathered powerful students in order to deal with Li Qie this time. You must be tired of living. No need for the young master. I alone can teach you a lesson. Yongling barked back. Zhang Changyu found it exasperating that Yongling would always stand up for Li Qie against him. Princess, this is not my opinion alone but rather, the will of the academy. Must you go against the tides? Zhang Changyu actually retorted this time. Who cares what others want? I just know that I'm more than enough to deal with you, someone who wants to bully a little girl. You're throwing the academy's reputation away along with your manhood. She answered with disdain. Changyu turned red, unable to answer because she was indeed stronger than him. Junior brother, you're incorrect. Yan Jingxian standing next to him replied. This pertains to the safety of everyone at the academy, we need to be prudent. This has nothing to do with bullying. Bah! Look at how aggressive you are. I thought students of duality are dragons and phoenixes among men. Why are you all so afraid of this ominous legend? How are you going to go outside and make a name out of yourself? Might as well just run back to your mother. Yongling snorted. She naturally offended the majority of students. They didn't take it in stride. I agree with senior sister Yang. One student nodded. The female student seemed more prone to support her. Well said, I like how straightforward you are. Li Qie clapped and said, as for you lot, look at how afraid you are despite being students of duality. It can't be the #1 academy of West King like this. Li, watch your mouth. You only got here recently yet have caused so much trouble. Is it still not enough? One student roared at Li Qie. It was none other than Huang Qibing. His divine bull was roasted by the old servant. Though Li Xiangquan compensated him later, he was still annoyed. Of course, this was rather understandable. Most would feel the same way. I agree that there has been so much trouble since he got here. It's not a good sign. One student said. The others thought about it and sure enough, Li Qie was the source of many events recently. Maybe a heavenly tribulation will be next. One student said, I was there at Myriad Beast Mountains. Li Qie tricked 100,000 men. Corpses piled up and blood flowed like rivers. A tribulation might be possible. True. Most have heard about this horrific event by this point. So now he's together with the foredoomed star. It's a terrible sign. If it's an actual curse from the high heaven, anyone who made contact with them is probably going to be very unlucky. Students started talking among themselves. Zhang Chongyu's group was glad to see this shift in narrative. Li, did you hear that? You can't stay here out of consideration for Duality Academy. He declared. Have you forgotten about the previous lesson and my words? Still so stupid. I can only assume that you're tired of living. It'll be a miracle if you can walk out of this place. Li Qie lazily glanced at him. This was pouring salt on the wound. Li Qie specifically brought up this humiliating event, so Chongyu was furious. Li, if you don't give us a reasonable explanation, it won't end well for you and that unlucky girl. You can't do whatever you want at the academy. He shouted. As if your bunch can stop me from doing what I want here. Li Qie chuckled. Fellow student, you're being too arrogant and inconsiderate of others. A calm voice answered. The speaker landed from above, not far from the temple. He had an impressive momentum, akin to an awe-inspiring rainbow. Though he didn't have a silver spear and a stallion, people could easily see the scene of him riding one into battle. He seemed ready to rush into an enemy's camp and sweep through his foes uncontested. Stallion silver spear. Many shouted after seeing him. The girls were especially loud, completely taken by his heroic style. Senior brother Zhang. The older male students put on a serious expression. Stallion Silver Spear, Zhang Yunji, one of the 5 heroes. Some considered him to be on the same level as Li Shengquan. Both were from Vajra. His father was the current Grand Chancellor in Vajra. This was about even with Li Shengquan's father. One was in charge of the officials. The other was in charge of the generals. Coincidentally enough, the two of them were excellent students in duality, also evenly matched. The most interesting part was that Li Shengquan looked like a scholar despite having a military background. On the other hand, Zhang Yunji looked like a young general. This contrast made the rivals quite interesting. Moreover, the Zhang was actually quite ancient. They have been supporting previous dynasties way before Vajra. Thus, this clan was more than just a cultivation clan. They were also versed in education and administration. Chapter 36-32. Senior Brother. Stallion Silver Spear Zhang Yunji's arrival made Zhang Chongyu ecstatic. Chongyu got himself another backer, so he became bolder. After all, just Yan Jingxian wasn't enough. Zhang Yunji's status at the academy and his clan's influence in the Holy Ground were enough to deal with anyone. People would need to think twice before opposing him. Our Duality Academy has plenty of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Zhang Yunji told Li Qie. Your words showed a lack of respect for duality. I don't see any true dragon and white tiger here. Only a bunch of frightened idiots. Please don't flatter yourselves as such, but in the case that you actually believe it, then I'm afraid that you have a deep misunderstanding of what dragons and tigers are. Li Qie started laughing. His arrogant laughter made the crowd quite unhappy. They believed that just being a student here was a testament to their exceptionalism. Thus, Li Qie's assessment was viewed as a blatant provocation. Their wrathful eyes fixated on him said it all. You're out of line. Zhang Yunji furrowed his brows and solemnly said. Is that so? The students here claim to be the heavens' favorites, yet they want to chase away a little girl over some rumors. How is this appropriate for members of the famous academy? Only a bunch of frightened children. Li Qie replied. Though many students didn't outwardly state their concern, most wanted to banish Fan Bai out of the academy. It was better to be safe than sorry. She's not a little girl, just the embodiment of bad luck. Zhang Chongyu coldly uttered. Why should the school keep someone who is cursed by the heaven around? Fan Bai lowered her head again from the pain. This was not the first time she heard it, and it still truly affected her each time. Oh, you're not the heaven. How do you know she's cursed? Li Qie snorted. Facts prove that she's cursed. Anyone who helped her all died a terrible death. Even their sects and clans went down. That's all the proof one needs. Yan Jingxian said. Right, I personally know 2 sects that have been reduced to nothingness after being involved with her. That's why she can't stay here. Huang Qibing shouted. Fanbai listened to the whole thing and became increasingly distressed. She tried her best to not cry behind Li Qie. The students agreed with this notion more. Earlier, they felt bad after listening to Li Qie since Fanbai was indeed just a young lady. Alas, this so-called foredoomed star was followed by numerous calamities. No one would be at ease knowing that she was here in duality. That's right, we can't let her stay here. Chase her out of duality. This is for the greater good. One student shouted. I support this decision. Misfortunes will come to both the academy and us. Another friend yelled. We're being nice enough by just asking her to leave. Do it or we'll teach her a lesson. One more said furiously. An overwhelming majority wanted Fanbai to leave. The neutral party was fewer in number. Fanbai, who had just gained some confidence, quickly lost it. This feeling of helplessness was present every time people chased her away. She didn't dare to face the crowd while hiding behind Li Qie. Meanwhile, Yongling was furious. Unfortunately, she couldn't say anything because too many others were yelling. The mass was against them. We shouldn't let this source of disaster linger in this world. We should burn her to stop her from inflicting further destruction. Zhang Chongyu shouted with a twisted and fierce expression. Bah, you're not a man. You only pick on people weaker than you. Yongling retorted. I'm only thinking for everyone else and the holy ground. She is nothing but trouble. Burning her is the only way to get rid of the problem. Zhang Chongyu's face turned red, but he was emboldened by the supporting students. Fanbai trembled in horror and leaned closer to Li Qie. All of you, come then, let's see if your skills are as formidable as your mouths. Li Qie smiled at them. You're the one suggesting this. Zhang Chongyu glared at Li Qie in response. Yes, come and do your best now. Li Qie gestured provocatively with his hand. So bold. The other side was furious at this total contempt. Junior brother Chongyu, teach him a lesson now. An upperclassman said. Senior brother. Chongyu stared at Zhang Yunji, waiting for instruction. A competition is fine, so that outsiders can't say we're afraid of a fight. Zhang Yunji smiled. Good. Chongyu became confident and shouted. Li, I'm taking your dog head today. You alone? Seems like a scar is not enough to forget about the pain. You didn't learn the lesson from last time. Li Qie taunted. And if I join? Yan Jingxian said. Since you're challenging all students from duality, I can't just stand and watch. Count me in too. Huang Qibing stood up, ready to avenge his divine bull. The three of them walked forward and exchanged glances. All three clearly wanted to kill Li Qie, judging by the murderous glint in their eyes. Anyone else? Remember, this is to the death. Li Qie smiled. Humph. Some students scowled in response. They also stared at Yunji, clearly waiting for his instruction. Yunji gazed at Li Qie and said, just our three friends here are enough. Fellow Taoist, go all out now. Don't blame them if you were to die from holding back. We're more than enough to kill you, Huang Qibing said. Though he has heard of various rumors about Li Qie, he didn't buy that a woodchopper at the conqueror level could be that strong. Moreover, there were three of them. This should be more than enough to kill him. 1. I have to say, the titles of these 5 heroes aren't very good. Chapter 36-33. Zhang Chongyu, Yan Jingxian, and Huang Qibing surrounded Li Qie. Clank. Zhang Chongyu unsheathed his sword. Its glint erupted like a vast ocean. The sword seemed to be containing a torrential power. Yan Jingxian summoned a violet sledgehammer, seemingly made from lightning. It had currents surging along with the occasional thunderous explosions. Huang Qibing chose dual-wielding short halberds made from high earth-level Dao bones. It had runes depicting dragons and phoenixes. Thus, one halberd was draconic and the other of the phoenix affinity. It consisted of both offense and defense. Today is your last day. I will decapitate you. Zhang Chongyu gritted his teeth and threatened. Killing Li Qie was the only way to wash away the previous humiliation. The other students began commenting. One of them murmured, there's a clear difference in power, not to mention 3-on-1. Senior brother Jingxian is far stronger too. The outcome is obvious to anyone. Not necessarily, their foe is Li Qie, the son of miracles. His cultivation doesn't prevent him from beating stronger people. Don't forget about the hammer. Another shook his head. The students took a moment to think. In history, only Dao lords and top sovereigns were able to lift the hammer off the anvil. Generations of students in duality have tried and failed. This was definitely a miracle. True, don't use common sense to judge Li Qie. One more added, Teacher Du said that he is extremely devilish. No one else can match him in this regard. The impossible becomes possible with him around. You can attribute the hammer thing to luck. He might not be that strong. This is an actual fight. Luck isn't enough. Just losing one move can result in death. Someone else didn't buy it. Senior brother Yen, teach him a good lesson. One spectator shouted. Let him know that the Academy's prestige isn't to be trifled with. His friends did the same. The majority was annoyed by Li Qie's attitude, so they hoped that the three would be able to take him down a notch. They became quite excited at the prospect. Li, since it's 3 against 1, you start first with whatever moves you want. Changyu pointed his sword at Li Qie. Seems like there's a misunderstanding. Li Qie shook his head and smiled. I won't be the one fighting. She is. He slowly stepped back and revealed Fanbai, who was hiding behind him. Fanbai didn't know what to do after hearing that she would be up to fight these three. She stammered and stared at him. Young master, just facing the crowd was an ordeal to her, let alone actually fighting. She trembled with fear. What? Yang Ling became startled and stopped Li Qie. No, she has only cultivated for a few days. How can you let her fight? She has no chance. The rest didn't expect Fanbai to fight instead of Li Qie either. The whole thing made little sense. Is this a joke? One finger is enough to crush someone of her cultivation. This isn't a fight. One student loudly said. Is the brat crazy? Letting a new cultivator fight against those three? Ridiculous. Everyone stared at Li Qie and Fanbai. He must be trying to kill her. A student with a darker mindset speculated. Humph, maybe he knows that he can't win, that's why he's letting her die instead. This coincidentally ends the whole debacle with him not doing anything. So despicable and shameless, he wants to use Zhang Changyu's group to eliminate the foredoomed star. He's selling her and betraying her trust. Some began looking down on Li Qie. Scummy traitor. Another insulted him. Is this a joke? Zhang Changyu didn't expect this development either. No need to use a butcher blade to kill chickens. This young miss here will do. Just one move is enough. Li Qie smiled and confirmed. What did he just say? Both Yan Jingxian and Huang Qibing couldn't believe their own ears. She will kill us with one move? More like the opposite. Jingxian stared at her and said. Ha ha ha, I've never heard something funnier than this. Huang Qibing laughed and said. A new cultivator wants to kill us with one move? You must be dreaming. Other students certainly agreed with this statement. This Li guy is crazy, to even say something like this, one student said. Everyone could tell that Fanbai had only started cultivating recently. Her cultivation was shallow and insignificant. Even the weakest student in duality could beat her in one move. Young master. Fanbai didn't know how to deal with this and was about to cry. You can't let her go to her death. Yang Ling shouted. Li Qie ignored her and stared at Fanbai. If you can't take the next step today, you will never be able to. You'll always be branded as an unlucky star. Remember, your life is in your hand. No one else. You don't need charity or pity from anyone. Each word of his had a special rhythm striking deep into her mind. They kept on echoing inside, reaching her Tao heart and ocean of consciousness. The words washed away her unnecessary emotions such as fear and self-abasement. She became affected by his rhythm and began to calm down. This put her into a magical state. Go now, he ordered. These 2 words alone instilled endless courage into Fanbai. She had unconditional trust in him, so she walked towards her 3 opponents. Her cute and frail appearance has disappeared. She became an entirely new person. Negative emotions were nowhere to be found. She threw away the past in order to face this tribulation and welcome her new life. She wanted to use actions to prove it, that her fate was her own. She didn't need pity and charity from anyone else. She closed her eyes and relaxed, looking dignified. This wasn't because she was afraid of looking at others. No, it was because she didn't need to look at them anymore. She only needed to look at herself and truly reflect. Buddha bowing. His voice echoed in her head. All Buddhas shall bow before my supremacy. The mantra began affecting her vitality. Chapter 36-34. Fanbai reached the profound mysteries and dispelled all confusions at this moment. There was only one phrase in her mind. Buddha bowing. All Buddhas shall bow before my supremacy. She became immersed in an ocean of knowledge and fused with the boundless Buddhist Tao. Start. She spoke softly as if mumbling. However, everyone clearly heard her. The word continued to echo in their ears. She closed her eyes and lowered her head, akin to a supreme Buddhist lord ready to chant a great mantra. The gods and devils were instantly purified. The students of duality suddenly saw the scene changing. That Fanbai was no longer a frightened girl or the foredoomed star. She was now an ancient Buddha from the past. Just one word alone transformed her into this ultimate state. She could become the lord of a great domain, becoming part of the holy ground and an eternal Buddhist Tao. Yang Ling watched in astonishment. She had seen Fanbai cultivating the simple movement before numerous times. She thought that Fanbai was wasting time and energy in doing so, going as far as wanting to teach her some merit laws from duality. The movement was considered simple and meaningless. It couldn't be viewed as a technique. Even the simplest martial art from the mortal world was 100 times better. Of course, this all changed once Fanbai assumed her sacred state. Is this magic? We're seeing things, right? Some students composed themselves and shook their head. We'll see about that. This is nothing but trickery, you can't scare us. Let's go. Zhang Chongyu shouted and glanced at his teammates. He was the first to attack with a horizontal slash, unleashing torrential waves of a dark green shade. They wanted to swallow Fanbai and pierce her heart. Yan Jingxian also made his move by taking one powerful step forward to slam his sledgehammer downward. Break. He released explosive sound waves with unstoppable momentum. The terrains in front were decimated. My turn. Huang Qibing also attacked with haste, using both halberds at the same time. The right halberd resembled a black dragon with sharp claws capable of lacerating everything. The left halberd assumed the shape of a phoenix. It flapped its wings and shot out gales and feathers, all aiming at Fanbai's weak spots. These three weren't the best students in duality. However, they were far stronger than cultivators at the same age. On the other hand, Fanbai was a junior who had only started cultivating recently. She absolutely stood zero chance. Normally, just Chongyu alone was more than enough to deal with someone like her. It was shocking to see the three working together. People would have made fun of them for doing so. How could a little girl stop their combined attack? One student said, Li Chia is so despicable, offering the girl to them. As the three moves were soaring towards her, she finally lifted her hand in what seems to be slow motion. However, she wasn't that slow. It's just that time and space seemed to be freezing from her hand movement. A new momentum was rising along with Buddhist mantra and Grand Tao. This new affinity was firmly within her grasp. It felt so natural and voluntary. Fanbai had a new aura, but there was also a hint of Li Chia's presence. Buzz. A Buddhist radiance engulfed her. Laws of this doctrine accumulated around her and mantras could be heard. Each could flatten 100,000 miles of land. Her true fate emerged as she turned into the Lord of Buddhism. The laws and Tao of this belief seemed to be originating from her. The students had no idea that in the Holy Land right now, the power of this affinity was gushing out just like an endless ocean. It continued flowing and entered her body, allowing her to use it freely. In this blink of an eye on White Deer Peak, an old man opened his eyes and became startled. Who is using this Buddhist power? He activated his heavenly gaze and instantly saw Fanbai's hand movement since he was the closest there. In an old shrine in Heavenly Dragon Temple, an aged monk felt this power and couldn't sit still. He stared towards the horizon and placed his palms together. Amitabha, a fortune for Buddhism. In a pavilion inside Divine Ghost Division, one old man stood up. His blood eyes could see through the samsara. He became startled and said, Who is it? To have such high attainment in Buddhism, a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple? Deep in the royal palace of Vajra, two people became alarmed. One of them looked around, shocked. There are only two people in the holy ground that can channel this much power, the donkey from Heavenly Dragon and that man. How can he be alive? The other smiled wryly and shook his head. Another potential unrest, what a shame. Alas, these great masters failed to see one thing. Even the old man in duality didn't notice it despite being so close. They only saw how Fanbai was channeling Buddhist energy from the holy ground, Not that she has taken root in the ocean of Buddhism. There was a sliver of a different power emanating from her. It was murderous and contained the might of the high heaven. However, its murderous affinity has been purified. Even those who could sense it wouldn't think of it as aggressive, only that it was one of the purest forces in existence, the force of life. This unique power was fusing perfectly with Fan Bai. The holy ground of Buddhism began serving to gestate this power along with Fan Bai. On the other hand, this power also gave back to the holy ground. It refined worldly energies and essences, then sent some back. Thus, the two affinities complemented each other in an immaculate manner. Unfortunately, no one understood this wondrous process, and that when Li Qie changed Fan Bai's fate, he also established a foundation for her to utilize these energies. Fan Bai herself had no idea. Boom! The three opponents were confident of their sure kill moves. Alas, they were blown flying and started vomiting blood. They then smashed into the ground, bloodied. The spectators became astounded. Some didn't believe their own eyes at this battle that had just abruptly ended. Chapter 36-35. The spectators thought that this might be the strangest thing they have ever seen in their life. A new cultivator actually defeated top students from Duality Academy. The gap in cultivation should have been insurmountable, so this was an impossibility. Just think about it, trying to defeat someone one level higher was tough enough, let alone a whole realm. This required powerful treasures or special methods. Beating someone a whole realm higher could be considered miraculous. The victor would have to pay a huge price, most of the time. But what about 2, 3, or even more realms? Everyone would consider this suicidal right away. That's why they thought Li Qie was pushing Fan Bai towards her death. Even a fool knew that this was hopeless, since the current disparity went beyond 3 realms. One was a new cultivator while the other side was at the Samadhi realm. This was akin to an ant trying to fight 3 giants at the same time. Because of this, Li Qie was reviled by the students. They thought that he was despicable for choosing this option. Now, their mouth was wide open while their mind was empty. They couldn't accept this development. Even the defeated party had no idea what was going on. They were certain that their moves would kill Fan Bai. However, the boundless Buddhist power descended and they saw a supreme lord instead of a little girl. This ancient Buddhist lord could easily take anyone down. Even the top talents such as Zhang Yunji were lost. They didn't see everything clearly. Fan Bai simply pressed her hand down. This wasn't a technique at all. Nonetheless, the simple move managed to defeat 3 geniuses. Yang Ling was the most affected one out of them all. She saw this simple movement many times previously, and even wanted to teach Fan Bai something better. This shocked and embarrassed her. The technique was fine. The problem was her lack of knowledge and inability to see through the mysteries. This merit law was created by Li Qie, so she began staring at him. She found him to be unfathomable despite his ordinary appearance. It's that simple. Defeat your heart devil first, then subdue your foes. Li Qie said. Fan Bai eventually regained control. She had no words to describe her current emotions. She stared at her hands and saw the light of dawn leading her to untold possibilities. She was no longer the rat who needed to hide. There was no need to feel inferior to anyone. Fear and weakness were no longer necessary. She has done nothing wrong in the past and still suffered greatly. Her fate did a number on her, but now, she could finally change and control it. She didn't need to wander aimlessly and lament her own situation. Now she can be herself, a new Fan Bai instead of the foredoomed star. My fate is up for me to decide, she murmured while looking at her hands. Tears inadvertently streamed down her cheeks. When she was being reviled and chased, she always held them back. Tears would only flow once she became alone. Staying tough mentally was crucial in order to survive. Now, the tears had nothing to do with fear and pain. This was because her life has completely shifted direction. Kill them. Li Qie interrupted her emotional reflection. She stared at the 3 opponents, unable to answer. She had never killed anyone in the past. Plus, this would be a serious offense in duality. The students heard this and exchanged glances. No one told her to stop because the winner had the right to do whatever they wanted. This was a fight to the death in the first place, not a friendly spar. The 3 would have killed Fan Bai in the case of her defeat. It was a matter of course for her to return the favor. Go! Zhang Chongyu's group heard this and was horrified. They wanted to run while Fan Bai was still lost. Unfortunately, A black shadow got in front of them and stopped them from escaping after several steps. Boom! They got sent flying by the aggressive shadow, smashing into the ground once more while vomiting blood. People finally got a good look at the shadow. It was Li Qia's boar that somehow got behind and hit them just now. It grumbled a couple of times before returning to its place. Everyone became speechless. Ah, the trio moaned and groaned. The boar hit their chest and broke bones all over. They couldn't even move now, let alone trying to escape. Do it! Li Qia didn't bother to look at the three squirming on the ground. Young noble, help us. They had to ask Zhang Yunji for help. Yunji grimaced since he didn't expect the trio to lose. He thought that they would actually be able to capture Li Qia. Fellow Daoist Li, the outcome is decided. They have lost and admitted defeat. How about sparing them? Yunji asked Li Qia. All eyes turned towards Li Qia. Most would give Yunji some face because opposing him was unwise. Humph, forget about it, they wouldn't have spared the young girl if she had lost. Someone scowled and answered before Li Qia could. Chapter 36-36. The crowd followed the voice and saw that the speaker was none other than one of the 5 heroes. Samban Furious Axe, Lin Hao. No one retorted because this was an obvious truth. In fact, the trio would have killed Fan Bai then moved on to kill Li Qia as well. It was understandable for Fan Bai to kill them now after winning. In reality, Zhang Yunji was wasting his breath. Li Qia didn't give a damn about him and Fan Bai only listened to Li Qia. This will ruin the atmosphere of duality. Zhang Yunji frowned and said. Lin Hao snorted in response. 3 top students attacking a new cultivator, that's what duality is about? Nothing is worse than this in the first place. They've embarrassed themselves. It's their fault for being weaker. Lin Hao was as direct as can be. Zhang Yunji's expression soured but still kept his cool. The students thought about it and some agreed with Lin Hao. Nothing was more humiliating than 3 grown men losing to a little girl. This wasn't the spirit of Duality Academy. Of course, none of them said anything because they had wanted to chase Fan Bai out. Do it! Li Qia told Fan Bai, ignoring the plea. Fan Bai took a deep breath and walked slowly forward. She was in the best state of mind. No longer a frightened girl. Don't be insane. Zhang Chongyu turned pale with fear as he shouted. This is a serious offense in duality. Fan Bai ignored him. She only had ears for Li Qia. Yan Jingxian was overwhelmed with dread as death was approaching. He shouted. I am a prince. Touch a hair of mine and there will be no place for you in the holy ground. Li Qia, tell her to stop. Huang Qibing bellowed. Unfortunately, Li Qia didn't listen. Fan Bai moved her hand and brimmed with Buddhist energy. No one saw how she did it but the technique was already underway. Boom! It smashed onto the 3, reducing them to particles before they could scream. The particles then scattered with the wind. Nothing was left behind. The crowd couldn't believe it. The trio was so confident at the start and now they no longer existed. Zhang Yunji's expression became ugly. These 3 were his henchmen or little brothers. Now, they died because of Li Qia in spite of his pleading. Li Qia didn't give him any face at all. He scowled and left, not wanting to linger behind. He arrived in a cool manner while leaving in the opposite way. This was quite embarrassing but all he could do right now was to hold a grudge. Anyone else wants to chase her away? Li Qia smiled and asked the crowd. Meanwhile, Fan Bai calmly stood still like an entirely different person. She could finally stare straight at the crowd and meet their eyes without hesitation. It didn't matter if they thought of her as the foredoomed star. This was no longer important since she knew that she was just herself. Those shouting earlier for her banishment kept their mouth shut this time after seeing the demise of the trio. Leave if there's nothing else. Lin Hao laughed and told them. They exchanged glances and started dispersing. As they were leaving, one student murmured. How could a new cultivator defeat those 3? Magic or sorcery? Who knows? I didn't even see how she did it. His friend shook his head. Everyone saw her move her hand up and down but that's it. They didn't notice anything peculiar yet it was enough to defeat 3 powerful cultivators. Are you forgetting that she's the foredoomed star? Maybe she used this ominous power. Well, we just don't know anything about this evil power. A smart student speculated. Many found this to be a logical explanation. No, I feel that her power is very close to Buddhism. It's similar to Heavenly Dragon Temple. A stronger student mused. No way. Heavenly Dragon Temple is a system of our holy ground. Its power comes from the blessing of the Buddhist Tao lords. She has a cursed fate. How can she use Buddhist power? Someone disagreed. Most thought that Fanbai couldn't possess an orthodox power of the Buddhist doctrine. They assumed that she had access to an evil and ominous force. The old man on top of White Deer Peak stopped watching. He sat back down on his chair and sighed while feeling pretty good. I'm so lucky. Truly unfathomable. Fanbai was just a regular girl, yet Li Chia immediately taught her how to borrow the power of the holy ground. This was terrifying. He was shocked to see the process because very few in this world could do so. Just the little girl was dreadful. What about the master? He shivered and thought that he was wise for being subservient. After the students were gone, Lin Hao came closer and bowed towards Li Chia. Dao brother, I was blind back then and didn't know that you are a master blacksmith. Please forgive me. A while ago when Li Chia criticized his weapon refinement, he didn't agree and thought that Li Chia was spouting nonsense. However, he was smart enough to change his mind after seeing the guy lift the hammer on top of the pinnacle. He came back and carefully thought about his own weapon and other possibilities within the refinement process. Eventually, he chose to believe Li Chia and came here specifically to seek advice. What is it? Li Chia said flatly to the polite guest. He smiled wryly and rubbed his head. Dao brother, I took my time to consider your comment last time and I think there are problems with my refinement process. I come here to respectfully ask for guidance. Lin Hao got straight to the point. Li Chia glanced at him and responded. Your stupidity is still salvageable, able to change your mind. Lin Hao coughed awkwardly after hearing this comment. He then sincerely asked, Dao brother, what are the flaws with my technique? The problem isn't your technique. Li Chia said, it's that you're too persistent, brittleness comes with toughness, think about it. He then entered the temple again. Brittleness. Lin Hao took his time pondering. Chapter 36-37. While inside the temple, Yang Ling stared at Fanbai with curious flashes in her eyes. She asked, how did you do it? It has to be magic, right? Just one hand wave and you defeated those three. I think only first sister can do it out of all the students right now. Just like this. Fanbai waved her hand. She didn't have a good grasp on her own power. Like that. Yang Ling copied Fanbai's action. In reality, she has seen this numerous times before and was relatively familiar. Alas, she tried and tried but nothing happened. On the other hand, Fanbai could instantly control a majestic Buddhist power to eliminate her foes. There must be something I'm missing. Yang Ling concluded. This movement looked extremely simple and useless in battle. Even a weaker foe would easily strike her down if she were to do something like this. I don't know. Fanbai shook her head. She didn't know the innate mysteries right now because she hasn't reached the right height. Once at that level, she would have full mastery over it. Li Chia told the old servant that she would be able to stand at the apex. Understanding this power was essential. Young master. What is this peerless merit law? Yang Ling had no choice but to ask Li Chia. Buddha bowing. It's useless to tell you anyway since you don't know. Li Chia flatly responded. Young master, how about teaching me? Just a little bit is okay. Her eyes turned bright as she smiled. It's not suitable for you, I can try and you still won't be able to learn it. Everyone has a suitable merit law. That combined with perseverance is the only way to reach the apex. Li Chia elaborated. Then what do you think is a suitable merit law for me? Yang Ling was smart enough to go down this route while acting cute with her eyes. How do I know? Li Chia chuckled and ignored her request. Young master, just teach me 1 or 2 merit laws? She was also thick-skinned today and started acting coquettish. No, even half a technique is fine, young master. She realized that this could be a great opportunity, especially today due to the current mood. Fine, I guess this is fate. Li Chia smiled and said, how about sword point? Sword point. Yang Ling became excited. Are you talking about the technique left behind by Sword Emperor on Comprehension Peak? Yes. Li Chia nodded. You actually understood this? Yang Ling was startled at first but then again, she thought that this wasn't strange. Li Chia had a penchant for surprising people. What about the technique left behind by Duality Master? Yongling became curious. Li Qie smiled without responding. You understood that too? This time, she was truly astonished. Anyone else wouldn't believe Li Qie, but she had absolute confidence in him. Young master, can I learn that technique then? She composed herself and blinked cutely. Li Qie stared at her. Please, young master, I will work hard. Harder than ever before. 100 times harder. She hurriedly convinced him. Seems like you're smarter than you appear. Li Qie shook his head and said, Fine, I'll teach you Duality Master's technique, palm spread. Yes. Yongling shouted excitedly after hearing this. Why do you want to learn this instead of sword point? Li Qie asked. Because Duality Master's technique is unique. No one has been able to understand it or cultivate it. Yongling revealed her thoughts. This isn't the case for Sword Emperor's technique. He has plenty of descendants, so this technique must have been learned by countless people in history. It lacks the same cool distinction. Come at the right time tomorrow to train. Li Qie waved his hand. Yongling cheered and ran out of the temple. The old servant watched her leave with a rare smile on his face. He said, The girl isn't a bad person. She just has a shallow perspective. Yongling didn't know that she had given up on the better opportunity in sword point versus Duality Master's technique. Everyone has their own fortune. Li Qie said, 2 sides to everything, good and bad. A sharp sword is a great weapon, but it can also easily cut the user. Palm spread to gather the ocean is a stable merit law, good for mental tranquility. Of course, if she were to go far enough, sword point would have been more suitable. She'll be able to make a name for herself with regard to the sword Dao. Unfortunately, this Dao has a sharp sword and a cold heart. Not necessarily a good thing. True. The old servant nodded. All paths are different. There have been plenty of masters in history, but none can truly claim perfection. A heart without regret is a type of perfection, something worth cultivating. Being number 1 at cultivation doesn't equate a perfect Dao. Li Qie replied. The old servant paused for a moment before nodding his head, agreeing with the comment. He then took his leave to perform his duties. On the next day, the old man came to visit again. He was more respectful and nervous this time while standing before Li Qie. He brought a long list and handed it to Li Qie. Young master, these are all the ores and metals in our reserve. Do you need any of them? The long list contained extremely precious metals and ores. Some were coveted by all. Just this list alone was indicative of Duality's immense foundation and resources. No need to even bring up the treasures and artifacts. Li Qie took a gander at the list before glancing at the old man. There are a lot of decent items, but as for the real good stuff? Looks like their number is diminishing. We descendants are unfilial. The old man smiled wryly. The reserve and treasuries have been increasing in size, just not anything truly valuable. There was a reason for this. The academy might have produced plenty of Dao lords and sovereigns, but they eventually created their own sections. They left behind gifts to pay the academy back, but certainly not their best items. There are a few decent ones, just not suitable for me. It's a shame. Li Qie shook his head and returned the list to the old man. I apologize for my uselessness. The old man accepted the list and told Li Qie. I think 2 places might have what you're looking for. Oh, go on. Li Qie chuckled. You certainly have heard of the first place. The old man said. Sacred Mountain. He stopped here without elaborating. I know what you're trying to say. Li Qie shook his head. It's not hard for me to go up there. It's just that I don't want to bother with the long trip. The old man thought that it was strange but didn't pursue the issue. The other place is closer to Duality, Wish Ward. The old man continued. It's the biggest market in the Holy Ground. Might be all of Southern West King too. You might be able to find what you need there. If not, they'll be able to help you procure the items. He paused for a bit before finishing. I heard that some top-level artifacts are there right now. Many big shots will be coming to take a look. You should too, young master. A bit interesting. Li Qie smiled. Would you like me to go make preparation? He asked. No need, I can go take a look myself. Li Qie waved his hand. Chapter 36-38. The branch here of Wish Ward is the largest one in the Southern West King. You can spend 3 days and 3 nights there and it still won't be enough. I've been there several times, so let me guide you, young master. Yongling also wanted to follow along after hearing Li Qia's intent on visiting Wish Ward. Li Qia agreed and told the old servant and fanboy to stay in Duality. He packed lightly before embarking. Yongling was ecstatic to be able to tag along. She prepared in a jiffy and waited for Li Qia. The two of them only got out of the entrance for a bit before a carriage slowly stopped near them. Creak. The carriage door opened and a gorgeous girl walked out, brightening the scene in the process with her presence. She had a special characteristic, a half-moon mark on her forehead. It didn't hinder her beauty in the slightest and actually made her even more visually interesting. She had a light touch-up of umber black dye for her eyebrows, bright eyes and white teeth and a perfectly oval face. Her features were perfectly balanced, meaning that it was beautiful from all angles. One would never get tired of looking at her. She wore a simple, light yellow dress, elegant yet vivacious. A pendant with a few gems was chosen. They made her look both youthful and noble. This was quite suiting for her aura, refined yet still amicable, hidden yet still prestigious. People wouldn't view her as being superior or conceited. This was akin to having a noble or a big sister for a neighbor. Something quite pleasant to enjoy. She also had an air of auspicious clouds around her. They didn't originate from a merit law or cultivation but rather innate. It made her look mysterious. Princess Ling, young noble Li, where are you going? Would you want a ride? Her voice was pleasant like an oriole chirping. Senior sister Xiaoya, we're going to Wish Ward. Yongling seemed excited to see this girl. What a coincidence, me too. Let's go together? Her reserved smile resembled a blossoming apricot. Young master, is that okay? Yongling stared at Li Qia, awaiting his decision. Duality Academy was far away from Buddha Emperor Division. Moving on feet would take a considerable amount of time regardless of their speed. It's fine. Li Qia smiled and carefully judged the girl without holding back, checking her inside and out. She seemed free-spirited and at ease, not offended by his prying eyes. The group entered the carriage and their journey began. From the outside, it resembled an ordinary carriage but inside was an independent dimension looking like a palace. Thus, this was a mobile palace. Senior sister Xiaoya, you travel with style. Yongling judged the carriage and praised. She was a regional princess of Vajra but didn't have a mobile palace. A senior in the clan lent it to me since my house is far from Duality. The girl smiled. Possessing this artifact meant having a prestigious background. However, her pleasant words showed no sign of arrogance. In the middle of the palace was a master chair. Li Qia walked there and lay down without any hesitation. He seemed to be at home. The girl usually rested there but she didn't mind Li Qia taking her spot. Young master, senior sister is one of the 5 heroes of Duality. Yongling introduced the two since she thought that Li Qia didn't know. My name is Qi Xiaoya, though this is our first meeting. I have heard of your name before since you're quite famous. Qi Xiaoya bowed slightly. Her title was Exquisite Pagoda. She usually kept to herself the most out of the 5 heroes. Moreover, she was the only one not from the Holy Ground. Her clan was an ancient one located at the end of Righteous Sect. A mortal would never be able to traverse this distance, hence her comment earlier about the far journey. Call me young master. Li Qia chuckled. Yongling shrugged, having grown used to his attitude. Xiaoya was surprised but she didn't find this off-putting. She bowed and said, deference is no substitute for obedience. Nice to meet you, young master. You're smarter than that lightning sword or whatever, way stronger than them too. Li Qia nodded approvingly. Thank you, young master, for your generous praise. She bowed again in a humble manner. From the Qi? Li Qia asked. Yes, do you know our clan? She asked, curious. She was surprised because she heard that Li Qia grew up in Myriad Beast Mountains and didn't interact with outsiders. Moreover, they were so far away from the Holy Ground. I've read about your clan before. He smiled before pausing a bit and adding, time flies by so fast, things have changed. He seemed to be ruminating after saying this. Young master, senior sister's clan had a Tao Lord before. Yongling was afraid that Li Qia didn't know. The ancestor didn't accept this title. Xiaoya sighed and said, something happened back then and the ancestor left early, not comparable to the other Tao Lords. That aside, your ancestor really became a Tao Lord. It's just that something unfortunate happened. Yongling replied. The holy ground wasn't around when the Qi had a Tao Lord. Unfortunately, this Tao Lord entered the life-forbidden zone and never came out. This was a tragedy for their clan. Since the start of the myriad Tao era, Tao Lords rarely disappeared without a cause. An exception was their Tao Lord, Scarlet Moon. Back in the Chaos era, many Tao Lords died or disappeared for a multitude of reasons. However, after numerous expeditions from Duck Egg Tao Lord, Azure Ancestor, Space Dragon Emperor, Golem Ancestor, Sword Queen, and many others, 8 Desolaces stabilized. That's why the case of Scarlet Moon Tao Lord from the Myriad Tao era was considered aberrant. Xueqi smiled and didn't say anything. She didn't take it too seriously. Your blood is quite pure. Li Qie suddenly changed the topic. 2 different bloodlines, I see, half from pure and half from half moon. 2 in the same body yet still pure, extremely rare. You can see it? Qi Xiaoye became startled. Her bloodlines weren't considered a secret or anything, but she never told outsiders. Moreover, her clan was reclusive as well. Only a few outsiders actually knew about her 2 grand bloodlines. Now, Li Qie, whom she had never met before, was privy to this information. Yes. Half-moon and pure blood tribe, so long ago. He looked to be pondering again after saying this. It was because he had nearly forgotten due to the passage of time. Young master, how do you know so much about the Qi? Yongling was surprised too. She only knew that Xiaoye was from the Qi. However, her knowledge was limited to general information. For example, the Tao Lord who had an unknown fate. I've read enough books. Li Qie smirked. Really? Yongling was skeptical. She didn't think that the bloodline thing would be written down. Then do you know the most famous story about the Qi? The one that is admired by all? She wanted to test Li Qie. What story? Li Qie smiled. You don't know then, it's a story envied by all future generations. Yongling was happy to have the upper hand. Chapter 36-39. Go on. Li Qie didn't mind the gloating girl. You know about their bloodline but not their legend? This is one of the most famous stories in all of West King. It's very romantic. Yongling rolled her eyes. Do tell. Li Qie chuckled. So it pertains to the progenitor of the Qi. Yongling began. Rumor has it that a very long time ago, well, too long for anyone to know when, the progenitor was only a mortal, yet he was in love with a fairy from a big sect. Everyone thought that he was a frog trying to eat swan meat. No one expected him to actually be loved by the fairy. The 2 eventually got together. A mortal and a prestigious cultivator? How unbelievable! Her eyes brimmed with enthusiasm as she went on. The most incredible thing was that their love stood strong and they grew old together as husband and wife, becoming a subject of envy. She had nothing but admiration and envy when talking about this famous legend. The story was indeed special. After all, cultivators were virtually immortals in the eyes of regular mortals. They lived long and could travel freely with wondrous abilities. Sadly, cultivators never cared about mortals. The latter was nothing more than ants. Thus, a mortal and a fairy weren't from the same world. The 2 shouldn't even have the chance to meet. Just imagine, a fairy of a sect had limitless potential. She could go on to become the sect master and be in charge of millions of lives. Moreover, she certainly had no lack of suitors. Prodigies from the other sects tried to court her. Why did she fall in love with a mortal? Any listener would think that this was only a romantic fairy tale. Alas, these were the facts. In the end, she chose to grow old with him. Remember, a cultivator could live for thousands of years or far longer. This was quite normal. As for someone of her status and talents, she would have been able to live for tens of thousands of years without needing hibernation. Therefore, her sacrifice became a song for future generations detailing the greatest love. The Qi clan became famous due to this story. They were founded by the 2 lovers and had always been reclusive. Later on, it became more well known due to Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. The talented cultivator brought the clan back into 8 Desolaces. Otherwise, it would have been more forgotten. It's just a false interpretation by future descendants. Qi Xiaoye sighed after seeing the excited Yongling. Yongling calmed down and asked, Senior sister, is the story not true? Your progenitor wasn't a mortal? Our progenitor is indeed a mortal and his wife was a cultivator. However, a few things were exaggerated. Xiaoye had to reveal. So the story is still true. Yang Ling let out a sigh of relief. The romantic tale was still grounded in reality. A mortal marrying a fairy must have been difficult. Li Qie smiled and said, "You really haven't heard of it, young master? This tale is widespread in West King. There are many leisure books and plays about it." Yang Ling was surprised. "I see. It is worthy of being praised." Li Qie looked outside and chuckled. This story amused him. People always wanted to embellish certain tales and legends. Alas, the truth was usually hidden. Plus, there was no point in digging it out. Thus, Li Qie himself also didn't bother mentioning the minor details surfacing from his memories. It has been too long and he had almost forgotten about these people and events. This beautiful story and the perfect ending were better left alone. The inheritance of a bloodline, a sign of existence. Li Qie said sentimentally. A dead person would eventually be forgotten. However, their bloodline could pass down for millions of years. At the very least, a piece of them continued to exist. Maybe in a sense, this was another reason for reproduction. As Yang Ling was lost in appreciating the story, Qi Xiaoya noticed Li Qie's strange expression. Though she couldn't read him, she could see that he was thinking about something profound. "What are you thinking about, young master?" she asked softly. "I'm naturally appreciating the beautiful love. It's not easy to be that dedicated to someone, very grand and admirable. A great outcome from a questionable beginning. A grand fortune after a potential disaster. This culminated into a perfect tale. Few are as lucky." Li Qie stopped looking outside and said, "Right, the ending is really perfect." Yang Ling added, "That's what people say." Xiaoya nodded. Though exaggerated, this tale was still the beginning of her clan. "Your progenitor's wife is an amazing woman." Li Qie suddenly gave this opinion. "You know more about the story?" Xiaoya could tell that he knew something special. Today wasn't the first time he heard of it. "No, first time hearing this version." Li Qie chuckled, not worrying about the accuracies of the story. "You've heard other versions before?" Yang Ling became curious, wanting to know everything possible about this perfect love. Li Qie didn't answer. He rather left future descendants with a perfect love story. "Seems like my heart has grown soft with old age." Li Qie sighed and said, "Old? Young master, when we first met, I actually thought that you were younger than me." Yang Ling stared at him and said. Li Qie smiled because Yang Ling couldn't see through him. On the other hand, Xiaoya tilted her head while pondering. She thought that this guy was unfathomable. Prior to this, she had heard about his experiences back in Myriad Beasts Mountain. Nonetheless, the students of duality still talked about him with a touch of contempt. Now, after actually meeting him, she thought that he wasn't just a simple woodchopper. Chapter 3640. The 5 divisions were located in Buddha Emperor Plateau. Among them, Metropolis and Buddha Emperor were in the same region. In reality, Necropolis was rather loosely defined. The border areas, in particular, weren't strictly allocated to a single division. Here, dozens of cities or more were connected. Hence the name Necropolis. As for the floating one in the center, this was considered the core of Buddha Emperor Division, home to the court of Vajra dynasty. Beneath this giant one were numerous cities connected together. A true example of prosperity. Officials and nobles from the court lived here along with other clans and sections. All in all, Necropolis was definitely the most complex division in terms of inhabitants. Cultivators from all over the world came each day. Not to mention the billions of mortals currently living here. Duality Academy seemed quiet compared to this lively place. Plus, it was farther away from the Buddha Emperor Division. In summary, Necropolis had the highest population, prosperity, and rowdiness out of the 5. People usually compared it to the capital of righteous sect with regards to the factors above. Qi Xiaoya's carriage slowly stopped on a crowded street. "Wish Ward is right here. Would you like to get out now?" She opened the door for Li Qie. "Here is fine." Li Qie walked down. "Goodbye for now, young master, see you later." Qi Xiaoyi remained polite during the departure. Li Qie acted nonchalantly but Yang Ling kept on thanking Qi Xiaoya until the latter told her to stop. "Senior sister Xiaoya is definitely the friendliest person I've met. She doesn't put on an act so everyone in the academy likes her." Yang Ling commented while looking at the departing carriage. Yang Ling was right. When talking about the 5 heroes, Even Lin Hao with a humble background was prideful. He wouldn't talk to just anyone. As for Li Shangquan and Zhang Yunji, nobles like them were even prouder and more arrogant. This wasn't the case for Qi Xiaoye. She was the easiest person to talk to and always treated people with respect. In fact, her background might be nobler than the others. After all, the Qi was an ancient clan. All of this made her attitude even more amazing. She's a smart girl. Who doesn't like a smart girl? Li Qie chuckled. You do too. Yang Ling blinked at him. Li Qie smiled and didn't respond. His focus shifted to the arched door ahead. The street they were on had a sea of people coming and going. People's feet were virtually touching. One could easily get lost. The arched door in front of them had an ancient character carved at the center top. Wish. This stone door was massive and seemed suitable to be the gate of a city. This is the main branch of Wish. I love this place. Yang Ling spun happily around once and took a deep breath to bask in the lively atmosphere. Duality was lively as well, just not when compared to this place. Cultivators from all over the world came in large quantities. Even mortals visited. The diversity here was incredible. Li Qie also smiled while observing the street. This main branch is probably the biggest market in the south. You can buy anything here, she added, eager to come in. This was far from being her first time here. However, as a girl, going shopping was quite exciting. There was plenty of merchandise here as long as one had enough money. She had prepared plenty of spending money before leaving. Anything. Li Qie chuckled. Other famous auction houses or markets in the past suddenly emerged in his mind. Now they no longer existed. Yes. Her eyes brimmed with excitement. As long as you can pay the initial price, even Dao Lord Merit laws are available for purchase. Well, I don't know if this is true or not since I can't afford them. Let's go take a look then. Li Qie smiled and entered the front gate with Yang Ling right behind him. Wish Ward wasn't just a simple store since it resembled a city more. It occupied more than half of the area of the actual city. All the stores here belonged to Wish Ward. One had to admit that the atmosphere was impressive. The accumulation of thousands of stores ready to sell. There was an archaic atmosphere wafting about as well. The streets were paved with granite. After millions of years and constant visitors, the initially coarse granite pebbles became glossy and smooth. The architectural styles were showing their age as well. The green and white tiles have lost their colors, assuming a state of gray. From a distance, the ward resembled an old castle that has witnessed generations of lives. Young master, did you know that Wish Ward is actually older than our holy ground? It's already here before. Yang Ling told Li Qie about its history. Li Qie quietly listened with a smile while looking at the surroundings. The founding year of the ward was impossible to figure out. People only knew that it was here way before the holy ground. It had thousands of branches all over the south as well. In a sense, Wish Ward was an extremely powerful faction, albeit hidden. Some believed that it was equal to or even stronger than Buddha Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. Impressive resolution. Li Qie nodded and praised during the trip. One could easily guess the power of Wish Ward just by the fact that it existed inside the territories of Buddha Holy Ground. After all, no one wanted to share a bed with someone else. Wish Ward actually has many fun places and interesting stories. For example, the most mythical one is the Hug Mouse. She introduced the place. Hug Mouse. Li Qie stopped looking around and asked. You haven't heard of it. It's a legend here. Anyone who meets it will become rich right away. She became excited since this was another thing Li Qie didn't know. Looks like you want to see it. Li Qie chuckled. Of course. She instantly responded. I'll be a wealthy lady right away and then I can buy whatever I want at the ward. She clenched her fists, seemingly fantasizing. Okay, stop daydreaming. Li Qie pinched her nose and woke her out of it. But the legend is true, the mouse really exists. Yang Ling said, I think a student from our academy met it before and became rich afterward. I know. Li Qie naturally knew this story. What? How? Yang Ling didn't expect this since he hasn't heard of the mouse. From the books. Li Qie smiled. 1. It's actually 2 characters in Chinese. Chapter 3641. Really now? She didn't think that this was written down in the books. You tell me. He smiled. Then tell me who met it, young master. she said with skepticism. Trying to test me? Do you know who it is? Li Qie replied. Well, I don't know the specifics, just that this student eventually became a big shot, a really important big shot. She smiled wryly. A big shot indeed, even for the standard of the academy. Li Qie nodded. So you actually know? Tell me which student it was then. Her eyes lit up, finally believing him. Yongling's curiosity was understandable. Meeting this mythical mouse meant obtaining a great fortune. No one knew where it came from, only that it has been around since the foundation of Wish Ward or even earlier. It's just that in the past, fewer managed to see it. Strangely enough, this mouse could only be found in the main branch, not the other places. No one knew what it looked like either. Nonetheless, earning its grace meant soaring upward. This wasn't a legend or a fake story either. Numerous characters in history have done so. Alas, they kept their mouths shut regarding the details. This made Wish Ward more popular. People wanted to test their luck here as well. Li Qie only smiled and didn't answer her question. Young master, please, just tell me. She started pulling on his arm and didn't give up. You really want to know? He glanced at her. Of course I do, just tell me already. Yongling nodded repeatedly like a chicken eating grain while anxiously staring at Li Qie. 5-colored sacred sovereign. Li Qie nonchalantly revealed. 5-colored sacred dash. She shouted but immediately calmed down and covered her mouth. She looked around and noticed that no one heard them. Ray, really? The dean is the one? She quietly murmured, not expecting this answer. Li Qie nodded. She stood there in a daze. So the favored student back then was now the dean of duality. How come the dean never talked about this? She asked. In the holy ground, people only knew that a student was chosen a very long time ago. No one knew anything about the specific, nor did they try to find out. No wonder why he became one of the 4 grandmasters. So the mouse liked him. Yongling murmured. Silly girl, what are you saying? Li Qie gently knocked her head and said. He became a grandmaster due to his power and intelligence. The mouse thing was just adding flowers on a fine brocade. In short, he won this fortune because he was brilliant enough to have this fateful opportunity. Everyone thinks that fortune is the reason for success, that some Dao lords and sovereigns were merely lucky, and if they were to have the same luck, they would become powerful Dao lords too. This is a foolish notion. Yongling listened attentively. Though Li Qie was only casually speaking, she still took it very seriously and memorized his guidance. This was indeed the case. Many young cultivators thought that they only lacked luck to become Dao lords. In reality, these powerful cultivators found success for different reasons. Fortunes and luck only added to it. Without these things, they would still become big shots in due time. It would just take longer. I think that makes sense. She eventually nodded in agreement. Yes, otherwise, the descendants of these Dao lords and sovereigns would become invincible masters too. Li Qie said. Right. She agreed. In history, how many children of Dao lords and sovereigns managed to actually reach the same height? The answer was very few. They had all the advantages available, from resources to access to fortunes. This wasn't enough. Yongling thought about the previous matter again and inquired once more. Young master, how come the dean doesn't talk about the mouse? Being favored by the mouse was an auspicious matter. A symbol of luck. That's why she found it strange that the dean never talked about it. He certainly has his reason. You'll understand when you have this fortune. Li Qie smiled and entered the busy street again. What do you mean? She gave chase but Li Qie stopped answering. There were thousands and thousands of stores in this branch. Weapons, manuals, beasts. That's why as long as one had enough money, they would be able to buy anything here. There were also smaller merchants and peddlers operating on the streets. Plus, anyone who wanted to sell their stuff was around to set up a stand as well. Wish Ward didn't prevent people from selling stuff. There was only one rule: no swindling. Thus, Wish Ward had a strong reputation and buyers truly trusted the products found here. Due to the number of stores, a month still wasn't enough to see the entire ward. Though this wasn't Yongling's first time, she still loved looking at the stores. She saw items that made her heart beat faster. Unfortunately, she touched her pocket and had to give up. As a princess, she certainly had more money than regular students. Unfortunately, She wasn't allowed to squander. Meanwhile, Li Qie only looked around and didn't care for much. "Young master, what are you looking for?" Yang Ling asked after they have passed by several top stores known for selling top-rate materials. "Some ores and metals," Li Qie answered. Yang Ling didn't need to ask anymore to know that Li Qie was looking for something outrageous. Otherwise, those stores earlier would have been enough to fulfill his requirements. Chapter 3642. They scoured through several more large stores only to fail regarding Li Qie's search. Yang Ling became hungry in the meantime. "Young master, let's eat something first, I can't walk anymore," she complained. "That's fine." Li Qie wasn't in a hurry to buy materials. This was just a leisure stroll to him. Her eyes lit up as she smiled. "I know a vegetarian place, it's super hot right now, always busy even on regular days, and we need to have reservation too. But it's okay, I know someone there." She started swallowing her saliva after thinking about the food. "Seems like helping me buy materials is just an excuse, you're just here to eat." Li Qie saw her gluttonous appearance and said, "No, absolutely not, I'm clearly here to help you." Yang Ling turned red and denied it with haste. "I see, let's go then." Li Qie chuckled and nodded. Yang Ling cheered and then grabbed his hand to pull him forward. This girl was clearly familiar with this place and had a food plan laid out. The restaurant turned out to be a pavilion temple, clearly famous, evident from the guests waiting in line. Yang Ling did know someone here. They walked inside and met the chubby manager. She smiled and said, "Uncle Qin, I'm here again. Is there any available seat? I brought the young master to try some food." "You ran out of the academy again?" The manager stared at Yang Ling with doting eyes, clearly unable to say no to her. He seemed to be a senior. "No, we're here on official business," she said. He gossiped with the two and prepared an elegant corner near the window with a great view. One could see everything going on below. It was quiet as well. They wouldn't be bothered here. See, I told you I knew someone here." Yang Ling gloated after sitting down. Li Qie smiled and started looking around the place. A while later, the food ordered by Yang Ling arrived one by one. She stopped talking and started eating, no longer looking like a noble lady from Duality and more like a hungry ghost. She opened her mouth wide and chowed down. "Young master, eat." She spoke with her mouth filled with food and her cheeks puffed out. "Not bad." Li Qie had a taste and nodded approvingly. He only sampled the dishes without eating too much. His eyes then fell on a guest not far from there, seemingly a woman with a table all to herself. She covered herself from top to bottom with a black robe. It was impossible to see her figure, fat or thin. However, from the exposed section of the veiled hat, her hair was white, looking pulchritudinous and enchanting. The ground behind her randomly flashed with a faint light. She purposely hid this phenomenon, but this wasn't enough to hide from Li Qie's eyes. Her table was covered with different dishes, but she only had a few bites. It seemed that she wasn't in the mood for eating. She occasionally looked outside, perhaps worrying about something. The lower half of her face was covered by a veil, but a discerning soul could notice a frown. "Young master." Yang Ling stopped eating and noticed Li Qie's gaze. She became curious and took a look too. Of course, she didn't think Li Qie was stealing glances or had a crush on this girl. After all, he was completely aloof even when hanging around a top beauty like Qi Xiaoye. The girl's secretive clothing style also perplexed Yang Ling. However, people from all over the world came to wish ward. This wasn't especially strange. The girl seemed to have noticed the gazes and became alerted. She stood up, paid the bill, and left in a hurry. Li Qie smiled and didn't mind. He went back to eating. "Young master, there's a problem with that girl?" Yang Ling finally swallowed her food and asked. Something extraordinary must be going on to warrant Li Qie's interest. "No, just thinking about a few things." Li Qie smiled. After all, seeing a member of that race is quite rare. What a coincidence. "What race is she from?" Yang Ling had no idea because it was impossible to see her figure, let alone noticing anything else. Li Qie didn't answer. Of course, he only found this strange, not actually caring too much. Yang Ling was smart and didn't pursue the matter. She went back to start a battle with the food again. A while later someone came over and slightly bowed towards Li Qie. "You must be senior brother Li." Ling, who was immersed in a culinary experience, was surprised to hear someone else. She looked up and saw a scholarly youth standing by their table. He wore an embroidered robe that wasn't overly flashy. The craftsmanship was excellent and exquisite, adding to his noble aura. "Your Highness." Ling got up and bowed after seeing his face. "Relax when we're outside." He smiled and shook his head. "Yes." Li Jie had no reaction and kept on eating his food. "Brother, may I sit down?" the youth asked politely. Li Jie nodded and the youth sat down. "Young master, he is the crown prince of Vajra." Ling quietly told Li Jie to change the latter's attitude. Ling's reaction was warranted. This youth was going to inherit the throne and become the ruler of Vajra. Her father was only a marquis. His status was far higher than hers. Li Jie casually responded. Still didn't give a damn. Ling couldn't do anything about it because Li Jie treated everyone in this manner. "I've heard of your magnificent feat at Myriad Beast Mountains." The smiling crown prince didn't seem to mind. "I wouldn't call killing 100,000 soldiers of your dynasty a magnificent feat." Li Jie glanced at him and smirked. Ling's heart skipped a beat. The senior defender's army was naturally a part of Vajra. Now, this was definitely the wrong way to start a conversation with its crown prince. The prince's smile became a little awkward. He shook his head and said, "I'm not involved with the military. The Grand Commander and Minister of War are responsible for that." This was a good response since he absolved of any responsibility with this issue. He wasn't here to talk about it nor to capture Li Jie. "What is it?" Li Jie smiled at him. This might have been a coincidental meeting, but the crown prince certainly had a reason for introducing himself. "I'll get straight to business then." He cupped his fist and asked, "Brother, may I take a look at the blade hanging by your waist?" Ling couldn't help taking a look. She recalled that Li Jie used it to chop firewood. "Why not?" Li Jie casually tossed it at the prince. The latter became startled and caught it. He held it with both hands. His expression became one of respect to Ling's astonishment. "Yes, it is a divine blade indeed." He eventually nodded and praised. He withdrew his gaze and asked Li Jie, "Brother, could you tell me how the blade fell into your possession?" Chapter 36-43. This thing? It's just for chopping wood. I needed one and someone gave it to me. Li Jie casually responded. The crown prince didn't know what to say. He put on a forced smile and said, "It's not meant for chopping wood." It actually had a great significance for his dynasty, so the whole thing was ridiculous. "Oh. I use it for chopping wood, so that is its purpose now." Li Jie responded. The crown prince didn't know what to say. Sure, the owner could use it however he pleased. "Your Highness, what is this blade then?" Ling asked. "This is the ancestral saber of our dynasty." The prince paused for a bit and eventually revealed. "It's also known as golden saber." "The ancestral saber?" Ling blurted out in astonishment before covering her mouth. Her eyes were wide open while staring at this blade. She naturally lacked information on the specifics, but to be considered an ancestral saber? It meant that this was an incredible weapon. Alas, Li Jie still used it to chop wood. So why is it special? She calmed down and asked softly. "It is a symbol of Vajra left behind by the founding fathers. For descendants like us, it represents authority." The prince elaborated. "And there are two uses as well." He continued. "First, the master of this saber is allowed to kill nobles, officials, and any citizen. Second, he can become a prince-in-law, able to pick any princess and join the royal family." The prince stared at Li Jie after saying this. "You can pick any princess?" Ling was surprised once more. In Vajra, everyone dreamed about marrying a princess in order to obtain wealth and power. Now, the master of this saber could pick any of them? This was a dream come true. All men would want this to happen to them. Right. The prince had a solemn expression. And the first rule still applies after joining the noble family. Such an influential prince-in-law then. Ling couldn't help glancing at Li Jie. There have been plenty of princesses in history. However, very few prince-in-laws were directly admitted to the royal family, joining the actual lineage. Putting that aside, the right to kill was extremely powerful. This was akin to obtaining the authority of the king. "Young master, doesn't this mean that you have it made now?" She became happy for him. Li Qiye only chuckled. This saber or whatever could have great power and authority. Alas, in his eyes, it was nothing more than a tool to chop wood. According to the historical annals, this saber rarely showed up in history, the same with people capable of wielding it. In our royal family, only the ancestors have seen it, the younger generations never got this privilege. The prince then stared at Li Qiye and said, "Brother Li, this shows that there is fate connecting you and Vajra. Our door will always be open for you." Yang Ling became emotional and excited. If Li Qiye were to join Vajra, he would possess great influence henceforth. No need to make this so complicated, it's just for chopping wood. Li Qiye waved his hand and interrupted the crown prince. The latter had a strange glint in his eyes. Anyone else would be ecstatic right now to possess this saber, a symbol of power and status. However, Li Qiye didn't give a damn. The members of the royal family would go mad with jealousy after hearing this. The prince also knew that this saber rarely showed up in history. It meant that an ancestor from the royal family had purposely sent it out. This ancestor must have had a good reason to do so. "Brother, when you have time, please visit the royal court in Buddha Emperor Division. I'll be your guide and show you around." The prince handed the saber back to Li Qiye, looking quite dignified. Li Qiye hanged it back on his waist instead of treasuring it. "Your Highness, shouldn't you introduce a few princesses to the young master?" Yang Ling couldn't help joining the fun. "Well, of course." The crown prince coughed and said, "If you are interested, I'll introduce some of my younger sisters to you. There'll be an opportunity later," Li Qiye said before drinking a cup of tea. The prince found the whole thing strange. Why did an ancestor pick Li Qiye? Plus, he couldn't see through the guy at all. At this time, a youth walked down from the top floor and caused quite a stir. He looked exceptional with a stalwart figure. Auspicious energies circled around him. His shadow was moving as if his soul wasn't inside his body. He wore a violet robe that gave off a one-with-nature feeling. He had a cold yet non-arrogant expression. Of course, he didn't seem amicable either. Though there was a lack of aura, he possessed an inborn air of nobility. He seemed destined for greatness with a noble bloodline. Others would feel that they couldn't reach his level. Just one glance forced them to be subservient. He had a strong and firm stance like a violet mountain. His flickering shadow didn't diminish this unyielding property. Phantom Saint Child. The guests immediately recognized and hurried over to greet him. Phantom Saint Child? Yang Ling was startled too. The crown prince also stood up and felt the same way. Phantom simply greeted the enthusiastic crowd with a nod. He was one of the 4 famous geniuses in the Holy Ground. The others in the group were Duality's Dugulan and Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. His master was one of the 4 Grandmasters, 8 Tribulation Blood King. The crown prince politely apologized to Li Qiye before leaving to catch up. "Nice to see you, Saint Child," the prince greeted. "Your Highness." Phantom bowed slightly. "Don't be so reserved now." The prince hurriedly stopped him from bowing. Phantom's expression was still natural despite being in the presence of Vajra's crown prince. The two of them walked down the stairs and left the restaurant. Only Li Qiye paid no mind to the big spectacle. After a while, Yang Ling calmed down and asked, "Young master, do you really not want to enter Vajra?" "Why should I?" Li Qiye took another sip of tea. 1. This is common for ancient dynasties. It means that the wielder can dish out justice and kill before reporting, not actually kill whoever he wants. Chapter 3644. Why not? Her eyes became wide open. "Young master, you'll have so much authority and influence after entering the court. If you don't like anyone, just cut him down. How amazing is that? Also, you can pick whichever princess too. Who knows, maybe you can marry several." She beamed with joy as she spoke as if she could already see Li Qiye reaching the peak of his life. The second princess of Vajra is definitely a great beauty. She has the same mother as the crown prince. How about her? Yang Ling began planning for Li Qiye regarding the most suitable princes. She contemplated for a bit before adding, "But then again, the 7th princess is rumored to have the best personality, very gentle. I haven't seen her before, but she's famous for her beauty too." "That's probably better, gentle and pretty. Perfect for you, young master." "Okay, stop letting your imagination run wild." Li Qiye shook his head, having never thought about this matter. Back during the meeting with the carriage driver, He told the guy to kneel and beg for mercy. Unfortunately, the driver didn't grasp this opportunity. As for this ancestral saber or whatever, it meant nothing to him. Fine. Yang Ling sighed after seeing a lack of interest from Li Qie. How's the crown prince doing in the court? Li Qie changed the topic. Yang Ling, who was eating, stopped. She looked around to check that no one was listening to them before whispering. I heard from father that he's not doing too well. Things aren't going according to his wish. Looks like the competition is fierce. Li Qie smiled. Yang Ling remained cautious and spoke softly. I don't know the details, but my father keeps on chattering about it. So the third prince still wants the throne. He has great contributions and military feats in the frontier. On the other hand, the crown prince is always staying at the main branch, never leading the troops for one day. Some even said that the crown prince hasn't achieved anything. That's why many actually support the third prince. She actually didn't care for the royal competition in the slightest. Alas, she was still a noble and her father was a marquis who was always attentive about the minute changes in the court. Thus, she learned a few things as well. It's normal for a crown prince to protect the capital. Li Qie said. But, I heard father said that whoever wants to become the next king needs the support of the 5 divisions. Otherwise, they wouldn't last very long. That's why the third prince is trying to recruit the other 4. Yang Ling elaborated. Vajra was in charge of the holy ground and acted as the representative of Sacred Mountain. Though Sacred Mountain never directly interfered, it still had a final say whenever a new king was appointed. Prior to this, the next in line also needed the support of the other divisions. For example, Duality Academy usually spoke for Metropolis. Divine Ghost Division had Myriad Blood Sect. So he has supporters already. Li Qie smiled. I'm not sure. Yang Ling responded. All in all, I believe many nobles in Metropolis are backing him up, especially the military clans such as the Li. However, my father said that Duality and the Dean matter the most when it comes to Metropolis. The crown prince is in trouble then. Li Qie nodded. No wonder why the guy left so early. It seemed that he wanted to curry favor from Phantom Sacred Child. Right, the third prince has been in the spotlight in recent years. Yang Ling said. It seems that he and the Minister of War Sir Sima are very close. Sir Simar represents the Mortal King Division, one of the strongest out of the 5. Moreover, he's winning considerable support in Divine Ghost too. It depends on 8 Tribulation Blood King for this one. Yang Ming paused since she needed to swallow her food before continuing. As for Buddha Emperor Division, the ancestor of the royal clan also likes the third prince. That's why everyone is saying that in just 2 years, the king might replace the crown prince. The king of Vajraha. Li Qie smiled. His Majesty isn't well. Yang Ling remained prudent as she spoke with a low volume. There are rumors of him being enamored with eternal life, no longer caring about anything else. He either trained in isolation or tried to find pills and longevity methods. That's why certain officials don't respect him. The court and other administrative businesses are carried out by the minister and national teacher. Li Qie only smiled after hearing this. She continued to eat for a bit before taking a break. Her eyes flashed as she asked, Young master, if you were to join the court, who will you support? Who do you support? Li Qie answered with a question. Yang Ling tilted her head in rumination. She eventually said, I don't know, but definitely not the third prince. Why not? Li Qie asked. I don't think he's a good person since he destroyed many sects by the border. When he becomes king, he might destroy us and Duality Academy too. Yang Ling replied. Silly girl. Li Qie chuckled. If a single king can destroy Duality, it wouldn't be here right now, nor would it be Vajra's turn. Sacred Mountain would have done so long ago. True. Yang Ling agreed with this logic. She then said, but he might destroy my clan though. It's within the realm of possibility. Then destroy him first. Li Qie said. No way. Yang Ling looked around again before whispering. If others hear this, they might spread it and the court will massacre my clan. Yang Ling's reaction was understandable. The punishment for being a traitor was death. Plus, her clan only had a minor title, not an influential military clan like the Li or a civil clan like the Zhang. These 2 clans had immense resources and foundations. It's no big deal, just take the initiative. Li Qie casually responded. Yang Ling stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak anymore. If her father knew that she was out running her mouth, he would definitely scold and ground her forever. Little did she know that this casual conversation just now had sealed the fate of the third prince. Of course, the ambitious prince himself had no idea. He was gathering forces everywhere, thinking that he would definitely become the next king, the lord of this region. Unfortunately, this little girl's comments made it impossible for him. "Okay, I'm sure you're full now," Xueqi said. He only had a few bites even though the table was filled with food. The girl ate virtually everything. Her stomach was round by this point. She secretly rubbed it under the table while feeling a bit embarrassed. "Young master, am I a fatty?" "At least you know yourself." Xueqi chuckled since she looked so cute. "You can't blame me for this, it's because the vegetarian food here is too good. Anyone will eat until they can't move." Yongling turned red from embarrassment. Her words became quieter towards the end, almost like the sound of a mosquito buzzing. Xueqi didn't eat that much so her argument failed. Xueqi smiled and paid the bill. Yongling followed right behind him. "Young master, I know the sixth princess, actually. Do you want me to introduce you to her?" Yongling asked. Who knows if she didn't give up or just felt bad about eating too much and wasting Xueqi's money, so this was reparation. "No need." Xueqi refused right away and joined the crowded street. 1. Her father could be a marquis or a duke, this isn't clear. The latter seems right given her title as a princess. Marquis is a lower-ranking noble. Chapter 3645. Yongling took Xueqi to several more stores. Alas, the materials inside didn't catch his attention. Finally, Xueqi stopped before a store with a plaque carved with a simple name, Seafood. Next to it was a diagram depicting 8 arms, looking quite strange. Yongling glanced at the plaque and didn't think much of it. "Let's go in for a look." However, Xueqi told her, We're buying seafood?" She became surprised because they have been to the biggest stores with the best materials already. Why were they going into a seafood place now? How bizarre. Moreover, it looked so tiny and probably didn't have anything good. Nonetheless, she caught up to Xueqi who was already inside. "Young master, you're craving seafood?" she asked and only got a smile in response. They found that the store was quite small. In fact, it was empty and there was no seafood to be found. A clerk came over and greeted them. He was a demon with a human body and an alligator head. There was a long tail behind him too. "Esteemed customers, are you looking for something?" The clerk had a bright smile. Just imagine an alligator opening its mouth wide. That's the same as showing off his sharp white teeth as if wanting to chomp someone's head off. "Isn't this a seafood place?" Yongling looked around and said, "Where did all the seafood run off to?" "The young master wants to eat." The clerk stared at her, puzzled. Xueqi chuckled and shook his head. "Silly girl, I didn't say that I want seafood." He then told the clerk, "Show us your good merchandise." "Ah, you're here to take a look, come, let's go inside first." The clerk smiled and led Xueqi back through another door. Yongling followed right behind him. The moment they took one step in, the scene suddenly changed. The small store turned into a vast ocean under a blue sky. They were standing on a beach with soft sand. One couldn't help wanting to walk barefoot in this area. This place was perfect to take a break from the rowdiness of Wish Ward. They could enjoy this beautiful scene of nature along with the pleasant sea breezes. A manager could be seen sitting at his desk. He seemed to be auditing something with his abacus, going at great speed. He had a huge frame. His loose robe couldn't hide his bulging muscles. They brimmed with power as if there were true dragons roaring in his blood. A warrior like him should be wielding a hammer and destroying the realms. However, his actual weapon was an abacus. The contrast took everyone by surprise. The two weren't the only guests here. Other clerks with the same alligator form were helping other customers check out at the desk. Your store is this big? Wow. Yongling regained her wits and found this minor dimension incredible. This was her first time seeing a minor dimension used in this manner. She has visited Wish Ward numerous times and had no idea about this unique store. "Fairy, do you know that our Xiong clan is known for having the best aquatic merchandise? Not just in the south but in all of 8 Desolaces. No one has a store bigger than ours. We have everything under the sea for sale here." The clerk smiled. "So it's really a seafood store?" Yongling understood after entering this place. However, it seemed wasteful to use spatial manipulation for the sake of setting up a seafood store. This was akin to a tycoon utilizing his best store to sell random fish or shrimp. It was a little ridiculous. We do have seafood. What kind are you looking for? Remember, as long as it is underwater we have it. The clerk said. Really? Tell me your best stuff. Our young master is a picky eater. Yongling replied. Draconic abalone is in season right now. I'll bring some here right now. The clerk was happy to hear about a potential customer and immediately suggested. He led them closer to the water and raised his hand. Crystallized walls materialized around them as they delved into the water. Numerous aquatic creatures swam by them. Yongling was completely immersed in this experience. A gluttonous person like her couldn't help salivating. It didn't take long before they reached the bottom of the ocean. The sand at the bottom looked like gold grains. Something seemed to be hiding in the sand. The clerk pointed at it and said, Do you see that over there, fairy? That's the best draconic abalone we have. 800 gold waves. Yongling saw something resembling a clam around the size of a large bowl. Its shell was golden. When opened, it emitted waves of golden light like the blossoming of immortal flowers. There were a total of 800 waves, enough to blind and awe the spectators. This was her first time seeing or hearing about this. She looked at the meat and swallowed her saliva. This must be really tasty, absolutely. The clerk replied, The national teacher of Vajra loves eating draconic abalone. As for the one ahead, it's the finest of the finest. No one but our clan can provide it. These abalones are good, but it's meaningless without a skilled chef. Xueqi said, The best way to prepare them requires lightning-fast blade skill, instantly severing the waves and maintaining their original form without wasting a sliver of essence. Then dip it into 10% soaring root juice. Now that's a delicacy. The clerk became startled then amazed. He praised, You're a true master, to pay so much attention to the details, the national teacher can't compare to you. So how much for this 800 gold waves abalone? Yongling couldn't wait anymore. It's not particularly expensive. The clerk said, Just 8,000 chaos stones at the Grand Heavenly Sovereign level. 8,000 Grand Heavenly Sovereign chaos stones. Yongling blurted out after hearing the price. Just one stone of this level was valuable enough. Certain sects could sell everything and still couldn't come up with 8,000 chaos stones. All of this for one abalone? Well, it's a special type of draconic abalone. It takes at least 3,000 years to grow. The clerk smiled. Young master. She smiled wryly and stared at Xueqi instead. He shook his head and said, Maybe an 80,000 gold waves abalone is worth our time, not this. Yongling had nothing to say. Sir, I'm afraid you can't find one in all of the southern West King. The clerk smiled wryly as well. Let's look at something else. Xueqi wasn't interested. Chapter 3646. Sir and lady, would you like to look at our mounts? The clerk remained enthusiastic despite failing to advertise the draconic abalone. You sell mounts too? And here I thought it was all seafood. Yongling replied. Haha. My lady, seafood is only a tiny venture of our store. We mainly specialize in aquatic treasures. Just let me know what you need. What kind of mounts do you have? Yongling became interested. We actually have a heaven plunder duck right now. Definitely a top choice for a mount. The clerk led the way. A small part of this ocean was being separated into a separate pond for certain creatures. The group got there and saw a duck leisurely floating on the surface. It was several times larger than a swan, about the size of a boat. It had gray feathers and large feet. As it flapped its feet, they resembled two paddles. Heaven plunder ducks are extremely fast, especially in water, virtually unmatched. The clerk introduced the creature. It's really that fast? Yongling was skeptical since the duck was floating very slowly right now. Plus, how fast could a duck be? Fweet! The clerk answered by whistling. The relaxed duck sprung downward into the water like an arrow and disappeared from sight, a testament to its astonishing speed. So Yongling was impressed. She couldn't finish before the duck appeared again not far from her, assuming its leisure state once more. Only ripples and splashes were left as proof of what had just happened. Yang Ling couldn't believe it. This mount was indeed superior to others. One of the fastest aquatic creatures. Thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The clerk smiled at the guests. It's perfect for escaping from enemies while traveling near an ocean. Right. Yang Ling nodded. Certainly tempted to make a purchase. However, she gasped after hearing the price and gave up. She couldn't afford the sky-high price. Li Qie wasn't interested in a mount and only watched for fun. The clerk took the two to see several more merchandise, a lightning bolt stingray, a chariot cold fish, a sea devourer conch. These things had frightening backgrounds along with equally terrifying prices. Yang Ling naturally couldn't afford them while Li Qie remained uninterested. The clerk could tell that Li Qie was unmoved. He still didn't give up and smiled. Actually, something good came today and it's available for sale. Let's go take a look. It won't be a waste of time. Yang Ling was naturally interested. Today's trip has opened her eyes. She didn't expect a tiny store to actually have a separate dimension. The clerk brought the two to another enclosure within this ocean. The place was packed with guests. They were clearly either nobles or wealthy men judging by their attires. The walls of the enclosure were made from white jade bricks. This was a rare type with a cold affinity. People could sense it from a distance. One could see 5 colors soaring to the sky. Each ray looked quite real and spirited, seemingly made from metals. They could pierce through the sky and emitted a powerful and beautiful aura. After getting closer, one would find that the rays came from one conch around the size of a bowl. It had 5 colors mixed together, akin to taking the powders of 5 metals and just added them on the shell. There were also countless flashing Dao runes. If one stared for too long, they might get lost in the process. The conch was placed on top of a flat rock with a dark shade. The gaps and lines seemed peculiar as if it was made from numerous layers of lava cooling, culminating in this appearance. Of course, no one would bother to look at the rock. All eyes were on the conch. The spectators couldn't help but praise this wondrous creation. This is our key treasure today. The clerk smiled at the duo. We have a small auction dedicated to this conch. It's so pretty. Yang Ling was drawn by the colorful conch. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't particularly care about the conch. His focus was on the rock instead. Suddenly, Yang Ling noticed that the manager in charge of finances back at the beach was standing by the pond. He was at least 1 head taller than everyone here. He smiled and said, "It is an honor to have esteemed guests such as yourselves visiting our humble abode. Recently, we have obtained a treasure up for auction. It is this pentachromatic immortal conch. We found it deep in the ocean, not that easy to spot." "What are the uses?" one guest asked. "There are many. It is a creation of the Grand Tao, so it can help its master cultivate and understand Tao regarding the ocean. It can also accumulate vitality and listen to the tides of the Tao. With the proper grooming technique, it can become a guardian deity. Of course, this requires several tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years. But if your needs are different, you can also try its meat. Definitely the finest delicacy. Its shell can then be used for artifact refinement. The outcome will be mighty," the manager explained. "As if anyone will do the latter." A few guests laughed. Everyone knew that the final price of this conch would be ridiculous. No one would view it as a view. That's truly wasteful. "What's the starting price?" One guest became impatient. 300,000 minor heavenly sovereign chaos stones. The manager revealed. This startled the crowd because it stopped the majority of them from even bidding once. "Remember, this is a special conch. I dare to say that our Xiong clan is the only one in all of West King capable of finding it. That's why the price is a little high," the manager said. The guests exchanged glances, clearly thinking about their own financial circumstances. This price was insane because most sects wouldn't be able to produce this sum. "I bid 310,000. A youth spoke. "Young noble Li." Someone immediately recognized him. The first bidder was none other than Cold-Eyed Lightning Sword, Li Xueqi. Chapter 3647. The guests were startled because a youth like Li Xueqi was able to bid the enormous sum. Even some high elders or sex masters wouldn't be able to do it. On the other hand, Xueqi didn't bat an eye, a testament to his wealth. Of course, Those who actually recognized him didn't find this surprising. He was still the son of the Grand Commander. Plus, an ancient clan like the Li already had ample resources without needing to be officials of Vajra. This clan alone could compete against any kingdom and sect in the Holy Ground. Thus, its successor naturally had no lack of money. 320,000. Another guest was extremely interested in the conch and bid immediately. 330,000. One more followed suit. 340,000. Other parties joined the fun. After all, those invited by the Xiong were relatively wealthy. Some were actually big shots. 400,000. Li Xiongquan increased the bid substantially even when others were only doing 10,000 increments. All eyes were on him since this was a blatant challenge to the other bidders. It looked as if he must have the conch at all cost. 410,000. This didn't diminish another bidder's interest. 420,000. Another guest shouted. 500,000. Li Xiongquan immediately fought back by raising the bid up by 80,000. His momentum engulfed the entire area. Some became annoyed, not appreciating being one-upped by a junior. Young noble Li, you're really interested in this conch. One guest smiled at Li Xiongquan. No, just a friend wants it, so this is a gift. Xiongquan responded. The crowd clamored after hearing this. Using so much money for a gift? This was an incredible display of extravagance. That's the successor of the Li for you. 510,000. One guest didn't want to give up. 520,000. One more doubted Xiongquan's wealth. 600,000. Xiongquan immediately bid without any hesitation. The first two exchanged glances but didn't wish to express their malcontent. Your bids are rather arrogant. One guest actually spoke up. I only want to buy it. This is a fair auction. If you want it, bid higher. Xiongquan retorted. 610,000. The guest followed up. 700,000. Still want to go? Xiongquan frowned and stared at this bidder. Fellow Taoist, I think you should give up. Our young master wants this conch. A servant standing behind Xiongquan smiled. The guest turned red and couldn't say anything. A starting bid of 300,000 has gone up to 700,000. Many guests were interested in the conch and thought that 500,000 to 600,000 was acceptable, albeit pushing it. But now, 700,000 was too high for this conch. The manager was happy to see this development. He smiled at the guests and asked, 700,000, anyone else interested? Please state your bid because it'll be hard to find another pentachromatic conch. Don't miss this opportunity. The current bid was actually higher than his appraisal, hence his excitement. Several guests started talking among themselves regarding the continuation of the bid. Fellow Taoists, just stop now. The servant shook his head. Our young master came prepared. It'll just be a waste of time. It's fine, feel free to bid, gentlemen. I'm sure I can handle even a bid of 1 million. Xiongquan smiled confidently, clearly challenging the crowd to keep going. The guests had no option left. They already thought that 700,000 was far too high. 1 million would be ridiculous. Plus, they couldn't come up with this sum anyway. 700,000. Anyone else? If not, it'll go to young noble Li. The manager was all smile. I'll happily accept it then, gentlemen. Thanks. Li Xiongquan smiled at them, thinking that this conch was already his for the taking. 1 million. Unfortunately, a leisure voice sounded. What? The guests followed the direction of the voice and saw an ordinary youth. It was none other than Li Qie who had stopped looking at the pond and decided to bid. Yang Ling tugged on his sleeve and quietly said, Hey, this is minor heavenly sovereign chaos stone we're talking about. She was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come up with this sum. It was expensive even for her clan. Who is he? The guests didn't recognize Li Qie. Li Xiongquan's expression changed. He saw Li Qie earlier but didn't come to start a conversation. What a move. One guest murmured. Li Xiongquan's strong bids were fierce enough earlier. But now, Li Qie raised the bid by 300,000 in one swoop. Can he pay that much? Another guest wondered before realizing that he was being a busybody. This was the store's problem, not his. Xiongquan's servants became annoyed. Their master was clearly in charge of the auction. This bid was nothing short of a blatant provocation. This is minor heavenly sovereign chaos stone, not the cheap stuff. One servant shouted, expressing his doubt. Li Qiye ignored this. Brother Li, you're interested in this conch? Xuan asked. Just for fun. Li Qiye smiled. Xuan had no response. He felt that Li Qiye was purposely challenging him. In reality, this wasn't Li Qiye's intention. It was just a whimsical decision. Brother Li, if you don't need it, how about letting me have it? I'll keep this in mind. Xuan took a deep breath and cupped his fist. He was confident up to 1 million, but this was Li Qiye's first bid. He wasn't sure that he could handle it. Feel free to bid. Li Qiye chuckled, showing zero intention at relenting. All eyes were on Li Xuan. They thought that karma came quite early. He looked down on the crowd earlier and now, it was his turn to be insulted. The unsatisfied Xuan thought that Li Qiye was trying to steal his thunder by doing this. Chapter 3648. Li Xuan purposely chose to speak with prudence and politeness earlier, but now, he was no longer in the mood. After all, he needed this conch as a present. This matter was rather pivotal for him. Other bidders have backed off and he was the only one left. He thought that it was already in the bag, not expecting for a guy like Li Qiye to jump out of nowhere and bid beyond his limit. He could actually handle 1 million chaos stones of this level. Alas, using this much to buy this conch? That's too big of a trade. In reality, just 600,000 stones were above the value of the conch. The auction probably wouldn't have gone this high if Li Xuan didn't choose to exert his dominance. 1 million, anyone else? The manager was ecstatic. He was already happy with 700,000 stones. Now, flowers were blossoming in his mind. Young noble Li, do you wish to bid? The manager loudly shouted at Li Xuan. People stared at him since he was so confident earlier. Now, they were ready to gloat at his embarrassment. He was in a difficult position. To give up now would lose all face and his feeling of superiority would vanish like smoke. Plus, he already had a plan for this gift. Alas, to continue bidding and potentially winning the conch was truly wasteful. He would be nothing less of a prodigal son. I bid 1,050,000. He gritted his teeth and made his decision. He initially only wanted to do 1,010,000 but thought that it would be embarrassing due to his previous increase. At least 50,000 would save some face. Humph, you still want to go? His servant coldly uttered. We're a great clan in the holy ground with prestigious positions in Vajra. A junior like you better think twice before competing with us. This was not a brag. He was actually threatening Li Qiye that nothing good would come from offending the Li while staying at the holy ground. Li Qiye should be smart or he would have no place to stay. No one among the crowd doubted the power of the Li. They had considerable influence over the military right now. This was enough to intimidate anyone. Alas, Li Qiye seemed aloof to the threat. He smiled and said, I forgot to mention, my bid is 1 million grand heavenly sovereign stones. You should start bidding them too. One word alone differentiated the stones. However, one guest immediately shouted, 1 million grand heavenly sovereign stones? From minor to grand? This is insanity. Another thought that he was hearing things. All eyes were on Li Qiye at this point due to the ridiculous bid. The manager himself couldn't believe it and became frightened. After all, the disparity between the two levels was immense. The manager has never seen something like this before. This was akin to buying cabbage. The initial price was 12 silver coins, which were sky high already. Now, Li Qiye wanted to pay 12 gold coins. This jump was nothing short of lunacy. Only a fool or a madman would do something like this. The manager was thinking about how lucky he was today, akin to a dog yawning and swallowing a fly. This customer was too rich. Li Xuan's expression became extremely unsightly. Even if his clan could afford this sum, they would let a youth like him waste it like this. Plus, this would require serious deliberation before the clan could spend this much. Yang Ling felt the same way, thinking that the young master was a prodigal son. Li, can you actually pay that amount? Xueqi's servant shouted. This is an official auction, so don't run your mouth and bid a random amount just to boast. Humph, when you can't. It's just 1 million. Li Qiye said, As for whether I can handle it or not, the manager and his 8 bull eyes will be able to see clearly. The manager's expression suddenly changed. He immediately announced, 1 million, sold. The conch goes to this young master. Others didn't say anything since this was an expected outcome. Li Xiongquan naturally hated this development. He was supposed to be the one under the spotlight while winning the conch. Li Qie came out of nowhere and essentially slapped him before the guests. He couldn't stay here any longer since this was already humiliating enough. He scowled and left, no longer having a friendly attitude towards Li Qie like at the start. He thought that he was being nice enough by just leaving without causing more trouble. 1 million grand heavenly sovereign stones. The guests were still talking about it as they were leaving. A few stared at Li Qie and thought about his background. Also, that he was an idiot for spending so much on the conch. A rich country bumpkin is quite a rare sight. One guest commented quietly before leaving. Young master, are you really buying this? Yang Ling wanted to ask Li Qie to return the merchandise. It was too wasteful in her mind. Others were right for thinking that he was an ignorant country bumpkin. Chapter 3649. Li Qie only smiled and didn't appease Yang Ling. The manager then told the alligator head clerk, pack the conch for the young master. The clerk acknowledged and carried out the order. May I ask how you know my true origin? Do you have ties with our clan? The manager walked over towards Li Qie and bowed with a smile. Your 8 eyes are so obvious. There's no need for ties to see this. Li Qie answered flatly. The manager had an awkward expression. Manager, you really have 8 eyes? I don't see them at all. Yang Ling became curious and looked at him carefully. It's just a figure of speech, not to be taken literally. The manager smiled wryly. His 8 eyes can't be seen with regular vision. Unfortunately, those eyes aren't real Kuei eyes either. They have flaws and can't see true mysteries. Li Qie suddenly revealed. Young master? The manager staggered backward, shocked. Li Qie's comment got everything right. The guy knew his clan's mysteries as well. Yang Ling had no idea what Kuei eyes were, but judging by the manager's response, Li Qie must have struck the right chords. She was very curious but knew better than to ask someone about their secrets. Young master, may I ask who you are? The manager took a deep breath and bowed with reverence. I was blind to not know that I'm in the presence of a great man such as yourself. Please forgive me. He was astounded because their clan has been working in Wishward for a long time. They served plenty of guests but none knew about their true background and origin until now. Only his clan members were privy to this knowledge. Your clan is quite lucky. Li Qie accepted the gesture and stared at the ocean. Although these foolish endeavors have been done too many times, this insult could have infuriated others. However, the manager's respect towards Li Qie actually grew after hearing this. May I ask why you say this, young master? He cupped his fist and asked. That area is too heavy and you can't pull it up. Li Qie said. You keep on letting it stay down there and play around. This is acting precipitously regardless of the consequences. I can't believe you know this. The manager was scared out of his mind. This was their ultimate secret. Only the older generation of their clan knew about this, but now, an outsider like Li Qie understood even the main issues. What is this place? Yang Ling stared at the ocean and didn't see anything special. Li Qie didn't answer her and stood there with a calm expression. A striking contrast to the manager's shocked one. The latter eventually calmed down and took a deep breath. He bowed again. Young master, you're an immortal from above. Please tell us the correct countermeasure. How can we pull it up? Why should I tell you? Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Right, the manager was startled for a moment before adding. What do you need, young master? Our clan will do everything in our power. You can't obtain what I want. Li Qie interrupted. These words were domineering and haughty, but the manager believed him. He replied, how about this, do you like anything here? If you don't mind, we'll give you everything in this ocean. Everything? Yang Ling blurted out. She personally saw many of the treasures here. They were quite valuable. As for everything here, the actual value was difficult to fully calculate. Now, the manager was willing to give Li Qie everything? She became more confused. What was it that warranted such a big response from this Xiong clan? Not interested, I can buy whatever I need. Li Qie chuckled. The manager didn't know what to do. Alas, he suddenly recalled one particular item from his clan. Young master, let's take a break first. We do have something to show you later, if you so desire. The manager said. Fine, consider this a type of fate. Li Qie stared at him and smiled. The manager hurriedly prepared a palace for Li Qie and Yongling. Li Qie sat in the main position without any hesitation. The manager stood near him, ready to serve. He said, We have reported this to the ancestor, he'll come right away. Please wait for a little. I hope this item won't disappoint. Li Qie replied. The manager smiled wryly. He didn't know what this unfathomable person wanted. A while later, an old man hurried inside. He was short and stout, looking quite powerful. His small frame seemed to contain boundless power. He could easily lift a continent without activating any aura. One could hear draconic roars from within his body. The manager came over and whispered to the old man. The latter then bowed towards Li Qie. Young master, please forgive me for not personally welcoming you. Spare me the courtesy. Li Qie waved his hand. This old man was the strongest ancestor of the Xiong, able to make any decision on the clan's behalf. He normally never showed up, but the manager's report forced him to do so. The topic mentioned was extremely important for their clan. The old man stood up while the alligator head clerk brought up the packaged conch. It was sealed in a column of water, looking extravagant and exquisite. This is a tiny gift from our clan, not enough to show our respect. Please accept it, young master. The ancestor respectfully brought the gift over. You're saying that we don't need to pay? Yongling blurted. This is not enough to enter the young master's eyes, nor is it sufficient to represent our goodwill. The old man said. Yongling stood there in a daze. Did he just refuse 1,000,000 grand heavenly sovereign stones? Why does he look like he's afraid that the young master won't take it? Li Qie didn't bother to look at the conch. He still cared about the rock it was attached to more. Why is this rock here? Yongling thought that it was weird how they packed the rock too. Miss, you may not know about the conch's special characteristic. Once it chooses a rock, it'll always be stuck to it unless it wants to change. The only way to separate them is to. The ancestor performed the killed gesture. I see. Yongling was surprised. Li Qie suddenly tapped on the conch's shell. Boom, boom, boom. His gentle beat resulted in loud drumming, enough to sway the heart. The waves of light from the conch rippled outward in a magical manner. Chapter 3650. Pop. The drumming and the proliferation of the 5-colored waves came hand in hand. Next, the conch loosened up and the rock fell onto Li Qie's palm. He then casually tossed the conch over to Yongling while he focused on the rock. Young master. The perplexed girl stared at the conch. This is what I wanted to buy. Li Qie smiled and put the rock away. You didn't want to buy this conch? She didn't expect this answer and wanted to take a better look at the rock. Unfortunately, he has already put it away. So what is it? Curiosity got the best of her, so she asked. She thought that the rock was only a place for the conch to rest, nothing more. Now, it became obvious that he offered a sky-high price for the rock, not the conch. What was so special about the thing to warrant the price? In fact, the manager and the ancestor felt the same way. They thought that Li Qie was buying a wooden box and returning the pearls inside. In reality, the rock's value far exceeded the conch. The two exchanged glances. This conch was found by them deep in the ocean. It was already sucking the rock at that point. They simply focused on the conch's value and didn't pay attention to the rock. Plus, what was there to look at? Now, Li Qie made them regret not paying closer attention to the rock. Alas, it was too late since they had gifted it to him. Young master, what should I do with this? Yongling asked, confused. As you please. Li Qie said, boiling is fine, the same with broiling. Just need a good cook to make it a fine meal. Yongling became startled. How could she eat something that cost 1,000,000 grand heavenly sovereign stones? I mustn't. Her first reaction was refusal. Eating a treasure like this was too wasteful, akin to burning zither and cooking cranes. Then you can do whatever you want. Li Qie smiled and shrugged. Are you giving it to me? She was both happy and afraid due to the value of the conch. Li Qie nodded, not making a big deal out of it. I'll take care of it then, Yongling happily said. Maybe one day, it'll become our clan's guardian deity. It's not that easy. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. It requires years and years of accumulation to become a guardian deity. It's not an overnight thing. That's okay, I'll take good care of it. Yongling didn't think that far ahead and was more than content with this extravagant gift. Just having this conch was already amazing enough for her. She gladly put the conch away. Young master, about our matter. The Xiong ancestor spoke next. You may speak after showing plenty of courtesy. Li Qie glanced at him. Young master, do you think that we can still pull up that place? He took a deep breath and no longer cared about the rock. Yes, nothing is impossible with the right method. Li Qie responded. Thank you, young master. The emotional ancestor got on his knees, nearly performing a full kowtow. Don't be so quick, there's no free lunch in this world. Li Qie shook his head. This lowly one understands. The ancestor took a deep breath and solemnly said, We have an item that might pique your interest. That depends on the item, we'll see if I want it. Li Qie said. The ancestor knew that Li Qie wasn't putting up an act. Only a truly valuable item would be able to tempt him. However, what's valuable to the world might not be to Li Qie. It was a completely different concept. We got this item from the deep sea. The ancestor paused for a bit before adding. During the Great Calamity. The calamity? Li Qie's eyes shifted slightly. The ancestor knew that he had a chance after seeing Li Qie's reaction. He nodded and said, Right, our ancestors found this deep in the sea after the calamity. I don't know the exact time. He paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, the world shattered along with the myriad laws. Our ancestors came across this thing by accident. They saw wondrous immortal lights before they got close. It was as if an immortal had descended, truly a fascinating scene. It's that amazing? This is an immortal item? Yongling was skeptical and thought that the old man was exaggerating. I don't know because I've never seen its true form. It's sealed. The ancestor said, We spent all of our resources to get it. The group consisted of more than 100 experts. 5 heavenly sovereigns died. 5 sovereigns died? What? Yongling was shocked. Just how powerful was this clan? Our clan was renowned back then, the ancestor said with pride. That point was their golden era, becoming one of the strongest clans in the 9 worlds. Pride turned into sadness. After this event, their clan started declining, no longer as prestigious as before. This was why they needed to open an aquatic store. Let's take a look. Li Qie wasn't interested in the clan's glorious history. Got it. The old man immediately ordered the manager. The latter hurriedly left. A bit after, 8 more ancestors walked in while carrying a treasure chest. They all had a serious expression. They were extremely powerful, but this chest still gave the impression of being quite heavy. So serious? Yongling saw 8 ancestors carrying one trunk. We're not trying to be mysterious. This item has always been in a sealed state. The old ancestor said to not open it and we listened. We added another seal in order to prevent unnecessary trouble. The first ancestor smiled wryly. Yongling realized how important this item was to their clan now. However, they still wanted to make a deal with Li Qie. This meant that they truly needed Li Qie's assistance. 1. Idiom, to show poor judgment. Chapter 3651. Take it out. Li Qie glanced at the chest and said. The 8 ancestors exchanged glances before shouting. Buzz. Waves of light emanated from their body. Their strength left no room for doubt. However, they still took this unsealing process quite seriously. Open. They shouted in unison before forming a madra. Pop. The treasure chest became resplendent. Runes appeared in the light. These made up the seal of the trunk. They then placed their hand on the chest. The runes began to twist and turn, coming together to form a character. Crack. A sound akin to a lock being opened could be heard and the chest was open. The item inside still couldn't be seen. A strand of immortal light became exposed. Though it was faint, it seemed to be coming from an ancient era. The ravage of time couldn't destroy it. The 8 ancestors formed another madra and created a lotus flower. It began lifting up the item inside. They didn't dare to touch it with their hands. So the item inside happened to be a small box, long and narrow. It was made from extremely tough metals and looked quite old. Just one piece of metal had an insane value. More sealing runes were engraved on the surface. They looked like thick chains locking around the box. Moreover, numerous ancient talismans originating from powerful heavenly sovereigns were attached. They nearly covered the box, almost like a layer of clothing. The box itself was tough enough. Now, the runes and talismans added more protection. Alas, this wasn't enough to fully seal the thing inside. Some immortal light was still leaking out. The light was faint and on the verge of extinguishing. Nonetheless, they still give off an immense feeling. The spectators felt that an unimaginable power was contained inside, something to an invincible true dragon in the legends. Li Qie actually got up from his seat. His eyes narrowed and became bright. What is in there? Yongling could tell that the thing inside the box was definitely incredible. Its power was palpable. We don't know. The first ancestor of the Xiong smiled wryly. The ancestor sealed it right away and no one else saw it. They did say that it was an immortal whisk. You really didn't take it out for a look? Yongling asked. Easier said than done. The ancestor shook his head. First, putting aside whether we can even open it, the thing inside is too frightening. Our hands probably can't handle direct contact. Only a disaster will come, however. He couldn't finish because Li Qie grabbed the box with his bare hand. He didn't prepare a defensive formation or separation method. Remember, the 8 ancestors didn't dare to grab the box due to the power within. They needed to use a special technique just to move it. Li Qie didn't bother with such things. He seemed unafraid of this power. The ancestors were lost in disbelief and stared at each other in a daze. Li Qie didn't open the box. He gently caressed it, letting the immortal light touch his hand. He closed his eyes and took his time feeling it. He became immersed in this process. By this point, he knew what was inside without needing to open the box. Meanwhile, the ancestors were sweating for him. They were also afraid that something unexpected might happen. Alas, the immortal light played nice. Li Qie didn't suffer any negative setbacks. The ancestors heaved a sigh of relief and became ecstatic. This proved that Li Qie was capable. There was still a chance for their clan to rise again. I want this thing. Li Qie wrapped the box and put it away without needing permission from the ancestors. The curious Yongling really wanted to see the item inside. Unfortunately, Li Qie was fast in storing it. Well, young master, what about our matter? The first ancestor asked Li Qie. Since I have taken your item, I will assist you. Li Qie said flatly before staring at them. You should have 8 golden dragon pillars. Golden dragon pillars? The ancestors were confused. We have something like that? One ancestor murmured. They had no impression of these pillars. Your ancestor is really an idiot. He obtained this great land yet didn't take the time to learn it. No wonder why it sank. Li Qie said. The ancestors didn't dare to retort. They talked among themselves before ordering the manager to go check. Yes, we do. The first ancestor smiled after the manager came back and told them. We've been using them to support an old temple. Destroy it, bring them here. Li Qie casually said. The ancestors were flabbergasted. To destroy their clan's temple? This wasn't good because their forefather was the one who built it. Don't be dumb enough to use these pillars as mere support. Only idiots would do so. Li Qie didn't hold back at all. The ancestors became embarrassed after hearing this. Since the temple was built by their forefather, Li Qie was calling him an idiot. Alas, they couldn't bark back at Li Qie right now. In fact, they had no idea that even if their forefather was around, he wouldn't dare to utter a single noise after being called an idiot by Li Qie. Chapter 3652. After long deliberation, the ancestors finally made a decision. One of them said, "Do it, that's all we can do." They had no other choice because in just a few years, their clan would turn to ashes. Nothing would be left including that temple. Thus, even if the temple could survive, what would be the point when all the clan members were gone? A revitalization was absolutely essential and such a chance was right in front of them. The clan moved quite fast and the pillars were brought here in no time at all. Boom! Though the disciples let them down as gently as possible, the impact of each pillar hitting the ground was still loud due to their immense weight. All of them were now inside this palace, towering in front of Xueqi. Their golden color has faded away, leaving behind faint yellow inlays depicting aggressive dragons. The golden dragons were looking up, seemingly wanting to fly out of the pillars. It would take 3 people with their hands stretched and connected to fully wrap around a pillar. It was made from unknown materials, looking like stone and wood but definitely neither. The shade resembled flax. "Young master, these are the ones you mentioned?" The first ancestor asked Xueqi. Xueqi stood up and walked around the hall once before nodding. "Yes. If you wish to pull up your territory and keep it stable, they will be essential. It's good that your ancestor wasn't dumb enough to throw them away. Otherwise this would be futile." The ancestors exchanged glances, not knowing the importance of the pillars previously. They have been around for a long time to support an old temple. Plus, their ancestors never talked about them either. So many geniuses in future generations have come to the old temple to pay respect. None noticed anything peculiar about the pillars. Are they really that important? Our forefather has never talked or written anything about them. One ancestor was skeptical. Because your forefather didn't have a damn clue. The land was bestowed to him. Xueqi said. "Young master, you know this too?" The ancestor jolted after hearing this. Their clan once had massive territories. During their peak, the land under their jurisdiction could match the present-day Buddha holy ground. Unfortunately, the Great Calamity changed everything. Even their land started sinking. There was one particular fact very few Xiong descendants knew about. Their initial territory was given to their forefather by someone else. According to the old tales, this being was a supreme existence. However, this seemed to be a taboo subject, so even the forefather refrained from commenting on this topic. In the present, only ancestors like those present knew about this secret. That's why they were shocked that Xueqi knew about it. Xueqi only smiled and didn't comment either. "I shall help you with this after taking your item. The future is up to you all," he said flatly. "Thank you, young master, thank you." The jubilated ancestors bowed towards him. He began chanting a mantra while forming supreme laws. His movements were too fast and profound. Yongling and the ancestors didn't even see them clearly, let alone understanding them. "Up!" Xueqi roared and his mantra struck the pillars. They were answered by loud dragon roars and blinding flashes emanating from the pillars. Clank! 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 The 8 dragons suddenly returned to life, and their movement issued pleasant metallic clanks due to their scales. Finally, sharp gales manifested as the dragons readied their claws. Golden dragons had 9 claws. Each was extremely sharp. Just the glints alone could cut through everything. What? The ancestors were astounded. The pillars have been around for millions and millions of years. They had no idea that these pillars could be activated in this manner. Rah! The dragons opened their eyes around the size of a small bell. Draconic auras erupted in the air. The ancestors staggered backward from this terrible force while taking a deep breath. They didn't expect these normal pillars to be so powerful. These things were clearly incredible artifacts. "Go!" Xueqi shouted, resulting in a loud blast. The 8 pillars suddenly turned into dragons. They leaped into the vast ocean. "They're gone." The ancestors became startled. Rumble. Next came violent quakes. It felt as if a colossal ox was turning its body, resulting in terrible earthquakes. "What's going on?" The ancestors became frightened. A tsunami suddenly took form. The waves were high enough to smash into the sky vault. This naturally scared the hell out of everyone. Their knees trembled as they dropped to the ground. The waves swept through thousands of miles in an unstoppable manner. It seemed to be another great calamity. The members of the Xiong started cursing their fate. The event only lasted the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Once it calmed down, the members glanced at each other in confusion. The ancestors in Xueqi's palace did the same thing. "Okay, my task is finished, time to go." Xueqi stretched and said. Just like that. Yongling was frightened earlier as well from the commotion. Xueqi didn't say anything else and started leaving. "Ancestor!" A disciple from the Xiong ran in and excitedly reported the current situation. "Really?" The ancestors jubilated after hearing the new information. Absolutely, ancestor. The disciple felt the same joy. These ancestors started tearing up. One of them said, "The ancestors are watching over us. No, we should be thanking the young master." The first ancestor responded. Unfortunately, Li Chia was already long gone. "Let's go." The ancestors regained their wits and gave chase. "Young master, please wait," the first ancestor shouted. Alas, Li Chia had no intention of stopping. Yang Ling said softly, "Young master, they're calling for you." Li Chia ignored them and kept moving. "Young master, we haven't shown you our gratitude," the ancestor shouted, only to be ignored one more time. They realized that Li Chia didn't care for them. The fateful connection has ended with this. They then hurriedly summoned the other clan members. The entire clan got on their knees and bowed in Li Chia's direction. "The Xiong clan will forever remember your kindness." Li Chia didn't bother looking back. Chapter 3653. Li Chia left the seafood store with Yang Ling right behind him. She couldn't help looking back at the inconspicuous entrance. No one expected an ocean hidden inside this tiny place. It was an eye-opening miracle. She also found it strange that Li Chia was in such a hurry to leave. "Young master, is it an invincible immortal weapon?" She thought about the item in the box, wanting to know how strong it was. "No, just an everyday item." Li Chia shook his head. "Everyday item? How can that be?" She raised her voice in disbelief. The Xiong lost so many people, including heavenly sovereigns, for this item. Plus, the immortal light from it was immensely frightening. It should be a legendary weapon, not an everyday item. "As old as the sun and moon," Li Chia said. "With enough time, there will be a mark and intent left behind. The owner of this item is more powerful than you can imagine." How powerful? She couldn't come up with an existence capable of making their everyday items so strong. Li Chia didn't answer since this was beyond her station. "Find a place to rest for a bit," he said instead. "Our clan has a small courtyard in Wish Ward. We can go there if you don't mind, young master." She contemplated before answering. He agreed, so she led the way. The Yang wasn't considered a big clan in Metropolis. Nonetheless, Yang Ling's father was still a marquis with decent influence. Thus, he had a small place in this expensive region, which was a testament to his success. The two arrived and Li Chia took a look. Though it lacked in size, it made up for it with refinement and tranquility. Yang Ling then ordered the servants to prepare the daily essentials for Li Chia. However, he didn't rest after entering his room. He sealed the area and opened a deep dimension. While inside, he created a grand formation to separate the yin and yang along with the 5 elements. He then assumed the meditative pose before taking out the broken rock. No one would take a second look at this ordinary rock while walking on the street. They could be found anywhere and weren't worth a single coin. Only a few knew what it represented. Of course, it wasn't a treasure or weapon. Li Chia focused on the cracks and layers, seemingly made from molten lava cooling in different periods. With his heavenly gaze, the cracks and gaps became infinitely longer and larger. They looked like 3,000 worlds. No, to be exact, 3,000 epochs. Each imperfection represented one epoch, a broken river of time that spanned for millions and millions of years. They served as projections for the respective epoch. The timeline of these epochs seemed to be compressed inside. Those capable of understanding this would be in awe. This wasn't a rock but rather, a spatio-temporal compression, fragmentations of the epochs. Li Chia began reversing the regular cycles in order to trace the source. Buzz! He pulled out one particular epoch. Particles of time splashed all around him. He found himself in a majestic world in the next second. This epoch was one of machinery. Explosions and metallic clanks could be heard from the armored giants. Each possessed boundless power and mighty life force. Anyone would be astounded while observing this world. Buzz! Li Chia pulled out another crack. Different particles surrounded him and took him to another epoch. This one had a primal aura. He heard dragon roars and phoenix screeches. Sure enough, these magnificent creatures were flying in the air. After long eras, it was able to produce extremely strong creatures. Buzz! He went to another one. The particles this time consisted of sparks that engulf him. Power seemed to be so pure. All existences had the most simple form, some virtually indiscernible. This pure power could be found everywhere and took on a form resembling mercury. Anyone here would find themselves melting down, becoming a part of this world. Epochs passed by in the blink of an eye. In these endless rivers, the power of one seemed less significant than a speck of dust. Numerous brilliant overlords and supremes turned to ashes with nothing left behind. Li Qiye took his time studying and appreciating this broken rock. Eventually, he looked up at the sky. Villainous heaven, what are you doing? This isn't your style. His eyes shifted in contemplation. No one answered him. He didn't wish for an answer either. Looks like it's not looking good for you either. He chuckled and said, what a precarious situation, enemies inside and out for the inevitable pincer attack. He fell into silence next. Though the current momentum looked bad for the villainous heaven, this wasn't good news for him either. This was absolutely not a case of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The situation grew dire for all sides. Let's see who'll be the last one smiling. He stroked his chin and said, eyes were always observing this world. Not only the ones above but also those hidden in unknown regions. He put the rock away. It didn't matter how the rock got here. It was now an important record of history. He pondered for a while before taking out the treasure box taken from the Xiong. The leaking immortal light was weak yet all-penetrating. He gently touched the box and said, an irrefutable piece of evidence. Powerful masters and sects disappeared in the river of time. Nothing was left of them. Nonetheless, a few things were eternal and untouched by the withering of time. Whether this item was purposely left behind or fallen down by accident, its power was clear because it continued to exist. Chapter 3654. Li Qiye eventually formed a mudra and chanted, activating a powerful mantra in order to remove the seal on the box. This mighty seal had no chance of stopping Li Qiye's mantra. It gradually crumbled until a buzz could be heard. The runes and lights dispersed from sight. This allowed the immortal light from within to become brighter. Click. Li Qiye opened the box and looked at the item inside. Numerous resplendent rays oozed out afterward. Particles scattered downward, enough to engulf 8 decalaces. Strangely enough, the holy rays weren't blinding. They were rather gentle and comforting. They didn't prick Li Qiye either despite being quite powerful. Nothing in the world should be able to stop them. The offensive affinity here had nothing to do with their sharpness but rather, an unyielding momentum. The source of the rays turned out to be a horsetail whisk and its threads. As Li Qiye said previously, this wasn't a weapon, just an ordinary item for wiping dust or chasing mosquitoes. The handle was as white as snow, made from a single piece of white jade. Of course, this wasn't a regular piece of jade but rather, a wondrous treasure. It was exceedingly rare. Even Dao lords would have a difficult time finding one. Shaping it into a cauldron would be perfect for alchemy. However, it was chosen to be the hilt of this whisk out of its beautiful nature. It looked like melted snow, still flowing despite being solid. The flowing lines derived obscured profundities, enough to mesmerize any spectator. As for the threads, they were made from draconic empress threads. The world certainly had no idea of this name or what they were. Li Qiye was one exception. Though he has lived through eras and traveled across the realms, he only saw this thing 2 or 3 times. Without taking the materials into account, the only thing special about the whisk was its radiance. Nothing else was of note. People would think that the Xiong's ancestors wasted their time and effort to seal this whisk. Li Qiye continued staring at the whisk and began to ponder. The hand holding the handle should be that of an immortal, pure white or possessing the glow of the stars, or perhaps possessing the flow of time. All in all, a mortal had no chance of wielding this whisk. It seemed reserved for immortals and was only used as a decorative item. Only great beings were a match for this whisk. Of course, its actual master didn't think much of it. As for the world, they would naturally see it as a peerless weapon. Li Qiye immediately formulated the profile of its master after seeing the handle. Only 2 or 3 beings in existence were worthy of this whisk. It wasn't him nor was it the villainous heaven. Who else? Li Qiye didn't care about its power or materials, only what had transpired. An eternity is nothing more than the blink of an eye. He said, maybe it's just a long wait until the right moment. The master of the whisk, the villainous heaven, and Li Qie were the only ones understanding the significance of these hidden secrets. He then took a deep breath and slowly reached forward to grab the handle. Boom! A terrible flame swept through the myriad realms, more than enough to reduce invincible supremes to ashes. Top Grand Tao, peerless merit laws, untouchable treasures wouldn't be able to stop it. Everything was as brittle as dried branches. If this flame were to hit 8 decimalaces, all existences and landmasses would cease to exist. Though Li Qie was in a deep dimension, numerous dimensions nearby were instantly melted. If some gods or emperors were unfortunate to be traveling through these dimensions, they would fall as well. Li Qie disappeared in this split second, replaced by an indomitable will lasting for an eternity. One thought of his could turn into 3,000 worlds and all things within. This one thought represented everything. Its power stemmed from the indomitable Tao heart. The flame could certainly take down all defenses. However, only the indomitable Tao heart could survive under the harsh circumstances. The destructive flame eventually subsided and Li Qie returned once more with the whisk in his grasp. His hand was ordinary. It wasn't eternal and didn't have the flow of time, lacking special laws. It wasn't the hand of the high heaven either. Nonetheless, it belonged to Li Qie. This made it possible for it to grasp anything. It didn't look out of place holding the wondrous whisk. In fact, the two seemed to be a perfect match. The whisk could have been misunderstood as being created solely for him. Li Qie was another being capable of wielding this whisk. Regular cultivators would have been reduced to dust the moment they made contact with the handle. A hush fell over as both the handle and Li Qie seemingly ceased to exist. The newfound peace and void could calm all unrest hearts. Here, there was no beauty or ugliness, no light and darkness, no Tao laws or any specks of existence. This seemed to be the original source of all. Li Qie sat there, unsurprised. By this point, someone sat directly in front of him. There was only a faint figure and the gender couldn't be assessed. They were only inches away, yet the distance seemed like billions and billions of years. This seemed to be a past version of this figure gazing at the present-day Li Qie. Or, it might be a future Li Qie looking at the figure's present self. All in all, it was impossible to tell the temporal period of these two. They gazed at each other, aware of their own current powers and ace cards. Both didn't wish to attack carelessly because due to the current circumstances, they had no knowledge of their opponent's state and form. Perhaps this was the opponent's weakest state, but it might be their strongest as well. Perhaps these were their future selves meeting in this unique area. Of course, this wasn't a coincidental meeting. The two knew that this day would come. It was only a matter of time. They knew each other's story and tale, but as for their exact thoughts, this remained a mystery. Perhaps they themselves didn't know of their future selves' plans and thoughts. Chapter 3655. The stare-down happened in a dimension devoid of time and space. Thus, the process could be lasting as short as a blink or long enough until the withering of heaven and earth. The two had no idea of their current state. This could be the past or the future. They remained composed, not startled nor agitated in the slightest. This was their first meeting, or maybe it couldn't be counted as one because this wasn't their true form. Their thoughts have manifested, resulting in this bizarre phenomenon. The stillness made the atmosphere eerie. The world had no idea that just one meeting could change the direction of history. I have arrived. The other figure finally broke the silence after an unknown amount of time. This person's voice was dull like water, lacking emotional expression. Nonetheless, it had a natural feeling as if everything was perfectly fitted, completely in tune with other rhythmic affinities. The 3 words could be interpreted in different ways. Did the figure accept an invitation to see Li Qie? Or did the figure come specifically to see Li Qie? From the past, the present, or the future? Where from? Or perhaps this figure didn't arrive in this place but rather 8 decimalaces or the 9 worlds or an even older epoch. This form could also be an intent, an illusion, or a projection. Nonetheless, the figure has finally shown up, no longer hiding in the legends or the words of the overlords. I am waiting. Li Qie's voice also had no sign of emotional fluctuation. The two of them might be similar, just with different paths. One day, the paths would collide and a battle was inevitable. Maybe by waiting, he meant he was waiting for a battle. Only they themselves understood their intent. Words weren't necessary. They continued gazing at each other while speculating. It felt as if they were just two statues placed in front of each other. There was no emotion and sentiment. The two eventually dispersed, leaving not a single clue behind. The length of the meeting couldn't be calculated since time didn't exist. Li Qiye emerged again in the meditative pose. The treasure box was in front of him with the whisk placed on top. The entire thing felt like a dream or an illusion. Of course, this meant that the two would have shared this experience. Li Qiye stared silently at the whisk. His thoughts remained unknown. He eventually closed the box and released the seal before walking out of the room. "Are you okay, young master?" Yang Ling has been waiting outside. She heaved a sigh of relief after seeing him. He locked himself in the room ever since they got here. Several days have passed already, so Yang Ling thought something had happened to Li Qiye. She thought that he looked a little weird after obtaining the box. Definitely different from his normal demeanor. She speculated that it must have something to do with the item inside the box. That's why she guarded outside, just in case. "It's fine." Li Qiye stretched and smiled. "That's good to hear." Yang Ling gently patted her bosom, thinking that the young master has returned to his normal self. "Young master, we still haven't seen all of Wish Ward. Do you want to go?" She thought that he must be feeling stuffy after being in the room for so long. "You came out at the perfect time. I heard the Golden Spring is back again." "I see." Li Qiye chuckled. "You know about the Golden Spring? It's another old legend in this place." Yang Ling said. "A little bit. It would be harder to come up with something Li Qiye didn't know about. Many have gone already to test their luck. We have to get going too. This Golden Spring is more mysterious than Sacred Mountain, or so they say." She became excited. "Let's go then." Li Qiye naturally wanted to go see this Golden Spring. That's his purpose in coming here in the first place. "Yay!" She gestured excitedly before speaking. "Your luck has always been good, young master. Maybe you'll get an unmatched fortune there." Li Qiye smiled. Did he need to search for luck at the Golden Spring? Of course. There was no need to divulge this information to Yang Ling. People have crowded up at the location of the Golden Spring before the two got there. This is a legend of Wish Ward, even more mysterious than the Hug Mouse. One spectator said. The mouse can appear every generation, but the Golden Spring, only a few times throughout history. Another excitedly said. We're already extremely lucky to be experiencing this. One older expert became emotional. In fact, according to Wish Ward's record, the spring has only shown up 3 times so far. So what is this place? A youth had no idea. This was the case for many of his peers. This is most likely the greatest legend in Wish Ward. It's normally hidden here, but no one can find it. It has to show up on its own. An old man explained. It might be useless because we can only look, can't enter anyway. Another old cultivator shook his head. Don't be so sure. Rumor has it that the founder of Wish Ward had entered. Remember, winning the favor of the Hug Mouse is a lifetime of riches, but to be able to enter the Golden Spring? All of your future descendants will stay rich. The old man replied. Rich for generations? Really? The young ones were skeptical. Look at Wish Ward right now. It has been around for so long. The old man added. People agreed with this statement after a brief muse. The spring was elusive. Some said that it didn't actually exist. Others believed that it was always here in Wish Ward. It's just that people couldn't find it. The likeliest proof was the found of Wish Ward. According to the tale, this person was able to grab a key out of the spring. With that, the person was able to enter the spring. Later on, Wish Ward was founded. Chapter 3656. This time, the Golden Spring appeared in a public square. People were packed with sardines. They had different goals in coming here, either to test their luck or just to watch the fun. Only a little room was left by the entrance for more to enter. Of course, workers from Wish Ward were present in mass in order to maintain order. A while ago, the square was completely empty. Now, a spring could be seen. The spouting water wasn't too high. Nonetheless, people were interested right away due to the colors of the spring. Golden, cornelian, halcyon. People couldn't avert their gaze from the colorful spectacle. It was as if numerous treasures were hidden beneath. Too many pearls and jewels to count. That's why the water was dyed with various colors. The individual beads of water resembled rolling pearls. Deeper inside was an old room from an archaic era. The wooden door shut tightly, seemingly from inside. Nonetheless, it looked feeble enough to be broken with a little force. Who knows what was behind the door? Alas, it was definitely something incredible to be paired alongside the golden spring. So the spring does exist. One cultivator watched in awe. Just one touch might give us all the wealth in the world. The experts were salivating, wanting to give it a shot. Unfortunately, the workers of Wish Ward stopped them. What's the meaning of this? Does Wish Ward want to monopolize the spring? It doesn't belong to them. Someone became furious. This might be your territory, but it doesn't mean the spring belongs to you. Why are you stopping people from trying? Another shouted. A crowd clamored, unhappy with this treatment. Amitabha. Merciful Buddha. A dignified chant suddenly echoed. Everyone clearly heard it in their ears. This lasted for a long time and gave the impression of 1,000 Buddhas present in the crowd. A monk emerged and astonished the crowd. First, the holy chants alone made people know that a great monk was coming. Unfortunately, this person had nothing to do with the word great. He was overweight, and with each step, his fat would shake. He wasn't wearing a regular kasaya either, but a robe with all colors: red, yellow, violet, green. Though he looked anything but a monk, his bright smile immediately made everyone like him. In fact, he could slap someone on one side then again on the other side. Their anger would still subside after seeing his smile. That's Untethered Monk, the chief manager of Wish Ward. Those who knew him shouted. In fact, many big shots from the previous generations came forward to greet him. The monk smiled and greeted everyone. The atmosphere became jubilant right away. The unhappy crowd was infected with a joyous mood. He's a legend. One big shot said. Is he famous? A youth asked curiously. The big shot nodded. Extremely, most likely peerless in his generation. Really? How does he compare to the 4 grandmasters? The youth was skeptical. He is the senior brother of Wisdom Sacred Monk, the favorite disciple of Samantabhadra Elder. The big shot gave him the side eye. What? The juniors nearby couldn't believe it. One stammered. He's the Monk of Wisdom's senior brother? Yes. The big shot nodded to everyone's astonishment. The Monk of Wisdom was one of the 4 grandmasters. His cultivation was one thing, but most importantly, his Buddhist attainment has reached an incredible level. Even Buddha Supreme praised him for his achievements. Many thought that the student has surpassed the teacher, an indication of his wisdom. On the other hand, his senior brother looked so different. I thought Samantabhadra Elder's favorite disciple is the Monk of Wisdom? One youth asked directly. No, it's actually Untethered Monk. No one could beat him when it came to Tao arguments, not even the Monk of Wisdom. The big shot shook his head. What? The youths couldn't believe it. This fat monk actually bested the Monk of Wisdom regarding Buddhism? The Monk of Wisdom's talent was top-notch too. Not to mention ordinary people like us, the 4 grandmasters can't match Untethered Monk. Another older cultivator smiled and revealed. So this fat monk turned out to be superior to the 4 grandmasters in terms of Buddhism and cultivation talent? The young ones were stunned. How did he turn out like this? One youth asked. He has always been like this. The old cultivator smiled. This genius went out dining, whining, whoring and gambling. This line shook the youths even more. A monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple with boundless potential chose to be a young master? Just think about it. Top geniuses were usually transcending and flawless. Now, this monk seemed more vulgar than regular mortals. The flaws most mortals didn't have. He possessed them all. The old monks at Heavenly Dragon Temple must be exasperated with this genius. Rumor has it that his Buddhist title was given to him by his master. The latter hoped that he would eventually surpass Buddha Supreme, also known as Ruleless Monk. Others refuted this speculation. They thought that he himself chose his title because he wanted to follow the footsteps of Ruleless Monk. No one knew the actual answer. However, later on, he decided to leave Heavenly Dragon Temple and became a waiter in Wish Ward. Now, his role was the chief manager of Wish Ward in charge of its resources and finance. This was another interesting development. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon Temple didn't consider him a traitor either. They didn't banish him from their doctrine, seemingly giving him permission to do what he pleases. All of this culminated in a peculiar legend. Untethered monk. Chapter 3657. At this point, the crowd surrounding the square wanted to enter. Shoulders and heads were bumping everywhere. Monk, not letting us in can't be the right choice. The joyous mood has dissipated, so one crowd member shouted. No one else would dare to talk like this to a great master. For example, the 4 grandmasters. However, this wasn't the case for Untethered Monk. His cultivation might be unfathomable, but people didn't view him as a top master. He was known as a merchant who didn't put up an act, allowing leeway with disrespect. He would turn the other cheek after being slapped. He, Amitba, no one is stopping you from coming in. Everyone will have a turn, don't rush it. Untethered Monk placed his palms together. His Buddhist lines sounded holy and magnificent. Alas, people just couldn't take him seriously after seeing his appearance. When are you letting us in? One expert shouted. Okay, we're opening it now. The monk smiled and raised his hand. The members of Wish Ward prepared 4 separate entrances. However, there's a fee for touching the spring, 30 Yong coins. As for the wooden door, 50 Yong coins. The monk added. What, there's a fee? Some shouted. Of course. The monk nodded with a smile. Why is there a fee when the golden spring doesn't belong to you? One person said. Amitba. Benefactor. You're mistaken. The golden spring doesn't belong to us, but maintaining order is not easy, requiring both resources and manpower. Look, we're working hard under the harsh sun just so that everyone can have a good experience. Just think about it, without us, the place will be chaotic. People might be fighting already and many will lose their lives. Now, just 30 Yong coins will keep everyone safe. There's no reason to not do it. Is your life not worth 30 Yong coins? The monk elaborated. The crowd exchanged glances after hearing his response. Some actually agreed because the monk was right. This place would be a mess without Wish Ward taking control. Plus, their lives were naturally worth more than the fee. The price is too high. I think using Conqueror coins is more acceptable. One vagabond said with indignation. For the members of powerful sects, 30 Yong coins weren't much. Unfortunately, the poorer cultivators had a hard time accepting this fee. Some might not be able to pay. It's not high at all. The monk said, 30 Yong coins can't buy treasures and manual scrolls, but now, it can buy you a chance to soar to the sky, to become rich beyond imagination. There's no better deal than this in the world. As long as you're the faithful one, you'll become the overlord of this generation. The monk had a way with words. Even the poor cultivators became tempted. Really? Some remained skeptical. Absolutely. The monk placed his palms together and chanted, "O merciful Buddha, Buddhists do not lie. Our founder was poor all his life. A defeated man who couldn't afford rice on the table. However, during his old age, he came across the golden spring and took out a key. This key opened the wooden door, so he went inside, finding a supreme fortune. He then started Wish Ward, obtaining both longevity and strength. He ate whatever he wanted and lived for so long. People enjoyed hearing the tale of the founder." Is this true? Someone asked after the monk finished the story. Who knows? But I think the golden spring really played a part in the founding of Wish Ward. One old cultivator said softly. While some hesitated, the big shots have come forward and paid the fee. Monk, we're giving it a shot. One big shot took a group of juniors along. He tossed a coin pouch at the monk, looking quite ostentatious. All eyes were on this group now. The big shot and his juniors began searching for things in the spring. Alas, they couldn't find anything. What's happening? The spectators outside were awfully curious. It's deep beyond belief. The big shot used a special technique that could grasp the stars above. Alas, he reached down the spring and didn't find anything. Monk, can we use force? One junior asked while standing in front of the wooden house. He thought that this door could be forced open with a single kick. Sure. You only have one chance though, so make good use of it. Do your best. The monk smiled. Break. The junior lunged forward like a divine bull. His sprint issued loud explosions. Bam! Finally, he slammed into the wooden door but couldn't break it. In fact, It was completely untouched. Not a single hint of damage could be found. How? The junior couldn't believe it. Watch me. His friend took out a hatchet and began swinging. Boom! The same thing happened. No mark could be found on this seemingly feeble door. Several more juniors gave it a shot, but none knew how to force the door open. Open! Even the big shot wanted to give it a shot. He summoned an energy mass in the form of a true dragon. Its draconic aura pushed forward, capable of toppling oceans and mountains. The spectators took a deep breath after sensing this. Boom! The newcomers thought that he had a good chance of breaking the door. Unfortunately, this powerful blast didn't do a thing to the immovable door. The crowd exchanged glances, thinking that others didn't have a chance. Elder Sure, your Dragon Force technique is at perfect mastery. Untethered Monk praised. What an embarrassment. The big shot shook his head. This wooden door has been empowered by a peerless supreme. Using force is impossible. The only way is to find a key from the golden spring. You're completely right. The monk smiled. There are two methods. One being finding the key, two being the fateful one. Maybe there are some other methods that we don't know about as well. Our turn. An influential clan master from Metropolis and his members paid the fee and gave it a shot. These people had no problem paying the fees to test their luck. What if they could actually do it? They would become extremely rich after spending so little. We'll try 10 times each. The clan master was quite generous and bought his juniors 10 chances each. Amitba, I wish you the best of luck. The monks smiled brightly after taking their money. The clan spent a lot of effort on both the spring and the door. They employed various methods and techniques. In the end, they didn't find anything deep beyond imagination. The clan master concluded. Chapter 3658. The crowd eventually got their turn in checking the spring and the wooden door. This all resulted in failure, whether it be the common cultivators or famous lords and high elders. Their techniques and methods were of no use. Those who have tried knew that the golden spring was more than meets the eyes. It looked small but was actually bottomless. Their strongest ability, capable of extending their hand far enough to reach the stars, couldn't touch the bottom. It seemed that the spring was connected to the deepest inner core. As for the wooden door, people thought of it as nothing at the start. People have tried to use true flames or direct slashes with their weapons. Some tried a spatial leap. None of these methods worked. Thus they had no choice but to give up. How bizarre. One guy shook his head and said, "No one can get anything from this. Even if the spring had the most precious treasures and the wooden house had the greatest artifacts, it was all meaningless. They could only watch and sigh. That's why the workers aren't even trying. They just want to rake in money from the fee. This is impossible anyway. They're tricking us." One person murmured. Maybe the whole thing is a farce, they just want to make some money. Someone else spent enough money to try dozens of times and became angry. It's not like that. One expert disagreed. This is an ultimate technique available to the Supremes. Wish Ward might not be able to create something like this. Plus, someone capable of doing it doesn't care for tiny benefits. Others thought that he was right after seeing the phenomenon for themselves. A Supreme naturally wouldn't care about a few coins. Wish Ward clearly knows that no one can open the door, that's why they started this. People were still annoyed. After all, this was understandable after the repeated failure and not gaining anything from it. Amitba. Untethered Monk had good hearing and noticed the hushed complaints. He said, "Gentlemen, we can't be blamed for this. The rules are laid out. It is up to the participant whether they want to try or not. Plus, this is only a labor fee. Several hundred members are here to serve." Only a few among the crowd voiced their complaints. After all, most were rich enough to not care about the sum. Monk. So what kind of person can actually get something from this? A big shot couldn't help but ask. No one showed the same politeness and reverence to the monk as they would to another master. After all, he was a businessman and didn't mind needless formalities. However, he was definitely a figure of authority. He had more knowledge and insight than anyone else here. Even the big shots had to ask him for advice. Merciful Buddha, that's hard to say. The monk placed his palms together and said, "In order to find something from the golden spring or the wooden house, perhaps one needs to be a Tao Lord." Tao Lord? What's the point of saying this then? None of us can grab a damn thing. The crowd clamored. No, no. Remember what I said earlier. There's another type. The monk shook his head. What? Someone else became impatient. The fateful ones. The monk said. What constitutes one? Another asked. Who knows? Well, our founder was one. The monk laughed. The crowd thought about it and agreed. At the very least, some people have gotten a fortune from here before. In the end, most no longer wanted to try. They still stuck around in order to see if someone else could get the fortune. By the time Li Chia and Yang Ling got there, the majority had given it a shot. They squeezed through the crowd and Yang Ling became excited. She loudly said, "Look over there, young master. Whoever can get the key from the golden spring will gain generational wealth." Li Chia stared at the place with a smile on his face. He thought that though the world had changed, certain things still remained the same. You should drop this fantasy. Li Chia shook his head. Well, the founder of Wish Ward did it. Maybe it's my turn to be the chosen one. Yang Ling's enthusiasm didn't diminish. Of course, she was only fantasizing and knew that she had no chance. On the other hand, the young master might be able to do it. The founder, he's an old man, right? Li Chia smiled. Yes, I heard that the old man was poor his entire life. To be able to switch everything around at the last moment. How enviable. Yang Ling chuckled. Poor old man, huh? Li Chia smiled and didn't say anything. A few things continued to exist, albeit with a change in form and method. We meet again, brother. Someone came up to greet them, the Crown Prince of Vajra. He was different from others since despite being a crown prince, he never put up an act and normally wore simple clothes. Li Chia smiled as a greeting. On the other hand, Yang Ling bowed towards him. Your Highness. We're outside. No need for formality. The Crown Prince exempted her. Li Chia didn't say anything else and continued staring at the spring and the wooden house. The Crown Prince stood next to him and did the same. Your Highness, are you going to take a look? Yang Ling became curious. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Spare me, my cultivation is mediocre and I'm not the heaven's favorite. I'll only make a fool out of myself. Yang Ling didn't reply because she had heard of some rumors. The Crown Prince didn't have many supporters. In a sense, his title was empty because he might be replaced in the future. Thus, he kept a low profile, more so than anyone else. A princess! Someone shouted. The crowd became rowdy and youths ran over. A girl has arrived with many powerful followers. She wore a phoenix robe. Her features were exquisite and gorgeous while still maintaining a regal aura. Guys certainly became infatuated at first sight. The second princess of Vajra. Others recognized her. The most talented and beloved princess. People bowed while the young ones tried to curry favor. After all, everyone wanted to be the king's son-in-law. It's the second princess. What do you think? She's the king's favorite. Yang Ling elbowed Li Chia while having an amused expression. She knew that since Li Chia had that special saber, he could pick any princess from Vajra. Chapter 3659. Li Chia chuckled and didn't bother to look at the second princess. She received a warm welcome from the crowd, especially from the male cultivators. She had a companion, one of the 5 heroes of duality, Stallion Silverspear, Zhang Yunzi. He adorned full silver armor and had an impressive presence, looking like a crane among a flock of chickens. People's eyes were bright with admiration, thinking that this was a pair made in heaven. The man was gallant and imposing, the lady was gorgeous and regal, truly a dragon and phoenix. The two seemed to be quite close and knew each other's thoughts. Their relationship seemed special, looking like a lovely young couple. Your Highness, do you want to go in? Zhang Yunzi was elegant, the perfect image in many maidens' heart. I'll go with you. She glanced at the spring and the wooden house and revealed a gentle smile. There was an obvious intimacy between the two, so the crowd started gossiping. Are the two of them together? Someone speculated. I think so. I heard that the second princess was very close with him during her time at duality, more so than with any other students. A duality student answered his friend. This naturally invited jealousy, but they also thought that this was natural and understandable. The Zhang is a prestigious clan who has worked with dynasties before Vajra. Now they're still the leader in the court. One expert with deep knowledge of Vajra said, 8 out of 10 civil officials are most likely under the Zhang's banner. If Zhang Yunji were to marry the second princess, it'll consolidate their status more. This is the same for the royal clan. Many nodded, agreeing with this analysis. The second princess was well loved by the royal clan because she was the most gifted out of the princesses. Zhang Yunji was a good match for her. Humph, who knows if they will actually get married? A few fans expressed their bitterness. Brother, let me introduce you to my younger sister. Meanwhile, the crown prince smiled at Li Qia and had good intentions since Li Qia had the golden saber of Vajra. Sister, come over here. He then waved at the second princess. She was in the middle of a conversation with Zhang Yunji before noticing the crown prince. She begrudgingly came over. The crown prince of Vajra. Few recognized him in comparison. The third prince was far more popular. Brother, what is it? She came over and bowed. This is Brother Li from Myriad Beast Mountains. Get acquainted with him since he might need your help in the court later. The crown prince smiled. I understand, brother. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. She glanced at Li Qia, clearly knowing who he was beforehand. She then bowed to the prince. The crown prince frowned after seeing this. Sister, this attitude is unbecoming for a royal member. He didn't wish to scold his sister, but this attitude was unsuitable. Brother, I won't interfere with the friends you choose to make, but I don't want to get acquainted with some randoms. The princess had an expression of distaste. With that, she turned and left. His expression soured, but this wasn't the right time to become angry, so he dropped the issue. Our young master is no random. Yongling felt indignation and glared at the departing princess. On the other hand, Li Qia didn't seem to smile. Brother, my sister is uninhibited. Please forgive her. She has never given me any face. The crown prince tried to mediate. Humph, don't pick someone with that personality. Yongling murmured. No, I'm definitely picking her. Li Qia smirked. Her. Yongling became surprised. Brother? Do you mean that you like my sister? The crown prince felt the same way and didn't know what to say. I'm not allowed? Go tell her. Li Qia chuckled. My sister is prideful and arrogant. She'll be unhappy with this. The prince glanced at the princess and shook his head. Unhappy? Is it up to her? Li Qia nonchalantly said. What do you think this saber is? Your dynasty gave it to me only for wood chopping? The crown prince pondered. His father, the current king, wasn't qualified to have this saber. The only one was their strongest ancestor, the true ruler of Vajra. In reality, many knew that the current king was searching for immortality while abandoning his duty. Some criticized his ability. Nonetheless, Vajra remained strong because it had powerful existences behind it. This ancestor must have had a reason for giving the golden saber to Li Qia. It's up to me to decide, yes? Li Qia concluded. You're right, brother. The prince admitted. He had no idea why the ancestor gave this outsider the saber. Alas, the truth of the matter was that Li Qia was in possession of the blade. What if I use it to decapitate some royal members? Li Qia's smile grew wider. The prince felt suffocated and was rendered speechless. You can do that? Yongling said. This saber could definitely kill officials and regular citizens. But what about the royal members? Well, the crown prince stammered and didn't dare to directly answer the question. Well, this is the ancestral saber. The user represents the ancestor, so in theory, it's possible. The right to kill was there, but for the majority of the time, the ancestral saber was left in the court or bestowed to a royal member. An outsider possessing it was unprecedented, let alone using it to kill royal members. However, this didn't mean that it was impossible since the saber represented the highest ancestor. So whether she agrees or not is up to me. Li Qia added. How much do you think your ancestor cares about you bunch? The prince had no response again. There was no lack of princes and princesses in the dynasty. Moreover, if his father's branch proved to be incapable, the next successor could be someone else from the royal clan. The ancestors who have lived for generations didn't give a damn about them. Killing one or two wouldn't be a big deal. Vajra dynasty had countless descendants during its long history. How many were actually viewed highly by the ancestors? The one exception might be a brilliant prince or princess determined to be the successor. As for the rest, they meant nothing. Chapter 3660. The Crown Prince regained his composure and took a deep breath. He stared at Li Qie and asked, "Brother Li, do you really wish to marry my younger sister?" "Marry? No, I only want to give her a chance to be a maid specialized in washing my feet." Li Qie shook his head. "What?" Yongling blurted out before covering her mouth. She calmed down and said, "Fei feet washing maid? Young master, I don't think that's a good idea." She was truly startled because the second princess was pampered by the royal clan. Thus, Li Qie's idea was nothing short of ludicrous. No one would dare to think about this matter. It was suicidal. The princess might take it in stride but not the royal clan. This offense could result in a clan extermination. The crown prince became frozen. His young sister wasn't polite but Li Qie's idea was out of line. "Brother, you're going too far." The crown prince shook his head. In fact, a lack of anger showed his patience and character. "What do you think is a better choice between death and being a maid?" Li Qie smiled. The crown prince couldn't answer right away. He put on a forced smile and stammered, "Well, I simply want to know the line." Li Qie smirked. "How many people from the royal clan can I kill before they take it back?" His smirk grew wider after finishing. The crown prince was lost. He had no idea what Li Qie wanted. The ancestral saber represented authority. Anyone else would use it for a life of wealth and glory. This wasn't the case here. Li Qie seemed to be toying with it. It's impossible to understand this person. Now, the prince thought about the actual question. The ancestor had given Li Qie the saber for some unknown reason. What would it take for the ancestor to become unhappy and get the saber back? Would the death of some royal clan members be enough? If the ancestor didn't take the saber back fast enough, then the theoretical victims would die for nothing. The royal clan wouldn't try to avenge them due to the special circumstances. For example, the crown prince thought about himself. What if he was the first victim or maybe the second princess? Would the ancestor do anything about it? He had no idea where the line was drawn. Perhaps his father, the king? This saber was given to such a crazy person. Maybe this was part of the reason why the ancestor gave him the saber? "Who do you think I should cut first with this saber?" Li Qie stared at the dazed prince and tapped on his shoulder. The prince kept to himself but this didn't mean that he was a fool. In fact, being alive for this long was a sign of his intelligence. The comment had plenty of implications. Li Qie's first victims in the royal clan, whoever they might be, would change the current political landscape. I don't know what's on your mind, brother." The prince smiled wryly. "Call me young master." Li Qie said. "Deference is no substitute for obedience." The prince bowed. "I like smart people." Li Qie smiled and said, "Go, have a talk with your sister." "I will but I can't guarantee anything." The prince smiled wryly, accepting his fate. "That's fine, just send the message." Li Qie actually didn't care about this matter. This was only a whimsical decision to make things more interesting. However, this casual choice of his was going to decide the fate of many, even that of a dynasty. The prince had no choice but to walk towards the second princess. "Young master, do you really want the second princess as a feet-washing maid?" Yongling quietly asked. "Why not? I'm merciful enough to give her a chance to live." Li Qie said. "What do you mean?" Yongling asked for elaboration. "Look at this saber again. Is it only for wood chopping?" Li Qie smiled. Yongling was a simple and innocent girl, not interested in political intricacies. Alas, she was born in an official's family and still heard a few things. Her father told her that by this point, many powers and officials have chosen either the crown prince or the third prince. Now, why did the ancestor of Vajra give Li Qie the golden saber? And what if he started using it on the royal clan? The second princess has a better relationship with the third prince. Yongling thought about it then asked Li Qie, "If she refuses, will you kill her?" "Who knows? But my rule is, don't mess with me and I won't mess with them." Li Qie smirked. Yongling shook her head, not wanting to think more about this. She didn't understand nor care for the constant strife in the dynasty. By this point, the crown prince was next to the princess and began a quiet conversation. Of course, the prince tried to pick his words carefully, never directly stating Li Qie's intent about the whole maid thing. Unfortunately, his tactful choice didn't matter. A while later, The second princess glared sharply at Li Qie as if wanting to cut off pieces of his flesh. This was also the case for Zhang Yunji. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He didn't try to hide his bloodthirst in the slightest. The crown prince never said anything about wanting her to be his feet-washing maid. However, just his expressed interest in her alone was intolerable for the princess. This went double for Zhang Yunji. The two of them have nearly confirmed their lover status. Their marriage would be supported by both the royal clan and the Zhang as well. Thus, Li Qie clearly wanted to steal his woman. Just imagine the fire of anger rampaging in his mind right now. If it wasn't for the crown prince, he would have jumped out to kill the guy before the princess needed to do anything. The crown prince went back to Li Qie alone and smiled wryly. He waved his hand and said, "My sister is still young and unrestrained." Li Qie smiled and continued to stare at the golden spring. "Are you interested in this spring?" The crown prince was glad to change the subject. Li Qie nodded. "Young master, you should test your luck. Maybe you'll find eternal wealth." Yongling urged him. "After all, you were the chosen one with the hammer." Little did she know that someone else had very good hearings. Untethered monk. He walked over at Li Qie with a grin on his face. He placed his palms together and asked, "Amitba, benefactor, do you want to try? Perhaps you'll be the chosen one." This attracted the attention of the crowd. "Our young master is blessed by fate," Yongling said with pride, having total confidence in Li Qie. Chapter 3661. The spectators had a mix of those who knew and didn't know Li Qie. "He's the one," one student from Duality Academy muttered. "Who knows, maybe he's really blessed by fortune. Remember, he's the only one who lifted that hammer in Myriad Cauldron when others failed. Teacher Du believed in him too." Another student hesitated for a bit before commenting. "Just because he's lucky at Myriad Cauldron doesn't mean that the same thing will repeat here." One more friend didn't agree. "It's not like he'll get all the good luck or it'll be too illogical." "Don't be so sure." The second student shook his head. "Strange things happen on a daily basis. Maybe this year is a special year. He's extremely devilish back at the mountain range, so he might be special." "I am indeed the chosen one." Li Qie smiled at the monk. Everyone thought that Li Qie would be humble for at least a few sentences, not outright admitting his superiority. "This brat doesn't have an ounce of humility in him. Way too confident." One listener said. "Overly boasting can backfire. He'll throw his face away soon." Another stared at Li Qie with disdain. "At least we'll have a fun show to watch. We're not the ones looking like fools." Another happily gloated. "A frog wanting to eat swan meat." A voice filled with scorn sounded. "Take a look in the mirror first before bragging in this place." The speaker turned out to be the second princess of Vajra. The crowd was surprised because how did the golden jewel of Vajra know a woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountains? Plus, princesses always had poise and composure. Now, this was clearly an attack on Li Qie. Her expression showed blatant disdain for him, as if wanting to tell him to stop daydreaming. Everyone became curious about the feud between these two. "Indeed, it's rare to see an ugly frog like you," Li Qie casually said. "You." The princess turned red. Her chest heaved up and down from anger. She was furious after listening to the crown prince regarding Li Qie's proposal. In her eyes, he was a nobody wanting to climb up her branch, hence the frog and swan comment. In fact, she was infuriated with the crown prince too, but refrained from exploding at him. He didn't even say the part about the feet-washing maid. Otherwise, the princess might have gone crazy and started attacking Li Qie. "Li, you deserve a slap for this disrespect dash." Zhang Yunji stood up for the princess and shouted, "Pop." However, he couldn't finish the sentence before being slapped and seeing stars. Li Qie was the one who did it. Yunji simply didn't expect the guy to take the initiative. The crowd couldn't believe it. Li Qie had offended the second princess and slapped Zhang Yunji. This was akin to offending all of Vajra. The crown prince smiled wryly but didn't get involved. He wasn't an idiot. The second princess was closer to the third prince. Moreover, the Zhang also leaned towards the third prince. Now, Li Qie had the ancestral saber that could be used against the members of the royal clan. It was better for the crown prince to watch this development in silence. Rebellious fool. This is a crime worthy of clan extermination. The princess' eyes became murderous. This wasn't an empty threat either. Vajra was strong enough to carry out this punishment against virtually everyone. Want to exterminate my clan? We'll see if you can live long enough to do so. Lichia narrowed his eyes. Li, how dare you? Yunji was livid. It was one thing for Lichia to always go against him. But now, offending the princess and slapping him in public? A famous genius like him couldn't swallow this indignation. I will kill you now. Yunji summoned his silver spear and pointed it straight at Lichia. Brat, come accept your death. Now we have a show. One spectator became excited while moving to the side. Of course, some thought that Lichia was being too arrogant. Does the brat not want to stay at the holy ground? Offending the Zhang is one thing but the court too. He has no place to go. Lichia chuckled at the challenge, not caring at all. Amitba. Untethered monk stopped Yunji from attacking. He smiled and said, Benefactors, this is a place meant for business, not fighting. If you wish to try your luck, you're more than welcome to. But wanting to fight? Wish Ward will kick you out. Though he spoke with a friendly smile, no one would question the ward's ability. Just the monk alone deterred all troublemakers. Yunji turned red, stuck in a predicament. He had already made his threat but couldn't actually carry it out. No rush, all lands belong to the king, he has no place to hide. We'll take his dog life later. The princess told him before glaring at Lichia. It became abundantly clear that she wouldn't forgive him for his transgression today. Some stared at Lichia with pity. They thought that he was awfully unwise for offending Vajra. He might be able to survive today but not tomorrow. Yunji put away his spear after hearing the princess. He snorted at Lichia. I'll kill you later. Lichia ignored the two. Benefactors, don't be angry now. Untethered monk smiled. Come, spend a few coins for the chance to earn unimaginable wealth. Didn't you say that you were the chosen one? The princess said with contempt, Since you're so confident, then go see if you can get anything from the golden spring. Broaden our horizon now. O fateful one. Easy enough. Lichia lazily said. His attitude only increased her hatred for him. She replied, Ridiculous, so many important characters and geniuses have failed. What makes you think you can do it? Not convinced? Then do you want to make a bet? Lichia smirked at her. I don't think you have the guts. She said sternly. Sure I do, I'm in the mood to bet. Lichia smiled. Then how about this? If you can't get anything out of the golden spring, I'll chop off your head. Yes or no? The princess declared. Chapter 3662. Yes, of course. Only cowards would refuse. A member of the crowd shouted before Lichia could answer. Right. Men do not retreat. A few were more than happy to gloat at others' misery. And if I were to succeed? What's your end of the bargain? Lichia chuckled while staring at the princess. Wait until you can get something from the golden spring first. Stop dreaming you have no chance. The princess snorted. Merciful Buddha. The monk seemed amused by this development as he said, There is always a winner and a loser in a bet. I'll play the role of a judge here. Princess, what will you do if you were to lose? The monk assumed the mantle of an officiator without being asked. Of course, no one would dare to say anything because he was the most qualified here. The princess turned red after hearing this, but she had no jurisdiction over this great cultivator. The influence of the court had nothing on him. If you can get a treasure from the golden spring and open the wooden door, I'll marry you. You'll become a prince-in-law. The red princess glared at Lichia. What? Many found this astonishing, especially the younger cultivators. Even Zhang Yunji became anxious. He said, Princess, absolutely not, you're invaluable. I know what I'm doing. She responded as she glared at Lichia. So yes or no? If you don't dare to bet, then get the hell out of Buddha holy ground. Who wouldn't take such a good offer? One youth's eyes brightened. Right. Two good things in one, success will really make him soar. Another youth salivated. Obtaining a treasure from the spring and opening the door would make Lichia immeasurably wealthy. To marry a princess too? He would reach the peak of life from one event. Remember, losing means that his head will meet the ground. A clear-headed youth uttered coldly. I'm afraid you're too naive, frog. You're barely qualified to be a feet-washing maid due to your intelligence. Li Jie smiled and shook his head. What? The crowd became slack-jawed again. They assumed that Li Jie would want to be a prince-in-law in order to gain power in Vajra. Now, he said that she was barely qualified to be a feet-washing maid? Who does this arrogant brat think he is? He's courting death. Her fans complained with indignation. Only the Crown Prince and Yongling weren't surprised by this comment. The Crown Prince had an awkward smile on his face. You! The princess was livid, wanting to cut Li Jie to pieces. Li, keep this up and I'll cut your tongue off. Zhang Yunji glared murderously at him. Li Jie seemed relaxed while ignoring the threat. Ba. Benefactors. Is this bet a thing? If not, I'll have to get back to my own business. The monk placed his palms together and asked. The princess gritted her teeth and made a decision. Wretched aunt, so be it. If you win, you can take my life. It became apparent that the princess wanted this to go till death. One of them must die. No, don't do this. Zhang Yunji tried to stop her. Do you think that this aunt can beat me? The furious princess glared at him as well. Of course not. Yunji responded. It's just that someone of your noble status shouldn't stoop low to compete against this nobody. Having said that, he stepped forward and said, Li, you're betting with me. Your wretched life isn't worth the princess' time. His action appeased the princess and earned a favorable impression. Who are you? Li Jie slowly picked his ear before asking. Yunji trembled with rage after being shown such disdain. Whatever, the two of you can try together. I actually don't care for your life since it's not worth that many coins. Let's make it interesting. If I lose, chop my head off. If you two lose, run around naked. How about it? Li Jie smiled and told them. What? The second princess glowered at him. No one thought that Li Jie would propose something like this either. Isn't this too much? One person asked. What's too much about it? Li Jie is betting his own life. They only need to strip, that's not a big loss. His friend disagreed. Of course, everyone had a different perspective. Some found stripping naked in public to be humiliating and disgraceful. Something worse than death. The princess certainly felt this way, so she stood there, frozen. Ah, can't do it? Then run back from whence you came. Li Jie waved his hand. Be smarter later and tuck your tail between your legs. All eyes were on the princess. Everyone could see that Zhang Yunji wasn't a factor here, only the princess. Do it. Accept the bet. A few couldn't help suggesting, albeit in a hushed tone. This was a rare opportunity for many cultivators here. They would have been shouting if they weren't afraid of Vajra. Fine, I accept. Your dog head is mine. The princess made up her mind. I'll join the princess in this bet as well. Yunji also stated his stance. In actuality, he was completely confident in victory. This was only a way to further win the princess' heart. Their relationship would take a step forward. It's a smart move. One old cultivator nodded and said, it's a sure win bet. True, Li Jie was dumb for accepting this. Another said, there won't be a miracle here. Another wanted to see the princess naked, but reasons told them that it was impossible. Everyone has failed so far, whether it be the ancestors or geniuses. No one got anything from the spring, let alone opening the wooden door. Li Jie couldn't be the exception. We'll see about this. Li Jie's luck is insane. He's the only one who lifted the hammer off the anvil. A student from Duality said. A miracle doesn't happen twice. His peer disagreed. If miracles happen all the time, they won't be called miracles. Young master, should you do this? I don't think it's the right choice. The crown prince became worried because when analyzed from all angles, Li Jie would be the loser. In other words, he didn't wish to see Li Jie die here. Li Jie answered with a smile. The young master got this. Yongling raised her fist and cheered for Li Jie. Others thought that she was an idiot for picking Li Jie. Alas, she didn't need to explain her trust in him to anyone. Nothing was impossible for him. Chapter 3663. Let's get started then. You two go first so that it'll be fairer. I won't look like a bully in this case. Li Jie smiled and told the two. The unhappy couple scowled but still agreed. They went forward closer to untethered monk. The latter placed his palms together and grinned. Merciful Buddha, feel free to give it a shot. One person is 80, two is 160. Do you want to come one at a time or? The monk couldn't finish before Zhang Yunji tossed a spatial pouch at him. The rest is a tip. Ba. Thank you. Generous benefactor. I hope you will be victorious. The monk happily caught the pouch and wished the best for the two. The interesting monk was absolutely on the same level as the four grandmasters. After all, one of them was his junior brother. Moreover, he was considered superior in terms of Buddhist attainment and talent as well. Normally, masters of this level would be shown nothing but reverence by regular people. In reality, Zhang Yunji wouldn't have dared to do this to any senior of his. Plus, big shots wouldn't think much of the small sum either. It was akin to adding salt to an ocean. That's why this interaction was unique and could only be seen with untethered monk. People easily forgot his status and power. They didn't care that he was a top cultivator and the person in charge of Wish Ward. They considered him as a businessman and a bad monk. This was what set him apart from other masters. Zhang Yunji and the second princess entered the square. They knew that many have failed before them but still held onto a sliver of hope. They thought that there was still a chance for success. The spectators knew that this actually didn't matter. Only Li Qiye's attempt carried significance for the bet. Nonetheless, they still watched with full attention. The two of them reached into the spring and found that people were right. This spring was bottomless. They exchanged glances and decided to utilize their techniques. Their hands stretched long enough to reach for the stars but still not enough to reach the bottom. Thus, they didn't grab anything. They had no choice but to give up, exasperated. See no exception. One spectator saw their hands being empty and said, their failure was expected because they weren't the most talented nor the most powerful among the crowd. The two of them went to the wooden house and stared at the door. It seemed weak enough to be sent flying with one kick. A master has previously declared that this door was blessed by a supreme existence. That's why its resilience wasn't surprising. The two were aware of this but still wanted to try. Zhang Yunji summoned and gripped his silver spear tightly. It had a draconic style with rotating Dao runes. The blade came out of the dragon's mouth with an extremely sharp tip. This was obviously an extremely powerful weapon, also quite renowned as being from the Zhang. Clank! His armor released a silver radiance. Rah! The dragon on the spear seemingly came back to life. The blade tip had a terrifying glint. Activate! The princess formed a mudra. Screech! With a phoenix screech, she became engulfed in a true Dao fire with images of phoenix totems. Break! Yunji roared and instantly took action, thrusting his spear forward. In this split second, the princess empowered him with her true Dao fire. He resembled a furious fiery dragon, brimming with domineering energy. The attack became a combination between a silver dragon and a fiery phoenix. Their teamwork is impeccable. Just a casual attack is still quite effective. An old cultivator praised the two. The young ones became envious. This meant that the two of them had a deep emotional bond. Boom! The strike struck the feeble door. After the silver light and the fire dispersed, the door still remained standing, completely untouched. Not enough. No one was surprised at this result. The two had no choice but to leave the square. Your turn. Yunji coldly uttered at Li Qiye. Cherish your last moment while your head is still attached. The princess glared at him as if she was looking at a dead man. Since they have personally experienced the process, they became certain that Li Qiye had no chance. Thus, victory was theirs. Cutting off his head was the only thing that could appease her anger. Sure. Li Qiye stretched his hand and smiled. Young master, you're too careless. The crown prince shook his head. He didn't want Li Qiye to die but there was nothing he could do to stop the bet. Ba. Benefactor. 180. The monk raised his hand, asking for the payment. I don't have to pay. Li Qiye smiled. No. Tell me a reason. The monk didn't expect this. Because I'm handsome. Li Qiye responded. This answer naturally prompted the crowd to erupt with waves of laughter. Handsome? Him. What a joke. He has not an ounce of self-awareness. One young cultivator laughed. A pretty female cultivator pretended to barf. Self-awareness is a virtue. There's a limit to narcissism. If he's handsome, then everyone else are immortals. Their strong reaction was warranted. Li Qia's common appearance had nothing to do with the word handsome. Insanity. Take a look at yourself in a puddle of piss. The princess couldn't help but say some foul words due to her hatred for him. However, Untethered Monk took another look at Li Qia, this time with increased sincerity. He then placed his palms together and sighed. Benefactor, you possess an immortal physique shrouded in wondrous radiance and freed from a single imperfection while brimming with grand Tao affinity. I feel ashamed of my inferiority while standing in your presence. The word handsome fails to adequately describe your flawless appearance. Please come in. The first part was elegantly put and befitting that of a wise monk. However, the entire thing was mere flattery. Everyone became flabbergasted. Why would this monk go so far in praising Li Qia's appearance? I don't find Untethered Monk's shamelessness surprising. He'll praise anyone for a few coins. An older cultivator said, but there's nothing in it for him, in fact, he's losing money. What the hell is wrong with the monk today? Chapter 3664. Untethered Monk was definitely a money-grubbing businessman. When paid, he could flatter someone with a deluge of praises. Otherwise, he would still put on a bright smile. However, to get him to lose money? That's more unbearable to him than flaying off his flesh. That's why the crowd was stunned, because this monk was losing money on top of praising Li Qia for his looks repeatedly. Those who have dealt with the monk before couldn't believe it, thinking that they had misheard. Did he drink the wrong medicine today? An old cultivator murmured. He would argue over one coin with a monk of wisdom. The sky is about to be turned upside down today. Not just the monk of wisdom, even his master couldn't get anything from him when visiting Wish Ward. A different expert smiled wryly. The old monk must be getting old. How is this Li Qia handsome? That means I'm pretty much an immortal. Another said. I'm the most handsome in history then. One more added. It was one thing for someone like Stallion Silverspear to be flattered in this manner. Alas, Li Qia's normal appearance stood at the opposite end of the spectrum, so the monk's flattery became ridiculous. Gotta be the case of liking someone similar, right? One expert speculated. Otherwise, they didn't understand why the monk acted so strange. As speculation ran rampant, Li Qia was already standing at the Golden Spring. He became sentimental as various emotions popped up. This was another thing that has survived the ages. All eyes were on him. The majority didn't think that he would perform a miracle or anything. The brat's dead. One youth snorted. This is the consequence of opposing the princess. He thought too highly of himself. One older expert said, no one else got anything, so why is he an exception? He chose a bet with no chance of victory, so reckless and suicidal. They thought that he had no advantage to speak of compared to those who have tried previously. I hope he can do it. It's the only chance for us to see the princess naked. Another youth murmured. This was a wretched and despicable thought, albeit quite true. The youths here had a crush on the princess, but they knew only top prodigies like Stallion Silverspear had a chance. Thus, Li Qia's victory became a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You're right. His peers started fantasizing and supported Li Qia. What are you waiting for? Zhang Yunji snorted since Li Qia was just standing there. You can't delay this forever. Today is your last. He could already see Li Qia's head touching the ground, hence his beaming smile. This brought him untold pleasure. Hurry up. Delaying this is useless. I won't spare you anyway. The princess coldly uttered, stating her murderous intent. What's the rush? Think about it. You'll be embarrassed soon enough since everyone will see you naked. I don't think you can handle it. Li Qia stretched and lazily said. Your words alone are worthy of death. The princes turned red and shouted. Just wait. I'll let you suffer a terrible death. I will flay you slowly for 3 days and 3 nights. Your agonizing moans will be music to my ear. You will wish for death at that point. Zhang Yunji gritted his teeth, wanting to start the torture already. Fine. Fine. Save the fierce comments, I'm starting. Li Qia smiled and reached into the water while the crowd held their breath. Some became nervous. Others overwhelmed with anticipation. More were ready to gloat at his failure and inevitable misery. Yang Ling, on the other hand, clenched her fists tightly. Sure, She was completely confident in Li Qie. Alas, once the moment came, she still became awfully tense. Splash! Li Qie finally pulled his hand up before the curious gazes. Clank! He spread his palm and revealed a glow with a pleasant ringing. They saw that he was holding an old piece of jade with numerous cracks, seemingly from falling on the ground previously. Nonetheless, it still issued a majestic and gentle luster. Time came to a halt. No one uttered a single word in the square. Mouths were wide open in disbelief. Most of them have tried and they didn't get even a speck of sand from the bottom of the spring. That's why Li Qie's jade piece shocked them all. Truly a miraculous feat, yes. I knew young master could do it. Yang Ling broke the silence with her excitement. She then heaved a sigh of relief, feeling quite proud because of Li Qie. Wow, the crown prince had cold sweat all over. The son of miracles, it's true. There has to be a reason why the ancestor gave him the saber. He thought that Li Qie was superior or special in some way. That's the only justification, since the ancestor absolutely wouldn't give the saber to a random person. In the present day, very few people recognize the saber since it was rarely given out. This was especially true for the young princes and princesses. What if his third brother didn't know about it? Ba. Untethered monk actually stopped laughing and put on a solemn expression. The guy always had a smile regardless of the situation. This meant that something big had happened. How can this be? One spectator calmed down and shouted. Some even roughly rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were only seeing things. I'm at a loss for words. We're seeing a miracle right now. One person sighed. Chapter 3665. Impossible. Zhang Yunji bellowed after seeing the jade piece in Li Qie's hand. He had no choice but to accept the grim reality of the situation. The son of miracles did it again. First is the hammer from Myriad Cauldron, now a piece of jade from the Golden Spring. He does what no one else can. He's clearly the heaven's favorite. One student from Duality said. Right, no one else can be so lucky. The other students agreed. It seemed as if the heaven had been paying attention to Li Qie, always instilling fortune upon him. Miracles were nothing. Just another meal to him. There has to be a problem here. He must have cheated. The second princess loudly shouted. So many people stronger and more talented than him have tried yet they got nothing. How could a nobody like him get something from the Golden Spring? She had lost her cool and bearing due to fear. The crowd stared at her. Sure, they were astounded by Li Qie's feat just now. However, the majority didn't go crazy like her in trying to refute this fact. It was impossible for him to trick everyone. They didn't notice him doing anything special. This could only be attributed to fate and luck. Ba, there's no problem here. Untethered monk announced. His comment decisively ended this cheating accusation. No one here could compare to him in terms of prestige and cultivation. The princess trembled with rage after hearing this. She was stuck in a precarious situation and fear started rearing its ugly head. Open the wooden door. Let's see what's inside. One spectator shouted at Li Qie. Yeah, do it. One expert wished that he could be Li Qie right now. Maybe there's a great treasury in there. He salivated after saying this. According to the legends, opening the door meant gaining eternal wealth. The only thing separating Li Qie and this was one wooden door. All the spectators became excited with the exception of a few. Though the treasury wasn't theirs, it was amazing just being able to take a look. Li Qie was the only one who could broaden their horizon. Sure. Li Qie smiled and stretched lazily before walking towards the wooden door. The spectators fully focused on every action of his. Though the house wasn't far away, the distance felt like 1,000 miles to the crowd. Will he be able to open it? One spectator couldn't help but ask. Should be. Another said with uncertainty. After all, he already got a piece of jade from the spring. He must be the fateful one. Most believed that he would be able to do it after the successful attempt with the spring. Not necessarily. One cultivator remained skeptical. Remember, the founder of Wish Ward found a key to open the doors while he got a piece of jade. I think the possibility is relatively low. He's already shown his immense fortune as the heaven's favorite. If he were to open the door, I'm just going to assume that he's the heaven's actual son. Someone else smiled wryly. Others also paid attention to the princess and Zhang Yunji. The wooden door became the crucial moment of the bet. Of course, this group wanted Li Qie to win so that they could see the princess naked. Fast, open the wooden door, victory is yours, a few young ones muttered to themselves. Meanwhile, the duo was extremely nervous and prayed for Li Qie's failure. Don't open, don't open. They wanted the opposite miracle to happen, for the door to stop Li Qie. He finally made it in front of the door and smiled. He was too familiar with it. It wasn't hard for him to open it at all. Open it! Another spectator shouted. Yes, do it. The crowd clamored, too eager to see the content. Zhang Yunji and the princess felt their palms drenched with sweat. The wooden door is sealed by a supreme. You absolutely can't open it. Just give up and we can renegotiate the terms. The tense princess spoke in order to muster some courage. Plus, she wanted him to give up on his own accord. Losing meant doing something unthinkable for a woman of her status. As the crowd urged him to hurry up, he suddenly wanted to do something else and smirked. He turned around and stared at them. Do you know why no one can open this wooden door? Why? The crowd became silent until someone asked. Because you don't know the right method. Li Qie said. What do you mean? What's the right method? Another wondered. A while ago, they would have scorned him for saying something like this, accusing him of posturing. Now they actually believed him. Watch carefully and remember, I'm about to start. Li Qie chuckled before putting on a serious expression. He then turned around to face the door. The stirred crowd watched him with bated breath, not wanting to miss a single detail. Li Qie smirked after winning their attention, seemingly quite amused. He's about to do it. Chapter 3666. The wooden door blocked Li Qie's path while he was the center of attention. He opened his mouth and started barking. Woof, woof, woof. The spectators became frozen chicken due to overly focusing and hearing something ridiculous. Sure enough, Li Qie was barking, and several dozen times at that. What a joke. People thought that he was teasing them. Creak. However, the wooden door actually slowly opened. This turned everyone into statues with their jaw nearly dropping on the ground. They became empty-headed since words weren't sufficient to describe their current feeling. The barks actually worked. Li Qie wasn't just messing with them. A while back, people have employed numerous methods. One used his strongest merit law. Another relied on a mysterious treasure. Now, it seemed that they should have just barked. Some big shots witnessed this entire thing. They had plenty of experience and saw many wondrous and strange things. This was still unprecedented. It was dark inside the wooden house, but there were dancing wisps of light, seemingly tempting spectators. Due to a lack of visibility, they had no idea what treasures were emitting the lights. Many eventually regained their wits and exchanged glances. The events today have been illogical and unbelievable. Did anyone try barking before? A guy asked his friend nearby. The group smiled wryly. It seemed that people did everything but bark like a dog. If anyone had suggested barking to open a sealed door, they would have been laughed out of the square and branded as a madman. Now, the whole thing seemed rather reasonable after Li Qie's success. I would have barked if I knew this. One person said with regrets. It's so damn simple, I'm so stupid. The entire crowd shared this sentiment. They wouldn't have minded barking several hundred times in order to open the wooden door. Young master, you're the best. I knew you could do it. Yang Ling jumped from excitement. I have nothing to say. The crown prince shook his head. It seemed that he had needlessly worried since Li Qie had everything under control. He thought that he lacked knowledge and vision, unable to see the depth of Li Qie's abilities. Thus, he was inferior to Yang Ling in this regard. Meanwhile, the second princess and Zhang Yunji became ashen. Not in their dream would they expect something like this. The bet should have been a sure win. Li Qie's head should have met the ground. After all, what made this woodchopper different from the rest? This could only be explained as a miracle, that the god of fate had bestowed immense fortune upon Li Qie. The impossible became possible. A sure win has turned into a nightmare for them. How can this be? The second princess had not a single clue regardless of how much she racked her brains. Go in, check the treasures in there. One spectator told Li Qie while looking at the flashing lights. He would have rushed in if it wasn't for the workers from Wish Ward surrounding the square. Yes, there must be some special treasures in there. Another had saliva dripping out of his mouth. Yang Ling herself couldn't wait and felt happy for Li Qie since he was about to be rich. Unfortunately, Li Qie shrugged and smiled. Not interested, I don't want to be rich. He turned and left, then the door behind him creaked and shut tightly once more. What? This shocked people even more than the barks earlier. Is he crazy? They stared at Li Qie as if he was a fool or a madman. A great treasury awaited him in that wooden house. He had the chance to obtain unbelievable wealth, yet he didn't even bother coming in to take a look. Others have done everything in order to open that door. They wanted to become legends themselves, but their attempts were futile. Li Qie, the heaven's favorite and the sole victor, actually refused his prize. Fuck, give it to me if you don't want it. A big shot started cursing. You're wasting a gift from heaven, an eternal fortune. Does he not know the significance of the things inside? People wished they could be him to make a different choice. A true prodigal son, to say no to everlasting wealth. Others felt a strange pain. Li Qie walked out with a smile on his face, ignoring the comments. That's the young master for you. The shocked Yang Ling regained her composure. Only the young master was decisive enough to make this choice. Others weren't at this level. Unbelievable. The crown prince stared at Li Qie for a long time before concluding. Amitabha. Untethered monk placed his palms together and closed his eyes. This was within expectation. He knew more than anyone else here but didn't wish to divulge this information. Asshole, someone mumbled, wanting to kick Li Qie. Why didn't you just give it to us? Another gritted his teeth. They were ready to fight to the death for this treasury, but this guy just turned away from it. What a waste of an opportunity. He could have just given it to them if he didn't want it. Alas, no one did anything outside of cursing Li Qie. Chapter 3667. Everyone found it hard to stay calm because Li Qie had delivered several shocking blows in a short time. First was the jade piece from the spring. Then the opening of the wooden door. Lastly, he went as far as abandoning the treasury inside. Others criticized his wasteful choice while still being astounded. After all, how many could have made the same choice? What about the princess? They eventually calmed down and looked over at the princess. However, the princess and Zhang Yunji were nowhere to be found. Over there. A sharp-eyed spectator noticed the two trying to secretly sneak away. They didn't utter a sound and retreated in a meticulous manner. Unfortunately, someone still spotted them. Go! The two no longer cared about being spotted and leaped to the sky in order to fly away. They want to run. A cultivator shouted. The rest of the crowd realized that these two were going to play dirty. This will ruin their clan's prestige and reputation. An expert from the last generation shook his head. Of course, the two didn't give a damn about that. Stripping naked in front of the crowd was humiliating and worse than death. Thus, they chose to run away. In their opinion, they just needed to fly at their fastest speed and Li Qie wouldn't be able to catch them. Amitabha. Untethered monk started speaking. Benefactors, a bet is a bet, you must not renege. It is time to carry out your end of the bargain. The two naturally didn't listen. If they actually wanted to strip, they wouldn't be sneaking away right now. Looks like you're not showing me, the arbitrator, any respect. The monk wasn't angry but his voice was still imposing. He spread his palm and reached for the duo. Boom! The two fell to the ground. They mustered all of their strength in order to fly again. Alas, this was futile. They looked like doves struggling to fly. Excuse me then. The monk pressed his palm down. Boom! The duo's clothes were torn off and evaporated. Ah! They immediately became naked. Stealthing techniques weren't effective either. The two of them naturally shouted in horror. They started running again with everything they got to get the hell out of this place. The crowd saw a naked man and woman sprinting out of the square. Some people became elated. One guy whistled and shouted, I can see everything clearly. Me too. Another youth's eyes brightened. Commenters started voicing their opinion while the princess and Yunji wanted nothing more than to jump into a pit to hide from everyone. Li, I will never forgive you. The princess gnashed her teeth in anger. Her voice was filled with hate and viciousness. Everyone could tell that when given the opportunity, she would cut Li Qie to pieces. Li Qie heard her and simply shrugged. "Young master, you are something else." The crown prince came forward and praised. This result truly broadened his horizon. He thought that Li Qie was dead for sure, but a miracle occurred instead. Now, he realized that the ancestor must have seen something in Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and told Yang Ling, "Let's go back." He started walking away with Yang Ling right behind him. "I want to try the spring again. 10 chances." Numerous cultivators became impatient and waved their money at the monk. 20 for me, no, 30. I want 50 chances. People poured towards the entrance, wanting to be the first instead of lagging behind. A while ago, they viewed this as a waste of money. Li Qie's success changed everything. It was possible to find items in the spring. Most importantly, Li Qie didn't take the treasury in the wooden house. Everyone still coveted the things inside. Amitabha, no rush, no rush. Benefactors. Everyone will have a chance. The monk was elated to see the pile of chaos stones and coins in front of him. He sold more than 10 times the ticket as before. The square became filled with cultivators once more. Some worked on the spring while others focused on the door. Woof, woof, woof. The strangest thing occurred. People started barking repeatedly, whether it be the old masters or young geniuses. Even the girls were barking. An unknown passerby would think that the square had hundreds of dogs inside. Alas, copying Li Qie didn't work. Their throat became sore before anything happened to the wooden door. Why isn't it opening? They simply didn't understand. The door opened for Li Qie when he barked. Yet, they have done so thousands of times so far to no avail. "You did it wrong," one senior told his young disciple. Li Qie's barks had a peculiar rhythm. "I remember it very well, he went like this, woof, woof, woof dash, that's not completely right. I remember that his hands were touching his stomach and I clearly felt a power ripple. He must have channeled Tao power from his dantian to his voice. A sonic attack against the door." Another senior started touching his stomach with both hands. Still incorrect. One more senior said, "I saw his location clearly, 1 meter and half an inch away from the door. He must have paid particular attention to this spot, perhaps it is the seal location." Discussions popped up in just a short time. People disagreed on how to bark, the rhythm and volume, the action and stance, the strength utilized. All in all, the barks became varied and continuous. This lasted several days and newcomers thought that Wishward had become a city of dogs. As for untethered monk, his coffer was filled with money by this point. Moreover, Li Qie became the best advertisement. People from the 4 oceans heard about it and came running. They wanted to be the next fateful person to obtain everlasting wealth. Sadly, none found success regardless of their effort and method. The monk stuck around the square with a smile on his face and kept on chanting, "Amitabha, merciful Buddha." He naturally didn't believe this barking nonsense. He knew that it was just bullshit. Li Qie was able to open the door because he understood the innate profundities. It had nothing to do with the barks. Nonetheless, he wouldn't tell the truth because he was profiting from this nonsense. In fact, he vigorously propagated the story of Li Qie's barks. Chapter 3668. Yang Ling couldn't come up with an explanation for Li Qie's refusal. She had to ask, "Young master, why didn't you enter the wooden house for that famous treasury?" Given the chance, others would ask the same question. Li Qie walked away without taking one step inside and looking at the treasury. That's why they branded him as a prodigal son or a madman. "Why should I enter?" Li Qie smiled. "Because of that wondrous treasury. Your future generations will benefit too." Yang Ling replied. Li Qie only smiled in response. "Wait, so there's no treasury in there?" She found his smile quite strange, as if he knew something. "It depends on your definition of a treasury." Li Qie smiled. "Everyone has a different definition. Of course, you're not wrong to call it one capable of granting everlasting wealth." "So it's actually there." She became surprised. "Yes, according to your definition." Li Qie nodded. Yang Ling was shaken. Now, this confirmed the existence of one, which made Li Qie's decision even more impressive. "You already knew that was one in there?" she asked. Li Qie answered with a smile again. It's not enough to warrant your attention, young master? Yongling pondered for a bit before quietly asking. She didn't harbor the same criticisms others did regarding Li Qia's refusal. She simply thought that he just didn't care for the treasury. It wasn't enough to enter his eyes. This was a bolder speculation. Thus, his definition of a treasury must be insane. Don't think too much about it. It's only a bait. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. A bait. Yongling didn't understand. Why is that everlasting treasury a bait? Li Qia didn't answer once more, so she stopped asking about it. What about the jade piece? Is there any special use for it? She switched to another topic and stared at him with her bright eyes. Li Qia forwent the treasury but brought the jade piece with him. Perhaps this was his goal in the first place, so she became curious. I'll let you take a look, but you won't get it. Li Qia smiled and tossed the jade piece towards her. She caught it and became excited while meticulously perusing. It looked ancient and had numerous thin cracks, looking like Dao arrays. She was worried that it might break if she held it a bit too tight. What is it? She didn't see anything special about it. A coordinate. Li Qia answered. For what? She still didn't understand. He smiled and took back the jade. Let's go back. Yongling stopped speaking. She found that Li Qia clearly came to Wish Ward for a reason. After returning to his courtyard, he entered his room and sealed the area before taking the jade out. He took his time looking at it instead of starting, seemingly falling into remembrance. Eventually, he chanted and released light from his palm. The jade resonated and also issued light strands. This was a spatial opening process. Crack! The jade suddenly crumbled into dust from a powerful force. Li Qia blew the specks off his hand. As he said previously, the jade served as a coordinate point. Others had no chance of finding it. Spatial radiance flashed in the next second with the force of a tsunami. It pulled Li Qia inside, leaving an empty room behind. He appeared again in a boundless space. Even the strongest master would be lost forever without understanding the coordinate system here. He performed several spatial leaps through the dimensions to eventually reach the destination. A great peak that has experienced countless sunrises and sunsets. Everything stayed the same regardless of the great calamities. This place only existed in the myths. The knowledgeable ones even thought that it didn't exist. Creak. A stone entrance opened and Li Qia entered with a smile. What awaited him was a treasury with too many treasures to count. Invincible weapons, supreme merit laws, eternal arts, worldly essences and immortal artifacts, wondrous materials and resources. If any of them were to show up in the world, it would start a bloody competition. That's why the treasury in the wooden house was only a bait. It was completely inconsequential compared to this one. Yes, the latter was one of Li Qia's secret treasuries. Alas, he didn't pay much attention to the items here. He sauntered around and enjoyed the process, not needing to look at each one for a long time. Each item and place had a special spot in his memories, so he only needed to feel with his heart, not with his eyes. Finally, he reached the end and saw a wooden frame containing top merit laws and manuals. Just learning one of them could make someone invincible in their generation. Alas, his eyes were fixated on an iron box instead. He stared at it for a while before taking it away. To the back of the treasury was a courtyard with a master chair. Green vines covered the area along with pleasant winds. It was a great place to read some books and enjoy the serenity. He sat down in silence, not opening the box right away. It was left behind by Jian Wenxin. He hasn't opened it before and left it behind in this treasury before leaving the 9 worlds. Her title was Ocean's Wisdom. She understood the Dark Crow the best out of anyone and left behind this box for him. He never opened it since certain things shouldn't be done and shouldn't exist. Alas, times have changed. He gently caressed the box before letting out a soft sigh, then opened the box. At the top was a sealed letter reserved for those capable of opening it. He took it out and saw 4 floating characters. Read and remember me. His hands holding the letter trembled. Just the words alone tugged his heart. He immediately recalled the girl who understood him so well. Yes, back in that generation, there was another girl as well. Far more stubborn in comparison. Hong Tian. Hong Tian, true to her name, left without hesitation. As for Jian Wenxin, she picked her own path and remained in the 9 worlds. After reading these characters, he could see her face, her smile, and even her voice. 1. Hong, Eastern bean goose. Great. Large. Tian, day. Sky. Heaven. Chapter 3669. The reading experience encompassed deep warmth and consideration, the same way it used to be in the past. Jian Wenxin simply understood the dark crow too well. Though the letter mentioned Hong Tian, it was still warm like sun rays brimming with optimism. They managed to reach all the nooks and crevices in the heart. All previous feuds have disappeared like smoke. In history, the dark crow had no lack of friends and followers. Nonetheless, Jian Wenxin stood out among the rest. It was impossible to forget about her. Mist built up in Li Qia's eyes while reading the letter. He sighed and actually felt rejuvenated. He folded up the letter and murmured, "People always have attachments. To let go is also a type of happiness." He looked up in the sky and shook his head. He couldn't do so because he was the dark crow and Li Qia. Moving forward was his only path, not stopping. Some in history have asked him this question. Who would be able to keep him from moving on? He didn't answer because he knew that he would never stop. Jian Wenxin also asked him this before. In reality, she already knew the answer given her intelligence but still wanted to hear the words from his mouth. Nonetheless, she still supported him regardless of the future. Alas, she chose to stay behind in the end. Li Qia also respected her choice. After all, everyone had the right to follow their heart. "I pray that you'll always be in good health for the eternal journey." Li Qia murmured and became emotional. Perhaps this was the best result. Back in their generation, the two of them naturally had ways to prolong her life. Alas, she chose to let her lifespan run out. The line above was the last thing she said during their last meeting. Millions of years have passed and he was still walking on this endless road. He met many people and saw different things. Alas, he remained alone. His shadow extended in a lonely manner. The iron box didn't only have a letter. It had another item with a great origin. Very few could recognize it. As the dark crow, Li Qia had knowledge of it since he had participated in the event but didn't get it. Hong Tian. He touched the item and said, "Silly girl, the path is arduous with so much time left, no need to rush it." He sighed with disappointment afterward. Empress Hong Tian was his pride, the most brilliant female emperor. However, he was more proud of her hell-bent determination than her power. Unfortunately, this stubbornness was also the reason why they went their separate way. It became a mess towards the end but he never hated her. Plus, it's been so long that all negative sentiments are gone. As someone who saw her grow up, he hoped for her to go further instead of being hindered by this issue. "Will she still hate me when we meet again?" He smiled wryly while touching the item. The truth was that he noticed her clear markings in history. Her intent was obvious but he chose not to go. It was better not to meet until the time was right. Perhaps everything will end then. "Silly girl. I hope you're still doing fine," he commented before sitting there in silence. Today, Wish Ward became lively again because the hug mouse has been spotted. The mouse really appeared? People remained skeptical. Absolutely, someone saw it with their own eyes. One cultivator said, "Who knows if it's that mouse? It might be something else." Another questioned, "No, it's the real thing. I think the national teacher of Vajra is here in person for the mouse." Unfortunately, he couldn't find its location. A cultivator with a good information network revealed. Another student from Duality saw its shadow but it was just too fast. One youth said with regrets, "Duality again." People from other powers became annoyed. It was a student from Duality last time. Is it gonna be them this generation too? So unreasonable, stealing all the opportunities. Someone from Divine Ghost Division complained. It's not their fault. A senior shook his head. The mouse is sentient and smart, it is actively making a choice. So we just need to catch it. A youth thought about numerous methods to catch the mouse. Easier said than done. A knowledgeable expert disagreed. First, no one knows where it will appear and when. Its speed is comparable to a Tao Lord too. Don't think about keeping up. So how the hell does anyone see it? A junior asked. He has been walking around Wish Ward without seeing any clue. It's just luck. It's still better than sitting in a room. One might see it in a corner somewhere. His senior answered. Everyone was going crazy to look for this mouse. If Wish Ward wasn't powerful, they would have excavated the entire market. Nonetheless, some still tried to dig up the existing holes in secret. Let's not waste time speaking. We gotta keep looking. The appearance of the mouse actually hindered business at the ward. People stopped going to the Golden Spring and focused on this new event instead. After all, Li Qie was the only one who found anything. Sirs, please give it a shot. Maybe you'll be the next. Untethered Monk became nervous and tried to stop the guests from leaving. He looked like a madam in a brothel. Alas, this was rather futile since only a few actually lingered around. Boss, should we stop here and look for the mouse instead? One worker asked after seeing the empty square. Stop fantasizing. The monk answered. You think just anyone can meet the mouse? It's a special animal. Those capable of seeing it are exceptional with boundless potential. As for the common men? Forget about it. We just want to join the fun. The worker replied. What fun? No, we're going to start a new business. The monk said. An auction? Isn't that the responsibility of the second manager? The worker said. First, go look for some old temples with mouse holes. We'll sell information on the potential locations of the mouse and force them to pay an entry fee. The monk smiled. Ah. Boss, aren't we scamming people then? The worker hesitated. What scam? How do you know the mouse won't appear there? The monk replied. The worker actually agreed with this. No one knew the location of the mouse anyway. They weren't exactly lying. Chapter 3670. Young master, you're out. Yang Ling hurried to greet Li Qie after he left the room. She looked rather enthusiastic. You're in a good mood. What's the event this time? He stared at her with a smile. You know already? She didn't expect him to know before she said anything. He answered with a mysterious smile. Let me tell you, the hug mouse appeared. She waved her hands in excitement because after hearing this news, the first person to pop up on her mind was him. Oh. He remained nonchalant. Are you not excited? She found his lack of reaction puzzling. Should I be? Because you're definitely the fateful one, the hug mouse will bring you a great gift. No one else but you can win its favor. She responded, thinking that it was a matter of course for Li Qie to obtain all the fortunes tied to fate in this world. She has grown used to seeing miracles around him, from myriad beasts to duality and now, Wish Ward. In her opinion, this miraculous man was the heaven's favorite. Everything was his from the start. Is that so? He was amused by her blind confidence in him. Of course, fewer than few were able to lift the hammer on the peak. And then how many got a treasure out of the Golden Spring? Young master, you did all of this, so no one but you will win the favor of the mouse. She proudly declared. Forget it, it's fine to not get involved in this. He shook his head. Why not? Everyone is searching for it right now. She became surprised. To earn the attention of this mouse was an honor and an immense opportunity. Not interested. He smiled and elaborated. That little thing will give some decent stuff, but they don't mean much to me. Yang Ling was okay with this response after thinking it through. After all, this was someone who refused the great treasury in the wooden house. The hug mouse was also a great opportunity, just not enough to interest him. Okay, forget it then. She lowered her head dispiritedly. You really want to take a look? He asked. I heard this mouse is very mysterious and I haven't seen it before. It would be nice to see what it looks like. She replied. That's not difficult. Since you want it so bad, I'm sure you'll have your wish granted. Let's go. He smiled. Really? We can really see the mouse? Dejection turned into excitement right away. Yes. He nodded. Then let me go get ready, we can leave right away. She jumped from excitement, trusting Li Qie. Anyone else would find meeting the mouse prohibitively difficult. It had to do with fate and one's own abilities. On the other hand, Li Qie made it sound as if the mouse was nothing more than his pet, that he could see it whenever. Nonetheless, Yang Ling had zero doubts. No need to leave, this place is fine. He shook his head. We're not leaving? It'll come to visit our place here? She stood there in a daze. Why not? He smiled. Really? She found this astonishing. It's here right now? She started looking around, focusing on a corner first, then shifted her gaze towards the chair. "Calm your imagination down," he said. "It's not here obviously, but we can bring it here." "What do we have to do for it to come?" she asked, feeling quite lost. "Ready some corn kernels, white mast flowers, black olive beans, ardent goat fur." He listed a dozen strange things. Of course, they weren't expensive and could be found anywhere. She wrote them down on a list and told a servant to go buy them. It didn't take too long due to the relative availability and cheap cost. He then fried them with a strange technique never seen by her previously. Finally, a plate filled with various grains and crops was presented. The only similar characteristic was a golden color. She swallowed her saliva after just looking at the plate, not even considering the alluring aroma. Her stomach started making sounds. "That looks delicious." She wanted to grab a handful for a bite. "It's not for you, unfortunately. You won't be able to handle the added vigor. It'll turn you red like a cooked shrimp." He smiled. She looked embarrassed after hearing this, turning slightly red. He placed the plate on the table and pulled her closer. "Okay, watch carefully, the show is about to begin." She watched with bated breath, feeling quite nervous before the mouse even got there. She clenched her sweaty fists tightly. The plate's tantalizing aroma was irresistible, but she had no choice other than restraining herself. Nothing was happening for a long time, so she started losing her patience. Right at that moment, something flashed on the table. "The mouse!" she blurted out before covering her mouth. Strangely enough, the mouse that came out of nowhere didn't hear her. This was the famed creature, looking like a squirrel with a long and fluffy tail, also far more pleasant to look at. Its fur was golden from top to bottom with the exception of its eyes and whiskers. Each strand seemed to be made from delicate strings of gold. The tail, in particular, made others want to come and hug it. Its eyes were a dark blue, looking quite profound and insightful. The whiskers next to its mouth were gray, seemingly a sign of its archaic age. "It's really the hug mouse," she thought to herself. Though she has never seen it before, she was certain that this creature in front of her was the famous hug mouse. The mouse looked cautiously around after landing on the table, ready to escape at the first sight of trouble. Yang Ling's heart was hanging on a thread, afraid of being spotted. For some reason, the mouse looked around and didn't see them. She realized that it must be due to Li Qia. The mouse then focused on the plate while saliva dripped down its lips. It couldn't help taking a deep breath to inhale the aroma. It still hesitated, afraid that this might be a trap. Unfortunately, it couldn't resist the temptation in the end. Chapter 3671. The mouse couldn't help lunging forward and opened its mouth for a bite. Goji. The grains were crunchy as the mouse filled its entire mouth above the limit. Its creaks puffed out like two balls. Yang Ling could tell that the dish was incredible. Her stomach made sounds repeatedly, so she glanced over at Li Qia, embarrassed. Poof! Suddenly, flames engulfed the mouse. It even came out whenever it opened its mouth. The thing looked like a tiny fire dragon at this moment. It turned red from the heat. These flames seemed hell-bent on reducing it to ashes. It squeaked from the unpleasantness and took out a jade bottle from its chest. Who knows what type of water was in there, but it started drinking. The flames subsided as a result. The temperature became bearable now, so it resumed eating from the plate, filling its mouth once more. Crunchy sounds made its gluttonous nature apparent. This caused the flames to go out of control. This time around, it had a golden color. Mystical runes also appeared on its fur. The hair loosened and became fluffier. It looked like a cute ball of fur. However, this cute thing was being assaulted by a terrible power. The runes could crush anyone in the blink of an eye. Nonetheless, it seemed to be enjoying the burning process. These golden flames felt like a warm bath. Yang Ling took a deep breath, realizing why Li Qia didn't let her eat the grains. The consequence wouldn't have been pretty. The mouse eventually finished everything on the plate, not leaving a single grain behind. Yang Ling became jealous because she didn't get to taste it at all. It patted its round belly and belched with satisfaction. It had a hard time moving about but didn't seem to mind. Perhaps this was one of the happiest moments in life, to be filled with delicious food. Li Qia finally smiled and raised his hand, showing himself before the mouse again. How was it good? He smirked at the satisfied mouse. The mouse became startled. It exercised prudence earlier and saw that no one was around. However, this man appeared completely undetected. It stared at Li Qia while being vigilant. Keep in mind that this mouse was a rare spirit beast. Though it was small, its spirit core far exceeded other top chaos primal beasts. This spirit core was there at birth, something extremely special. After taking a good look at him, it only had one thought on its mind: to run away as far as possible. Normally, people had a hard time seeing the mouse. This didn't mean that it was afraid of people looking for it. It simply didn't like humans. In reality, human cultivators should be the ones afraid of its power. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance. Once angered, it could take down mighty heavenly sovereigns. Alas, this creature was terrified of Li Qia. Its spirit core allowed it to sense how dangerous he was. The actual level of danger was still unknown. The mouse has traveled to unreachable places and saw plenty of experts. Thus, it had a good gauge on others' abilities. This wasn't the case here. It knew that this seemingly harmless man was a terrifying overlord right away. Want to leave? Li Qia had a friendly expression and spoke with a soft tone. The mouse couldn't move its legs at all. It wanted to run, but intuition told it to be obedient. Let me take a look. He reached forward. A spirit beast with a special core like the mouse was peerless. It didn't like being touched. It bared its fangs at him and issued a growl. Flames and runes erupted again. Just one wave could flatten the entire region. He ignored this eruption of power and reached closer. In the end, the fierce mouse under its empowered state didn't dare to scratch Li Qia. It lowered its stance and recalled its flames and runes, begrudgingly letting him touch it like a domesticated cat. What else could it do? One wrong move and it could become a meal. Some regions enjoyed eating mice. It didn't want to be subjected to this fate. You got the foundation of your tribe. Li Qia stroked it and smiled. The truth is that your branch has a brighter future without intelligence and human form. The mouse stared at him, seemingly confused. Yongling also wanted to touch the mouse. It's so cute. So this is a hug mouse. She never thought such an opportunity would present itself before. This was a legendary mouse acting docile in front of Li Qia. May I touch you? She got the urge and reached forward. The mouse growled in response, causing her to pull back her hand in fear. It stared at her in an arrogant manner after the successful intimidation. After all, it didn't dare to do anything to Li Qia, but on the other hand, it had no reason to give face to this little girl. Yongling was still amazed to be in its presence. She asked, I heard those in your good graces will soar. How? The mouse raised its chin as if telling her that not just anyone can have this privilege. Do you have a treasury? She thought that it was cuter when acting haughty. The mouse posed as if the answer was, obviously, expressing that it had more than just one treasury. Since the girl wants to see, broaden her horizon. Li Qia smiled and gently tapped the mouse. The mouse would have refused Yongling, but refusing Li Qia was unwise. It jumped off the table and after a loud pop, it drilled into the ground and created a hole. This was different from a regular burrow. The hole seemed to be a spatial entrance. It went back up to look out the hole and squeaked at Li Qia before jumping back down. Let's go. Li Qia smiled and jumped towards the hole. He instantly disappeared in the next moment. Chapter 3672. Yongling jumped into the hole, as excited as can be. Once her feet touched the ground, she only saw a blinding radiance making it hard to keep her eyes open. She struggled. Her eyes narrowed before getting a good look at the surroundings. This appeared to be a public square, but in reality, it was just a massive treasury causing her to gasp. The roof was high enough to look like the sky, containing countless treasures, artifacts, and materials. She felt tiny in comparison. These items emitted the entire color spectrum. Some weapons had frightening auras or bone-chilling glints. This was her first time seeing so many treasures in one place. It exceeded her imagination, or rather, she had never dared to imagine something of this scale before. Her eyes were wide open while looking at the mountains of chaos stones and coins. They looked like pyramids. Yin Yang coins, myriad form coins, heavenly sovereign coins. She gradually became dizzy since all levels of money were seen in mass quantity. She felt as if she was in an ocean with coins as far as the eye can see. This was akin to a mortal finding himself in a room with gold bricks piling on top of each other. Enough to drive someone crazy. Their appearance was one thing, but they also emitted a chaos aura. She felt as if she was in the center of the universe. Having this much money meant being a crownless king. She eventually swallowed her saliva and asked the mouse, "They're all yours?" The hug mouse glanced at the mountains once, not thinking that it was a big deal. Lichia didn't bother looking and smiled. "Let's go. The coins are nice, but there are better things ahead." He started walking forward. Better things. She gulped again but couldn't take another step, still preoccupied with the money. This reaction was rather understandable. She eventually followed the group into the material section. Divine metals and treasure ores were stored here, either scattered on the ground or stored in trunks and chests. Her eyes had trouble taking them all into account. One metal had a crimson color from top to bottom on top of being ablaze. Loud sizzles could be heard coming from it. One would think that it could burn down the entire treasury. Another large crystal ore had the appearance of a rock candy. It brimmed brilliantly, making people want to start a bite. No one would do so since it exuded a terrifying cold affinity. The ground around it had a layer of frost. There was one particular root with a raging tornado around it. The root floated and spun in the air as a result. That earth flame steel is worth 50,000 per kilogram. She recognized many of the materials and became amazed. Whoa, that eyesore stone is so big. This is the first time I've seen one this size. Back in Wish Ward, a fist-sized one sold for 3,000. How much will this thing sell for? She had seen some of them before, but only in small quantities. Nonetheless, they still fetched for a crazy price. The ones found here were unreasonably large, the same with their value. There were some materials that she had never seen or heard of before, unable to assess their worth. Why are you surprised? Lichia shook his head and pointed at a root. This is the valuable item here. You can have more earth flame steel and eyesore stone and they still aren't worth as much as that thing. What is it? Yang Ling stared at the root surrounded by a tornado. Wind prop celestial wood. Lichia said, "This treasury is not bad, still has a few decent stuff." This is just not bad? I think several countries combined can't have this amount of wealth. Yang Ling disagreed. Lichia only smiled in response. The mouse didn't say anything either. Its lips slightly perched. Yang Ling felt as if this disdain wasn't aimed towards her question, but rather, it didn't think highly of this treasury either. The group eventually made out of the material section and saw a statue ahead. This place could be considered as the center of the treasury. Lichia glanced at the statue and smiled. A good spot right in the center. An ordinary person can't do this. Definitely the work of a Tao Lord. Yang Ling didn't understand since she didn't notice anything peculiar about the statue at first. However, the more she stared at the statue, the more familiar it seemed. I know who he is. He's the founding king. Something flashed in her mind and she blurted out. Yes, the patriarch of Vajra. Lichia smiled in agreement. So I'm right, she became stunned. It has been millions of years since the founding date of Vajra. However, as a noble, she saw numerous portraits of this man, hence her ability to recognize the statue. It's not left behind by a regular person due to how special the spot is, right at the center. Lichia added. This crafty method was carried out by Vajra Tao Lord to help out the dynasty. Vajra Tao Lord created this statue? Yang Ling said. Vajra Tao Lord has never stated his relation to Vajra. This dynasty used to be known as Archaic Sunday. It later announced that Vajra Tao Lord was a prince of the dynasty. Future generations even went further and considered him as an important ancestor, changing their name to Vajra Dynasty. So where is this place? Yang Ling thought of something. You tell me. Lichia smirked. It can't be. This is the treasury of Vajra? Yang Ling expressed her bold speculation. You're right. This is the national treasury of Vajra. Lichia chuckled. The national treasury, Yang Ling stammered, not expecting this to be her current location. This treasury was one of the highly guarded locations in the dynasty. It had plenty of seals and defensive measures. Not to mention an outsider, even the royal members of the clan needed permission from the ancestors to enter. There were stringent rules for entry as well. Chapter 3673. Yang Ling found it hard to regain her composure after finding out that they were located in Vajra's national treasury. Her clan has been officials in the court for generations. If her intrusion was known, her clan might face extermination. Scared, Li Qie smiled after seeing her appearance. It's a crime worthy of full extermination. My dad will break my legs. She smiled wryly. The hug mouse twitched its mouth, clearly showing contempt for Vajra dynasty. To soar is to face the various risks accompanied with it. If you only want peace and safety, forget about cultivation. Just go back to the farm and plant some seeds. Li Qie said. Thank you for your teaching, young master. Yang Ling calmed down and accepted his guidance. Her fate along with her clan would be doomed just by the fact that she was here. It didn't matter if she were to grab any item or not. On the other hand, this was also an opportunity. She and the clan would be able to soar if she took advantage of this. She thought about another problem. This wasn't the mouse's treasury. It meant that the mouse didn't give the chosen ones anything. It actually took them to other treasuries by bypassing the seals and defensive measures. What about the dean back then? She eventually asked. The last one chosen was a student from Duality or their current dean, five-colored sacred sovereign. He never told outsiders about this matter. People only knew that a student from Duality got this fortune. Was it just like this? She stared at the mouse. The mouse proudly raised its chin at her. The answer became obvious. She smiled wryly in response, understanding what Li Qie meant back then. No wonder why the dean kept it a secret. Telling the truth meant facing backlash from the owners of the treasuries. This was especially true for Vajra since they were in charge of the land. Take a look and take wherever you want. Li Qie smiled. She nodded in agreement. At the start, she was as excited as can be, not only because of the treasures but because her curiosity was being sated. Now, she became nervous after finding out the truth. Just one wrong move could result in losing everything and dragging her clan down with her. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't mind at all and strolled through the treasury. They arrived at the weapons storage. Those at the lower level couldn't be seen at all. The starting point was the Grand Dao level. They varied in shape and form. One saber had a chilling glint. Another sword had a five-colored radiance. One pagoda had waves emanating from it. Yang Ling became dizzy while looking at the treasures. A few of them had an unbearable divinity. This made it hard for her to walk. They stopped in front of a massive painting depicting magnificent sceneries. An endless mountain range and a river looking like a dragon. Trees blotted out the sky and various wondrous animals could be seen roaming about. A majestic power assaulted the spectators, akin to being hit by the momentum of all the places and things depicted. The mountain range resembled a suppressive pagoda. The river issued draconic roars. The beasts also howled in an intimidating fashion. The mythical archaic sun world diagram. This was once the strongest defining treasure of archaic Sunday. As the dynasty grew stronger, they obtained greater treasures and it stopped being the symbol. Yang Ling was shocked. Before archaic sun became Vajra, it wasn't that strong. This painting was left behind by a top heavenly sovereign in that generation. It helped archaic sun weather many storms, allowing them to eventually establish a strong foundation. Yang Ling heard stories about it from the seniors in her clan before. Today, she got the chance to see it in person. The coloring is okay. Li Qie quickly assessed. She was at a loss for words. If people from the court were to hear this assessment regarding their once-defining treasure, what would be their reaction? Some princes might go crazy. After all, this used to be their pride for a long time. They only became stronger later on, especially after the appearance of Vajra Dao Lord. They obtained better and stronger weapons later and the diagram stopped showing up. Clank, clank, clank. The trio moved on. They didn't get far before hearing loud bells. The sounds came from a gigantic golden bell usually seen in ancient temples. It was made from precious and heavy bronze metal. The outer wall of the mouth was engraved with beast Dao bones. It still made sound without anyone beating on it. The sounds could reach the mind of listeners, a testament to its power. This is Devourer Bell, one of the strongest weapons during the era of the Eight Saints. It appeared in the crusade to the south, Completely unstoppable. Yang Ling stated the history of the bell. She didn't expect to find it here. Monkeys are kings when there are no tigers around. Li Qie chuckled and wasn't interested. Young master, the era of the 8 saints is the strongest period of Buddha holy ground, with 2 from Vajra. The holy ground wanted to conquer the south. The 8 saints and 9 venerables joined the expedition and were unstoppable. This bell was quite famous then, able to slay several famed heavenly sovereigns from the south. Yang Ling elaborated. They just didn't find the right opponents yet. Later on, they pissed their pants in fear anyway. Li Qie smiled. You've heard about this war? Yang Ling became surprised. Li Qie chuckled in response. I heard the wild South 8 kingdoms managed to invite an ancient empress. Yang Ling knew this history quite well. The world changed color due to her appearance. Realms started floating up and down around her. No one in the holy ground could stop her. The 8 saints and 9 venerables joined forces and still lost. The great army was utterly defeated. She paused for a moment and murmured, "What kind of existence is this ancient empress?" "Just an old woman," Li Qie replied. "But people say that she's very pretty, not old at all." Yang Ling hurriedly replied. Li Qie naturally knew who she was. The same with the so-called worldly immortal. Yang Ling was right. The ambitious holy ground wished to conquer the south in the past. They would have won if it wasn't for the ancient empress. 1. It was east in the older chapters. South makes more sense. I'll change it to south if the next mention is south too. Chapter 3674. The trio took a while before finally going through the entire treasury. They might be the only outsiders who have accomplished this feat. The place had enough treasures to keep Yang Ling impressed at the start. As they moved on, she gradually grew numb after seeing enough treasures. A sense of normality took over. Only a few things could startle her afterward. Li Qie didn't share the same sentiment. This treasury was large, but he only stared at them in passing with a smile. His goal was to broaden her horizon. Only a few things here were barely qualified to enter his sight. "Do you like any of them? Take whatever you want," he casually asked. "Take whatever I want?" She stared at the treasures in a daze. Anyone else would be ecstatic after hearing this since it meant immense wealth and a bright future. "No. So you only came to take a look?" he replied. She found that this was right. The crime was serious if Vajra were to find out. However, she was already here and had to bring some treasures back. Leaving empty-handed was not an option. It became a question of which treasure. She looked around and didn't know what to pick due to the sheer quantity. She was naturally excited before entering the treasury. Now, all of them were up for grab and she had no idea what she wanted. "Which one should I pick?" she asked, bewildered. "If you don't mind grabbing too many, just take all of them." He chuckled. All of them? I don't think that's a good idea," she trembled after hearing this. Vajra might go crazy and search the entire holy ground in order to find the thief. If they were to catch wind of her being the culprit, her clan would suffer their unmitigated wrath. "Vajra will exterminate my clan." She smiled wryly, not daring to take the entire thing. "We'll see about that." He chuckled in response. "Let's not do it." She thought carefully and chose against it. Li Qie's suggestion was truly tempting. This treasury was enough to benefit the future generations, not just herself. If her clan could use the resource appropriately, they could become a separate country. No need to stay as a tributary of Vajra. But on the other hand, the risks were serious since Vajra could go wild. She had no choice but to give up. "Just pick a few things then." He didn't interfere with her decision. This brought them back to the starting point, not knowing which treasure to pick. "Young master, what should I pick?" She eventually asked for guidance. "Depends on what you want. If you wish to be safe, then pick materials and chaos stones. These things are untraceable on top of being easy to use with effective results." He answered. "That makes sense." She agreed with this suggestion. Top weapons were naturally tempting for cultivators. They would usually be the first choice, but in this case, she wouldn't be able to use them since Vajra would find out right away. This wasn't the case for materials and money. Even if they realized the missing amount, they wouldn't be able to trace it either. Materials could be turned into treasures while money could be spent to buy merit laws or weapons. There were no markings on them for Vajra to trace. Plus, she didn't need to spend them at the holy ground either. Traveling to righteous sect or the south was an option. Therefore, she gathered plenty of materials and money. The coins were only a small portion in the treasury but still enough to make her extremely wealthy, rivaling a few countries and sections. Materials were harder to pick because she didn't know which ones were good or the right combinations. That's why Li Qie gave her several recommendations for good materials. She didn't go overboard with the amount and was still satisfied. Taking too much would make it easier for Vajra to spot that something was amiss. "Don't forget the treasures now," he said. "I just don't want Vajra to notice right away." She hesitated. Taking treasures was bad because Vajra would note the missing ones with haste. Plus, they would serve as evidence later too. "You don't need to use them, just keep them as ace cards." Li Qie smiled. "Plus, once you're strong enough, you can use them whenever." "Do you see any sect coming to demand an explanation from five-colored sacred sovereign?" Yongling agreed with this as well. Her clan could keep them hidden until there was no other choice. Five-colored sacred sovereign was the perfect example. The victims wouldn't dare to do anything to him right now. "Okay, I'll pick a few." Yongling pondered for a bit before selecting the treasures. The archaic sun world diagram and devourer bell were included. A few more weren't weaker than these two, but Yongling wasn't greedy enough. "I heard Vajra Dao Lord left behind some top weapons for the dynasty." "I didn't see any." Yongling became curious since there was no Dao Lord weapon here. According to the rumors, the Dao Lord initially didn't care much about Vajra. However, the latter spent enough effort to win his favor. The Dao Lord kept this and his roots in mind, eventually leaving top weapons behind for the dynasty. That means there's another secret one. Li Qie smiled, not caring about it. Li Qie picked a few merit laws and scrolls from the library section. The dynasty has been around long enough to have a great selection. They included the ones created by the ancestors and forefathers of Vajra. Some originated from the sects and countries destroyed by Vajra. Back to the original owners. Li Qie picked some and put them away before Yongling could see. He then gave others to Yongling and said, "Now you have treasures and resources. You need to be stronger, the same with your clan. Thus, they will be of use." "Thank you, young master." She was overwhelmed with gratitude, aware that everything she got today was due to him. Chapter 3675. "Anything else you want?" Li Qie asked after handing Yongling the manual scrolls. "No." She looked back at the colorful treasury and shook her head, having a firm grasp on greed. She was satisfied with what she got. "Then we're leaving," he said. "You don't want anything, young master?" She found it surprising because out of all the treasures here, Li Qie only took a few scrolls. Plus, he didn't seem to care much about them either. "No need, there's nothing good here." The treasury actually had a few decent things, but he wasn't interested enough. "You're incredible." She couldn't help but praise. Top geniuses and mighty cultivators wouldn't be able to stay calm while walking around this treasury. They would have taken so many things, but Li Qie didn't give a damn. She thought that it would be hard to find another who had the same composure and restraint as him. He then gently touched the mouse and smiled. "Come, let me see what you're hiding in your treasury." The mouse answered and waved its hands, looking quite proud. Yongling could tell that the mouse had some good stuff in order to act like this. "It has hidden treasures too?" Yongling blurted out before realizing that this was obvious. The mouse was able to move freely across numerous treasuries. It naturally took some good stuff as well. These things were certainly exceptional, perhaps even better than Vajra's treasury. The mouse then drilled into the ground, creating a spatial hole. Li Qie jumped in with Yongling right behind him. Once she landed on her feet, the area was surprisingly dark. There were no colorful lights emanating from treasures. After taking a closer look, she found that they were in a dark and remote alley. People rarely visited this place. It looked quite old as well, erected from an unknown era. "This looks like Wish Ward," she eventually concluded despite not knowing the exact location. The mouse kept on moving and the other two followed despite it being a dead end ahead due to a high wall. The mouse leaped up and touched one particular brick. She didn't get a good look because it was simply too fast. Its furry paws formed a madra and caused the brick to light up. Creak. The brick slowly moved out of the wall. This is the hidden treasure? Yongling thought that the mouse would have a huge treasury. This was only an old wall. Even after all the bricks were removed, the place wouldn't have that many treasures within anyway. It's not that simple, you're only seeing the surface. Lichia smiled and stared at the old brick. Yongling looked through the hole after the brick was removed. She finally saw a large treasury beyond. The wall was blocking a window near the top of the treasury. It was far larger than Vajra's, containing more and better quality treasures. The things here were superb, at least in Yongling's opinion. This made Vajra look like a nouveau riche. On the other hand, the Hug Mouse has been wealthy for eras. Each treasure was meticulously chosen. We're standing on top of it? So the treasury is under Wish Ward. She took a deep breath and asked. The mouse stared at her with disdain, seemingly saying that it was way cooler than that. Such a simple layout was beneath it. You're not seeing the real phenomenon. These things aren't actually beneath you. They exist in a special dimension with a unique entry. It'll keep on changing with time and space as well. You can see it right now, but the next time you come here, it won't be around. Lichia shook his head and explained. The mouse raised its paw at Lichia as if wanting to give him a thumbs up for being absolutely correct. I see. Yongling coughed awkwardly. No wonder why people dug up the place and couldn't find anything. It is the only one who knows the entrance. Others have no chance of finding it, only a waste of time. Lichia smiled. The mouse raised its chin, looking happy because of Lichia's comment. Lichia then took a look inside and nodded approvingly. Not bad at all, looks like you didn't waste millions of years. The mouse squeaked happily, clearly thinking that it was a great honor to be praised by Lichia. Yongling sympathized because Lichia didn't give a damn about Vajra's treasury. Now, he wasn't stingy with his words. This treasury was clearly superior. But all in all, they're still in essentials. Lichia added, just external items that can only serve as support. The thing that will allow you to reach the top is still your spirit core. If you're relying on them to improve yourself, I would say that it is a mistake, neglecting the root and pursuing the tip. The mouse scratched its head while pondering. After a while, it squeaked again and nodded repeatedly as if agreeing with Lichia and thanking him for the advice. It then reached into the treasury and took something out. Clank! A pleasant ringing could be heard before a bright radiance. It jumped on top of his shoulder while holding a treasure resembling a diamond. It exuded strands of light, not overly bright, but still quite mysterious. They stopped others from seeing the real form of the treasure. Yongling activated her heavenly gaze but only saw a diamond-like form, not the actual treasure. The mouse put on a dignified expression as it offered Lichia this treasure. She didn't know what it was, but judging by the mouse's action, it might be the mouse's ultimate treasure. It picked this one from a sea of treasure. It must have pivotal importance. Chapter 3676. Yongling watched the gift offer with bated breath. This diamond-like artifact must be peerless, the top treasure of the mouse, hence its dignified appearance. The atmosphere became frozen. Even the wind stopped blowing. Bang! A loud sound startled her, causing her to turn around with haste. A cultivator somehow got to this alley and saw the Hug Mouse and its treasure. His jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The mouse! He shouted with his eyes wide open, not expecting to meet the highly coveted mythical creature in this place. It was actually handing a treasure over to Lichia as well. He calmed down and took a good look at the group before leaving right away, not lingering for a second. He was afraid that Lichia would kill him to keep this a secret. This was a reasonable train of thought. Not good. Yongling regained her wits and cried out. Unfortunately, this cultivator was long gone now. Meanwhile, Lichia didn't even look at the unwelcome intruder. He took a look at the treasure and smiled before giving it back to the mouse. The mouse squeaked and waved its paws, not wanting to accept it. This treasure is important and useful to you while it has limited use for me. You keep it. Lichia chuckled. Yongling also found this astonishing. No one else would have refused the mouse. The mouse looked awkward and felt bad since it wanted to repay Lichia. It squeaked and waved its paws at him. Fine, I'll pick a few items. Li Qie understood its intent and smiled. He then picked several treasures from its treasury. The mouse was finally satisfied and put the brick back in its place. No clues were left behind. Good go now. He smiled and gently patted the mouse. It looked unwilling and squeaked a few times before jumping off his shoulder and disappearing into the dark alley. We're leaving. Li Qie stretched and left the alley. What should we do? Yongling caught up, feeling awfully worried. About what? Li Qie nonchalantly said. The mouse issue, you got a treasure from it, everyone will know. She elaborated. The cultivator who fled earlier would definitely divulge this information. Others would subsequently find out. Let them know. Li Qie smiled. But we also took so many items from Vajra's treasury. Yongling was afraid of the connected dots being figured out. She thought that the dean back then must have felt the same way. And Li Qie said, well, if Vajra finds out, they'll exterminate our clans. She said. They could become the prime suspects due to the circumstances once the dynasty figured out the missing treasures. Don't worry so much. The fact that I took their treasures is an honor for them. They need to act smart or risk destruction. Li Qie chuckled. She has grown used to his overbearing style before, but this had reached the next level. He made it sound as if he was showing kindness to Vajra by taking its treasures. The members of the royal clan might go crazy after hearing this. She smiled wryly and said, what about if others start to scheme against us? Other cultivators would definitely plot against them, going as far as killing them for the treasures. That's a good thing. Li Qie replied. How is it a good thing? Her mouth became agape. Some might be planning how to kill us right now. She looked around cautiously afterward, feeling extremely tense. Have to kill a few to let everyone know who actually has control over life and death, maybe 1,000,000 or so to warm up. It has been a while since my last massacre. Li Qie's smile turned into a smirk. She was at a loss for words. She then recalled the event back in Myriad Beast Mountains. People thought nothing of Li Qie back then and wanted to take advantage of him. They threatened him and eventually became part of a tragic tale. Not a single soul out of 100,000 cultivators survived. She suddenly saw a gruesome carnage where blood engulfed 10,000 miles. She shuddered in fear as a result while thinking, did the young master let that guy escape on purpose? Her worries were warranted. During their trip back, the experts along the way stared at them in a strange manner. She felt as if they have become the targets under the spotlight. Most viewed them as prey. That's Li Qie. Someone murmured and pointed at him. This person wasn't the only one. Many muttered and pointed at them. Him? Favored by the hug mouse? Some remained skeptical. Yes, my friend witnessed the entire thing. He even got a supreme treasure from the mouse. One cultivator said with absolute confidence. Their stares became intense after hearing the confirmation. They considered him a fat sheep ready to be slaughtered. Weak cultivation. One powerful cultivator's eyes turned hot after seeing Li Qie's realm. It would be too easy to subdue Li Qie and take his treasure. There's no way he can keep it. Others had no intention of doing anything to Li Qie. They were just ready to gloat at his inevitable suffering. Of course, everyone had qualms in taking action at Wish Ward. Robbing someone in broad daylight was akin to disrespecting Wish Ward and Vajra dynasty. They had to wait until he was in a desolate area before killing him and taking the treasure. This brat is so devilish. On the other hand, those from the previous generations remained prudent. One guy stared at Li Qie and judged. A treasure from the Golden Spring, opening the wooden door, now the hug mouse too? He gets all the good things in this world. How bizarre. Not just that, he lifted that hammer up in Myriad Cauldron Peak. A student from Duality nearby said with envy. The heaven pampers him too much. Really? The old cultivator became surprised and had no explanation. All of this occurring on an unknown junior? This didn't make sense. Chapter 3677. Yongling was uncomfortable and restless due to the greedy gazes. She also had treasures herself and could become a target as well. This made her move closer to Li Qie. If she were alone right now, she would have been trembling with fear or run away instantly. On the contrary, Li Qie still leisurely sauntered through the street as if unaware of the gazes. Congratulations, brother Li. A young cultivator enthusiastically came closer to the group. He was handsome with a touch of elegance. His cultivation was exceptional and his robe made it clear that he was from duality. Lichia glanced at this enthusiastic youth acting too familiar. "Do we know you?" Yongling asked, perplexed. "You don't remember me, senior sister Yang? I am Lil Lin, we've met many times before." The student had a bright smile, acting as if they were close friends. Yongling thought about it and found him familiar. However, there were too many students in duality. They might have met but she wouldn't be able to remember anyway. "Brother Li, you're truly the heaven's favorite and the son of miracles. How enviable." The student loudly said, "It is the Academy's honor to have a student like yourself. We are blessed to be your fellow classmates." He unleashed a deluge of praises at Lichia. The cultivators on the street found this quite strange. Other students from duality found it nauseating. "I'm not a student of duality." Lichia stopped the youth. The interruption made it awkward. He quickly put on a smile and continued. "Regardless, you're definitely the true dragon with peerless talents in this era, a miracle of the holy ground, the idol of all of us. I have nothing but endless admiration for you." The flattery didn't stop while the crowd exchanged glances, thinking that this student was too shameless. "This is unbearable." Yongling got goosebumps all over. She didn't know when duality had such a thick-skinned student. Lichia only smiled and let the guy keep going this time. "Your feats are majestic, from the hammer at the top of Myriad Cauldron to the golden spring and the wooden house." The torrent of words continued. "Now, even the hug mouse gave you an ultimate treasure." People suddenly became interested in the conversation. Their ears seemingly became pointier because they wanted to hear the answer. "And?" Lichia chuckled, still keeping a natural expression. It was tough for the youth because Lichia's responses were so unexpected, not a part of the planned script. "Brother Li, could you broaden everyone's horizon by showing us the supreme treasure that you got from the mouse? We have never seen an item of this level before." The youth said. Everyone was on board with this shameless youth now. First, this would confirm whether Lichia had it or not, and they wanted to take a look anyway. "Just a few things, not worth the time." Lichia smiled and said. This casual response carried serious weight because Lichia had just confirmed that he got some items from the hug mouse. "It's true." A skeptical listener finally believed the rumors. "Goddamn, he's so lucky." Another cursed and became jealous of Lichia's luck. The eyes focused on Lichia became redder with greed. "A majestic man such as yourself must be on a mission given by the heaven." The student went on. "It blessed you with such fortune in order for you to spread its generosity to everyone else. You mustn't forget this goal." "How do I spread its generosity?" Lichia smirked. "Since you have so many treasures and fortunes, you should give a few of them to everyone. They'll be affected by your auspiciousness and overwhelmed by the generosity of the heaven." The youth spoke without turning red in the slightest. Why should the young master share his items? Yongling couldn't help joining in. Because he is absolutely blessed. His existence means that others' fortunes are taken away from them. That's why, surely, his mission has to be sharing this luck with everyone else. The youth responded. Not to mention Yongling, the rest of the crowd couldn't believe the audacity of this youth, thinking that he was too shameless. One needed to share their luck with everyone else? How ridiculous. "There's no such thing." Yongling responded. The youth actually raised his voice and said, "Gentlemen, let's be honest. We're all poor and miserable, struggling for insignificant resources in order to cultivate, losing blood over the tiniest treasure. What about Brother Li? He doesn't need to lift a single finger and is still blessed by the heaven, able to obtain the best treasures in the world. Isn't that unfair? Since he has that many treasures, shouldn't he share a bit with us? The heaven's will is to bestow happiness to all living beings. Unfortunately, something went wrong in the process and all the luck fell on Brother Li. That's why he should share a bit with us and can't monopolize everything. Am I right or wrong?" He spoke with such conviction as if justice was on his side, demanding payments from Lichia. Yongling trembled with indignation after hearing this but couldn't come up with a response because the whole premise was nonsense. Everyone exchanged glances. They realized that it was bullshit, but this was still a great opportunity. "I think he's right. Lichia can't monopolize everything." One youth was persuaded. "Yes, he has all the luck in this world right now. He can't keep everything for himself. Another expert played dumb and repeated this notion. He should share the treasures with us. It's the least he can do after stealing all of our luck. The crowd clamored. What do you think, Brother Li? The student looked quite pleased with himself after the successful rally. I've never thought of it this way. Li Qie smirked. Of course, this is the will of the heaven. You know what to do. The youth smiled back. Chapter 3678. The crowd was still clamoring after the youth finished speaking. It's time to share the wealth after you have taken so much, Li Qie. You need to give us 1 or 2 treasures. One expert shouted. Yes, time for you to do some good. Another loudly said. You already have more than enough to live an extravagant life, never being able to spend the mountain of wealth. Nonetheless, you choose to keep it all to yourself. How ridiculous and selfish. We come from nothing or smaller sects. It's not easy to survive, especially without treasures. Li Qie, you have sword and it's time for you to share. You can't spend all of it yourself anyway. One youth joined in. You were nothing more than a brat in myriad beast mountains. Now, you have it all, but don't forget about your humble beginning. Don't you want to help others who are similar to you? Another youth added. If you don't do it, then you're monopolizing the luck in the world by stealing ours. That makes you no different from a thief or bandit. An expert fanned the fire. That's right, we won't let this stand. Others started shouting. The entire crowd was against him. Only a few actually believed in this nonsense. The majority took advantage of this situation in order to make it hard for Li Qie, forcing him to hand over some treasures. Yang Ling nearly vomited blood after hearing the unreasonable demands. Alas, she couldn't say anything right now. Plus, she would be drowned out anyway by the shouts. On the other hand, Li Qie actually had a smile in spite of the taunts and jeers. Brother Li, isn't it time to take out the treasures now? The student said with confidence, since everyone was on his side. His expression changed as well, from one of subservience to a gloating look. And if I don't? Li Qie still wore a smile. Then you can't blame everyone. The student waved his hand and said, You've stolen their luck and treasures, they certainly won't be happy. It's not easy going against the mass and the will of the heaven. It didn't grant you so much for you to keep it all to yourself. You're actively defying the heaven by doing so. Is that what you want? Going against the heaven is unacceptable and rebellious. An expert shouted. The same with opposing the rest of the world. Yes, there will be no place for you to stay at the holy ground. Be smart and hand over the treasures or face the consequence. Another jumped in. We'll spare your life if you hand them over. Someone actually shouted. Do it now or it'll get ugly. The roars became aggressive. Someone lacking determination and courage would be trembling with fear right now while being surrounded by a mob. The student looked quite pleased with himself while staring at Li Qie. All of this was thanks to him. A true work of art. He didn't need to waste energy and fight. Just his words alone could push Li Qie to the brink of death. This was a far superior method. Li Qie calmly stared at the crowd and said, Going against the heaven and opposing the rest of the world? That's precisely what I want to do. Unfortunately, you bunch aren't worthy to be my foes. Don't think too highly of yourself now. The crowd naturally didn't expect this response. The fiercest character might be able to talk about defying the heaven. However, antagonizing everyone else was a different story. Such a comment would invite plenty of problems. Perhaps he might not be able to stay in the holy ground afterward. However, Li Qie simply didn't give a damn about the potential complications and didn't mince his words. How bold! One expert regained his wits and shouted. Who do you think you are? So suicidal. Ignorant fool! We'll teach you a lesson for insulting all of us. You'll find out how vast the world is soon enough. An older expert wanted to stir the crowd. A student from duality found this annoying as well. He pulled up his sleeves and said furiously, This Li guy dares to look down on us? He's just in the Conqueror realm, I'll go show him right now. An older student nearby pulled him back and snorted. Are you an idiot? It's one thing to run your mouth and enjoy the show, but to actually go forward? Li Qie is no slouch. He buried 100,000 men back in the mountain range while you were playing in the mud. Only fools will actually go against him. The older student was there during the massacre and had a good grasp of Li Qiye's true nature. The guy killed so many men without batting an eye. Brother Li, be careful with your words now. I think it's best for you to hand over the treasures because it'll be too late once everyone starts attacking. You won't be able to stay alive. The provoking student said. Who's first? Come, I'm actually bored today and don't mind filling this street with corpses. Li Qiye smirked. Do you actually think you're invincible? Don't you realize that any senior here can easily teach you a lesson? The student shouted. I'm eagerly waiting. Li Qiye stared at the crowd. The student didn't expect Li Qiye to be so direct. He thought that the guy would try to buy time instead of challenging everyone. Going off script left him stunned for a bit. He eventually told the crowd. We all heard him, he wishes to challenge all the seniors here. Is anyone interested in teaching him a lesson? The experts exchanged glances. No one stepped up first. First, most were aware of Li Qiye's previous tales. They only wanted to run their mouth and egged others on. Most importantly, if anyone were to actually take Li Qiye's treasures, they would become the next target. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone wanted to be the oriole, not the mantis. They didn't wish to be used as a weapon by this student from duality either. He was just a junior while they were big shots. It would be shameful to be used in this manner. Thus, the situation came to a silent deadlock. No one wanted to actually attack Li Qiye, and rather waited for the right opportunity. The student didn't have a plan for this. He thought that he had successfully stirred the crowd. People supported his view earlier, but now, not a single soul wanted to take action. Chapter 3679. The student had no idea that this would be the result. The crowd certainly had his back earlier, seemingly ready to take down Li Qiye. That's why he gloated and thought that just a little scheme was enough to take down Li Qiye. No need to put in any effort. Just a few words of his could lead the crowd by the nose. Certainly a successful clarion call. Unfortunately, when it was time for action, the scene became silent right away. A stark contrast to the loudness prior. Since most chastised Li Qiye so blatantly, they should have maneuvered against Li Qiye, or so this student thought. He had an illusion of being in total control. Gentlemen. Li Qiye is arrogant and views everyone with contempt, even the seniors present. The student had no choice but to keep on speaking. Seniors, please teach this brat a lesson for insulting you. Young man, you spoke on the side of justice earlier, taking it as your responsibility. It's time for you to go up the stage and shine. Take the treasures away from Li Qiye. An older cultivator smiled. Indeed, your words were admirable earlier. Do it, we have your back. Another said. In reality, only a few hot-headed youths were actually motivated by this student. Other experts, especially the older ones, were only playing along. They didn't want to actually be the first to take action. That would only turn them into prime targets. Humph, I hope your ability is as amazing as your tongue. One expert actually didn't hold back. At the start, the student flattered Li Qiye continuously. Then, he changed his tune completely, wanting to turn the crowd against him. Some considered this wretched and despicable. Young friend, go first, we'll support you. Another smiled. The student became nervous since he was pushed to the front now. Maybe he could defeat Li Qiye and take the treasures. However, he would become the next target right away. He might lose his life before being able to enjoy the treasures and resources. Seniors, please don't joke around. The student smiled wryly and said, I'm just a nobody with no cultivation to speak of, no different from an ant. I am incapable of pushing the tides. This responsibility and justice require powerful masters such as yourselves to uphold. He shamelessly flattered the seniors and asked them to take action instead. So thick-skinned. Yang Ling said with disdain. You're throwing away the reputation of duality. What a tragedy to have a student like you. Others from duality actually agreed with this statement and glared at him. Their disdainful expression said it all. Some of these students actually didn't like Li Qiye. Others had an ongoing feud with him. However, they had more self-respect than to act in this manner. The guy turned red after noticing the stares. He was stuck in a tough position. Seems like it's up to you. Li Qiye smiled. The treasures are right here, come get it if you can. The spectators' eyes lit up after hearing this. Even the student felt the same greed. Nonetheless, he knew that he wouldn't leave this place alive after obtaining the treasures.
Brother Li, that's not my intention at all.
He put on a bright smile, changing his stance faster than the flip of a page. He started with Brother Li, then swapped to Li Qie before switching back to Brother Li again. That doesn't matter. You're not leaving this place after provoking me. Make your move. Li Qie chuckled. The student's expression soured as he took one step backward. Do it already. Be a role model for all of us. Hell, we might avenge you after Li Qie kills you. An older cultivator started laughing. Yes, you were the one who started this. Make your move. Many wanted to break the impasse, hoping for more chaos. Gentlemen, please stop joking now. The student had a forced smile. It's too late for that. But I'll entertain you. If you can block one move from me, I'll give you a treasure. Li Qie said.
Really?
The student blurted out in astonishment. Alas, he thought that this could go wrong, but it was too late to change his words.
Yes, I'm a man of my words.
Li Qie smiled. A few members of the audience actually wanted to give it a shot after hearing this. One move, one treasure? For real? One cultivator felt his heart beating faster.
Get ready.
Li Qie egged the guy.
The student was certainly tempted.
He thought that he would be able to stop one move. The problem was, how to leave this place with the treasure. You were so enthusiastic earlier. Don't be a coward now. It's just one move. Yang Ling sneered. A student of duality has more courage than this. You're a disgrace. A different student uttered coldly. Hurry up, we want to see what treasure you'll get. The crowd started being rowdy again. Earlier, this student tried to force Li Qie to hand over a treasure. Now, he was the one being forced to fight. You're not lying? One move, one treasure? The student gritted his teeth and shouted. That's right, but I'm afraid you won't be able to survive. Li Qie answered. You're only a conqueror, don't think so highly of yourself. The student finally lost his cool and retorted.
I, a student of duality, am absolutely stronger than you.
Yeah, a student of duality. Not special at all, one move is enough. Li Qie interrupted him.
Humph.
Other students became dissatisfied with him after hearing this. Very well, I want to see how you'll defeat me with one move. The student doubted this, believing in his own abilities. It was time for him to teach Li Qie a lesson. Chapter 3680. Boom! The student summoned a heavy shield with the shape of a thick turtle shell.
He dropped it down and caused the ground to shake, a clear showing of its considerable weight.
Poof! Flames oozed out and continuously increased in intensity, looking like a fiery giant coming out of an ocean of lava. This student thought that this still wasn't enough. He took out a treasure and wrapped it around himself. The thing coiled and made him look like an armored giant. This form was cumbersome, but everyone could tell that it was an impressive defensive method. He's not weak. Even a cultivator from the previous generation nodded approvingly. Most looked down on his characters and shamelessness. However, his cultivation was exceptional among his age group. After all, he was still a student from duality. Those lacking talents and power couldn't join this academy. Indeed, the treasure is good too, made from the Tao bones of a lava turtle. Its defense is tough. An elder focused on the shield. This treasure wasn't considered peerless or anything. Nonetheless, it was exceptional for a youth like him to have something at this level. The student's confidence grew after bolstering his defenses. He shouted at Li Qie. Brother Li, come, I can definitely block several moves from you. I hope you won't take back your words then. He absolutely believed that he wouldn't lose to Li Qie regardless of the guy's method. He actually held back by not expressing his total confidence in winning. He wanted to wait until after the fact to teach Li Qie a lesson, humiliating the guy and taking away his treasures. In his eyes, someone weak like Li Qie didn't deserve all the fortunes and luck. He didn't have the right to act arrogantly either. You think too highly of yourself by thinking several moves. You won't be able to stop even one. I'll give you a chance and let you start. Li Qie shook his head. A bit exaggerated. A spectator murmured. The crowd had taken a look at Li Qie and thought that he had nothing to defeat this student. He's not exaggerating. His devilishness is impossible to fathom. A student from Duality disagreed. The other party turned red after the contemptuous comment. He roared and unleashed his chaos energy and vitality. Li Qie die. He rushed forward with his shield in front, looking like a raging bull. Rumble. The ground beneath his path became laden with deep footprints and broken tiles. His momentum seemed enough to push a mountain away. The spectators hurriedly retreated to make way. Boom! He immediately appeared in front of Li Qie in the blink of an eye, slamming his shield at Li Qie's chest without showing any mercy. The slam consisted of the shield's heavy weight and ample power, enough to break down a mountain or a person's chest. Moreover, he had yin-yang flames surging around him. They billowed ahead, wanting to incinerate Li Qie. He went all out at the start, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Be careful! Yang Ling shouted to warn Li Qie. Many spectators were astonished by this multifaceted attack. They thought that they might not be able to stop the fierce blow. The student attacked fiercely and swiftly, not giving a chance for Li Qie to erect a barrier. In this crucial moment, Li Qie didn't bat an eye. He simply retaliated by kneeing the assailant. The kneeing didn't utilize momentum. His knee only moved a few inches up, but a terrible power erupted, enough to change the landscapes. Boom! The shield instantly crumbled after being hit by his knee. The student couldn't react in the slightest before Li Qie stretched his leg all the way up and kicked down like a whip. Upon contact with Li Qie's foot, the treasure wrapped around the student immediately disintegrated while he was pushed deep into the ground. The street was made from thick slabs. Crack! The entire section on this street was crushed, leaving a deep indentation with the student in the center. Blood flowed down along with rolling pebbles. The student's eyes were hollow as he stared at the sky, seemingly having lost all perception. The kick earlier had crushed all of his bones. He couldn't move an inch right now. The scene fell into a hush. Many spectators' mouth became agape. Just a while ago, they thought that Li Qie wouldn't be able to escape the fierce blow from this student. They didn't expect that he would only need one move to destroy the student's defense and cripple him. That was truly domineering since he only used his knee then leg in a simple manner. How did he do it? One expert calmed down and asked. No one had a clue how the simple movements managed to defeat that student. Li Qie unleashed power from seemingly nothing. He's just an enlightened being at best, not even at the Samadhi realm. This doesn't make any sense. An elder took a good look at Li Qie and shook his head. There was a big gap in cultivation with the duality student having the advantage. Another old cultivator murmured. Don't forget, he's the son of miracles. He even got something out of the golden spring and opened the wooden house. Nothing is impossible for him. A student from duality quietly said with a hint of helplessness. Miracles were too common when Li Qie was around. The strangest part was that Li Qie wasn't a supreme genius or something. Nonetheless, he could still perform any task in an effortless manner. An existence like him instilled despair to the rest. They could try and work as hard as possible and still wouldn't catch up with a lucky guy like Li Qie. It felt as if the heaven was being unfair. The older experts exchanged glances and smiled wryly. True, considering Li Qie's previous exploits, defeating a Samadhi realm student shouldn't surprise anyone. Chapter 3681. The swift takedown still left the crowd in a daze. People couldn't react before the student was laying in a pool of his own blood. Most thought that Li Qie was being arrogant earlier by proclaiming the student's inability to stop even one move from him. Alas, he proved himself in the blink of an eye and dispelled all doubts. The student himself had no idea how he lost so fast. He was proud of his defense consisting of the fiery shield and armor. In fact, someone at one realm higher shouldn't have been able to break through with one move, let alone Li Qie who was weaker. He attacked with haste in order to catch Li Qie off guard and deliver a fatal blow. He never expected to lose in this manner. According to his calculation, the worst possible outcome was Li Qie being able to dodge his move. Unfortunately, Li Qie's single move crushed his confidence and bones. Only despair and confusion were left. Li Qie still stood in the same pose and position. It was as if he didn't move at all and still managed to defeat this student. Some gasped in astonishment, Not because of his supreme power but because of his devilishness. Conventional wisdom and common sense didn't work with him. Ah! Once the student regained his wits, he felt waves of agonizing pain. He would be squirming on the ground if he could move.
You've lost. Should I deliver you from this suffering now?
Li Qie smiled at the student. The groaning student became frightened. Even insects wanted to live for as long as possible, let alone him. Senior brother Li, save me. He no longer gave a damn and shouted since death was near. Senior brother Li? The crowd became confused. No one will be able to save you today. Li Qie chuckled. Senior brother Li. Senior brother Li. The student bellowed, each time louder than the previous. Enough. No point in killing him. Fellow Taoist Li, stop here. A loud voice answered. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and saw a youth standing near, one of the 5 heroes of duality, cold-eyed lightning sword Li Xueqi. Most naturally recognized him since he was quite famous in Metropolis for being an exceptional genius. Li Xueqi's here. Another murmured. Some among the crowd, especially the older folks, immediately understood the situation. Just a lackey. A big shot commented. This crippled student was clearly under the order of Li Xueqi. This was a trap aimed at Li Qie from the start. A few youths thought that it was a good thing that they didn't join. They would have been acting as pawns for Li Xueqi.
The animosity was already there.
A student from duality didn't find this surprising because these two had prior conflicts back at the academy. Stop. As if you're in charge here. Li Qie glanced at Li Xueqi and smiled, not giving the guy any face in public. Putting his power and talents aside, just his clan alone demanded respect in Metropolis. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that 80% of the generals in Vajra had ties to his clan. His father was the Grand Commander in charge of the military. The clan has been rooted in the holy ground for millions of years with great influence. Now, Li Qie didn't give a damn about him nor his clan. Li Qie, the holy ground is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There is always a taller peak. Just one wrong step and you'll regret it. Li Xueqi uttered coldly. This was a blatant threat towards Li Qie. Others exchanged glances. These words sounded overbearing, but it was indeed true. Few dared to oppose the Li, not even a country or a sect. Li Qie, on the other hand, was alone. You finished? I'll start then. Li Qie yawned, looking quite bored. You. Xueqi turned red. He thought that his threat should have warranted a reaction. At least some hesitation. Unfortunately, Li Qie didn't give him the satisfaction. Senior brother, save me. The student shouted. Li Xueqi was stuck in a predicament. The student was his lackey, so he couldn't abandon the guy in front of everyone. Otherwise, who would want to work for him later on? Li Qie, if you don't let him go, you'll antagonize Duality Academy, Vajra Dynasty, and my Li clan. He took a deep breath and said, instantly dragging several great powers into this mess. If Li Qie were to refuse, he would be taking a public stance against these great powers. Crack! Li Qie stomped down and pulverized the student's head before Li Xueqi could finish speaking. The student didn't have the chance to scream or beg for help. The street became silent. All eyes were on Li Xueqi. This was a direct slap against both him and his clan. An unforgivable provocation. His expression became unsightly. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. You deserve death, he eventually said, fully expressing his animosity. Many shuddered after hearing the grim tone. That's right, he deserves death. We ought to mince him to pieces. A newcomer joined the fray. People saw a youth in silver armor walking over with a spear propped on his shoulder. He looked bloodthirsty like a general stepping onto the battlefield. Stallion Silver Spear, Zhang Yunji. The crowd recognized him, another of the 5 heroes of duality. Everyone could see that he was restraining himself from instantly attacking Li Qie. Someone else with less self-control would have pounced towards the enemy. Chapter 3682. Zhang Yunji's appearance was surprising to the crowd, not his aggression. They understood why he wanted to kill Li Qie. The previous event was just too humiliating, being forced to strip in public. That was definitely the most disgraceful moment in his life. That's why he wanted nothing more than to cut Li Qie to pieces. This hatred ran bone deep. Thus, some members of the crowd were ready to watch the show, ready to gloat on the losing side. Oh, aren't you the classmate with the stripping fetish? Li Qie smirked in response to the aggressive glare. Some couldn't help but burst out in laughter since they had a first-hand experience with it. They thought that this was unsuitable and had to stop, resulting in an awkward expression. You! Zhang Yunji turned red with rage and embarrassment. His teeth chattered loudly. At this bone deep wasn't enough to describe his enmity. He would pay any price to have revenge. I swear that I will cut you to pieces today or I'll cease to be a human. He bellowed. Everyone could hear the rage embedded in his voice and chattering teeth. I'm waiting. Li Qie casually waved his hand. You're not leaving this place today. It doesn't matter who your backer is. No one can save you. Li Xiangquan chillingly added. His feud with Li Qie was far from being as serious as Zhang Yunji's. Nonetheless, he clearly wanted to kill Li Qie. The Li and the Zhang are working together? Some were surprised at this unlikely alliance. It's just temporary to deal with Li Qie. An older cultivator replied. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan were both students of duality and part of the 5 heroes. They grew up in Metropolis and have known each other since their youth. However, they were certainly not friends. They didn't have notable conflicts back at the academy but certainly disagreed on many issues. After all, their 2 clans have been competing all this time. Both were ancient clans of the Holy Ground and have served Vajra for generations. The Zhang had considerable influence over the civil court while the Li had the military under control. To a certain extent, these 2 clans could decide the direction of Vajra. Though they both worked for Vajra, they never stopped competing for political influence. This was the same case for their young generation. Today, this became a rare moment since they considered Li Qie a thorn on their side. Thus, it became imperative to work together and take his dog head. I've heard this so many times yet I'm still standing here while nothing is left of them but bones. Li Qie lazily said. You can drop that idea today. Zhang Yunji threatened. It doesn't matter how many ace cards you have up your sleeves, you're not leaving this place. Your head is mine. Li Xiangquan showed his determination. This new alliance caused the crowd to ponder. Li Qie is in trouble this time. A youth gloated and laughed. He definitely has a chance of leaving this place but it won't be easy for him afterward after offending both the Li and the Zhang. This is akin to offending the dynasty. He'll need to live with his tail tucked between his legs or like a fleeing rat. He'll have to hide forever in his shell. The brat is really playing with fire this time. An older expert nodded in agreement. These comments were reasonable. The 2 clans were as strong as individual countries and sections. Their influence could be seen all over the Holy Ground, not just limited to Vajra. We'll see about that. Someone disagreed. He had killed so many people with his trickeries before back in the mountain range. Isn't he still perfectly fine right now? That's true. Others voiced their agreement. Li Qie had plenty of enemies for what he had done yet he was still alive right now. Just watch, we'll find out soon enough. A member of the last generation remained patient. At this point, the duo had a hard time holding back from attacking Li Qie. Let's get started. Li Qie smiled at his foes and said, one at a time or together? They naturally didn't appreciate the disdain shown. As for the crowd, some were surprised. The students from duality became offended. Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji were 2 of the top students at the academy. So, to a certain extent, they represented the power of the student body. That's why if Li Qie looked down on these 2, he was looking down on all students from duality. This Li Qie is too arrogant. Does he not see how powerful the 2 seniors are? One student angrily said, how is he going to take on both of them at the same time? Let him try, he'll find that he's messing with the wrong people soon enough. Another student snorted. He must think that he's invincible. Senior brother Li, teach him a lesson. Because of this, certain students started shouting. Senior brother Zhang, cut off his dog head and show everyone our academy's prestige. The neutral spectators didn't have such a strong reaction. They only frowned after hearing his challenge. Can he do this? There's a big realm difference. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan should be in the myriad form realm. Li Qie should be an enlightened being. Hell, Even if he's in the Samadhi realm, he still has no chance. An older expert analyzed. I still believe in Li Qie. The things happening around him are too strange. He might have a heaven-defying means to change the tides. An elder shook his head. One big shot pondered for a bit before replying. Well, he has a chance if it's one-on-one. But in this scenario, those kids are no slouches. They're the future successor of their clan. Everyone started debating with different opinions. Most thought that Li Qie was overestimating himself by suggesting a one-on-two scenario. Zhang Yunji and Li Shengquan were famous prodigies. Their fame wasn't empty. Do you really think you can defeat the two of us? Zhang Yunji's eyes were fierce. Obviously. Li Qie stretched and said, forget it, just come together to save time. Chapter 3683. Since you're courting death, we'll help you accomplish your goal. Li Shengquan uttered coldly. They had no need to employ false courtesy or make excuses. Both stepped forward at the same time. If it was someone else weaker than them, they wouldn't have chosen to work together. A victory then would still ruin their reputation. However, Li Qie had infuriated them. Thus, they didn't mind a gloryless victory. I hope the two senior brothers will let him have his wish. Many students from Duality snorted. The duo slowly walked towards Li Qie with murderous intent. They clearly had no intention of holding back. If they could kill him with one move, they wouldn't plan to use a second one. Li Qie lazily stretched, not looking like someone who's about to fight two geniuses at all. This seemed like just another stroll to him. How do you want to die? A swift one or an agonizing one? Zhang Yunji taunted after the two surrounded him. This wasn't a real question since he would take the time to torture Li Qie after defeating him. His twisted grimace said it all, clearly fantasizing about the future malicious acts. You have a rich imagination. Be realistic now. Li Qie shook his head. Is that so? Li Shengquan sneered. He thought that when the two of them were together, no one else in the young generation could take them on. In fact, he was confident going against Dugulan like this. You really think we can't beat you? He glared at Li Qie. One move is enough. Li Qie smiled. One move. The crowd found this astonishing. He's joking, right? That's impossible. Even those who would bet their money on Li Qie were skeptical. Yes, one move is not enough. An elder shook his head. These two aren't ordinary cultivators given their clan's resources. Their treasures should be amazing. Not to mention their peers. Not many from the previous generation can take them down that quickly. Does he think that he's a supreme? One student laughed. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Shengquan and Zhang Yunji found this hilarious, thinking that they have misheard. Ha ha ha, you'll defeat us with one move? Zhang Yunji laughed boisterously. Maybe one move is a bit unfair, too cruel in sending you two to the pit of despair. I'm always a merciful person even to my opponents. I will allow you to struggle a bit. Li Qie calmly added. The crowd smiled wryly in response. Li Qie has only made his debut recently, but he was far from being a merciful person. Someone who killed 100,000 had nothing to do with the word mercy. 3 moves. Li Qie raised 3 fingers and said, the first 2 moves are free. Do whatever you want with your treasures and merit laws. The third move will send you 2 on your next journey. Li, do you think we're fish on a chopping board for you to do whatever you want? Li Shengquan shouted back. No, you're no different from dead men in my eyes. Li Qie revealed a soft smile. You. Shengquan trembled with rage. Zhang Yunji felt the same way, but he took a deep breath and told his ally. Brother Li, no need to argue with him. Let's use action instead. Li Shengquan agreed with this and calmed down. He stared intensely at Li Qie and said, I suppose killing you is letting you off too easily. This won't end quickly. He had the urge to torture Li Qie as well. He made up his mind to do so. Boom! He released his vitality and chaos true energy. Zhang Yunji also did the same. His vitality exploded, resulting in waves. The two of them were ready to subdue Li Qie, then torture him afterward. Rumble! Their released energy swept through the area, capable of pushing the world away. One could hear lightning crackles around Li Shengquan. He focused his eyes and turned them into two endless oceans of lighting bolts. They started escaping from his eyes and floated around him. Once enough accumulated, they rushed to the sky like a reversed waterfall. He suddenly became gigantic with an ocean of lightning bolts above him, turning him into a thunder god. Myriad form sanctity.
He might not be the very best but still a dragon among men, worthy of being the successor of the Li.
Many started praising him. Cold-eyed lightning sword, true to his title. Others thought of his title after seeing the ocean of lightning bolts. He doesn't have any inborn talent, but there's still something special about him. His eyes have the lightning affinity at birth. That's quite rare. Someone who was familiar with him said, "Clank, clank, clank." Zhang Yunji's silver armor started having more sections and plates added in a loud manner. His actual physique became massive as well. Because of his armor, he looked like a silver wall separating the realm, uncrossable and indestructible. Just one step of his could destroy mountains and rivers along with his foes. His divinity was intimidating, not inferior to Li Xiangquan in the slightest, whether it be his aura or momentum. The two seemed evenly matched after assuming their peak state. Chapter 3684. Clank. Li Xiangquan in his empowered state summoned a long sword and immediately unsheathed the blade. Everyone saw a bright flash subsequently.
It was as if he was unsheathing a bundle of lightning bolts instead of a sword.
Their arcs flowed chaotically, ready to penetrate. His eyes became cold and imperious, making him look like an untouchable heavenly sovereign. Other students from Duality couldn't help but become overwhelmed with admiration. Worthy of being one of the 5 heroes. Some felt proud to be in the same academy as him. Boom! At the same time, a silver spear pierced the sky and resembled a galaxy filled with great momentum and battle spirit. Zhang Yunji looked like a god of war descending to the mortal realm, capable of fighting all the demons and devils. What an impressive presence. Only senior brother Zhang has something like this. One student from Duality said with admiration. Though he wasn't riding a stallion right now, he still had the same oppressive pressure akin to that of an attacking rider. He could sweep through all the battlefields in 8 decimalaces, uncontested. Duality Academy has so many talents. One expert had to praise Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan. The two were actually already accomplished and relatively older before joining the academy due to their prestigious background. This actually showed the charm of duality. Only a lineage like this could recruit talents from all over the world regardless of the long distance. The students referred to the top peers as the 5 heroes of duality. This could be construed as bombastic and arrogant. Nonetheless, these titles were widely accepted by the experts and sects in the Holy Ground. This was both due to the Academy's history and the abilities of the 5 heroes themselves.
Li Qie, are you prepared?
Zhang Yunji looked down at Li Qie, looking intimidating and dominating.
This is it.
How boring. I guess I need to hold back so that you two can survive to the 3rd move. Li Qie casually said.
The two's anger reignited again after hearing this.
This brat still thinks the two aren't powerful enough? A spectator murmured. They are definitely strong enough to kill him with one move. He won't be able to brag for much longer. One duality student snorted. Some agreed with this because in their empowered state, Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan looked unbeatable. On the other hand, Li Qie had no aura and energy fluctuations to speak of. The guy shouldn't be able to last one move. They actually thought that the duo was wasting their time preparing so hard. Just one finger should be enough to crush him. The duo exchanged glances.
Li Xiangquan then threatened. You shall have your death wish now.
He then took out a diagram. It became larger and engulfed the area. An ancient and majestic capital emerged from the diagram. It included officials. One was old and wore a golden robe. Others were young and handsome with Qilin-engraved robes. Another civic official had a runic cloak. All in all, these officials lined up inside the palace. They varied in appearance and age. Only one thing was similar: their holy aura. This seemed to be the court of a god or an immortal. The spectators became startled right away. What diagram is this? A few became surprised. It's a diagram named 100 Officials. An expert from Vajra elaborated. A great treasure given to the Li by the court. It was created by 100 mighty civic officials from Vajra, encompassing their powers. In Vajra, the civic officials weren't weak scholars. In reality, the higher-ranking ones were just as powerful as elders or even ancestors from the sections. 100 of them worked together to create this gift for the Li. Only this clan had enough prestige and status for this great honor. Li Xiangquan seemed to be the leader of these officials while being engulfed by this visual phenomenon. He was below one man but above all else. Zhang Yunji didn't want to fall behind and took out a treasure in the shape of a steel halberd. Activate! A visual phenomenon of a great cavalry arriving emerged. 1,000,000 troops appeared behind him, possessing great bloodthirst and battle experience. He stood in front, looking like a divine commander ready to lead them to battle and conquer all enemies. Just one hand wave of his could take down a country.
What treasure is this? Many shuddered after feeling the ferocious aura of this treasure.
Cavalry halberd, a treasure Vajra used quite often back then for battles. After taking over, expeditions didn't happen as often, so they gave it to the Zhang as a reward for their contribution. An old expert explained. Everyone saw the stark contrast between the two geniuses. Li Xiangquan was in charge of the civic officials while Zhang Yunji led a great army. Isn't this the opposite? Someone said. They swapped roles. Many actually shared this thought. Li Xiangquan was from a military clan with plenty of generals. His father was the current Grand Commander. As for Zhang Yunji, he came from a civic clan with deep roots in the capital. His father was the Grand Chancellor, in charge of the court's officials. The two successors seemed to have swapped roles. Li Xiangquan looked like a perfect official while Zhang Yunji had the bearing of a general.
The son of the Grand Commander wants to work for the court, and the son of the Grand Chancellor wants to be a general.
How bizarre. Another commenter expressed. Maybe the clans also want this. One elder speculated with a serious expression. The Li wants to extend their reach, the same with the Zhang. People couldn't disagree with this logic. Both the clans have been sticking to their respective domain for a long time. Perhaps starting from this generation, they wanted to expand their influence. Li Qie, are you ready? Otherwise, we'll start first. Li Xiangquan uttered coldly. They certainly hated Li Qie, but since they were from prestigious clans, they couldn't attack without warning in an official duel. 1. One man here refers to the king. Chapter 3685. Take out your weapon. Li Xiangquan glared at Li Qie with lightning bolts flashing in his eyes.
No one would dare to question the might of this lightning god.
All eyes turned towards Li Qie, who had performed numerous miracles before. They wanted to see what he could do against these two mighty foes.
Was there a treasure that could turn the tides to his favor?
What treasure does he have? Didn't the hug mouse like him?
Maybe whatever that thing is, it'll be enough to decide this battle.
One commenter quietly noted. The eyes on him became hotter with anticipation. They wanted to see the mouse's gift. An amazing treasure might not be usable right now since it takes time to train and get used to it. An older expert shook his head. Nonetheless, the crowd's enthusiasm didn't diminish. Li Qie smiled and said, I'm used to this thing, let's use it. He tapped on the blade hanging by his waist, then took it out. The thing didn't emit any saber energy or terrible gales. It looked like a regular saber, not precious in the slightest. Didn't he use this for chopping wood? Someone who was there at the mountain range couldn't help asking.
Chopping wood.
Many became surprised. They assumed that he would be taking out an amazing artifact, not a daily tool like this. Yes, I saw him chopping with it back at Myriad Beast. The first speaker said with confidence. In fact, people believed him right away. This saber didn't look special at all. Using it for chopping wood wasn't surprising. Isn't this too much? He's really looking down on his foes. One cultivator murmured. He's just tired of living. A student from Duality who was a fan of the duo scowled. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan's expression soured. Li Qie didn't take out a treasure and only used this regular blade to fight them? This was blatant contempt. You want to use that thing against our artifacts? Zhang Yunji shouted.
More than sufficient.
Li Qie shrugged. Yunji became livid after hearing this response. We'll see about that. Let's get started then. If gazes could kill, Li Shangquan's current gaze would cut Li Qie to pieces. Sure. Li Qie casually pointed his saber at the duo. Is this a technique? The crowd was stunned. It was one thing to use this saber. Now, he didn't bother putting up a real stance. This seemed more like a joke to him than a duel. Wait a minute. That sword point. A duality student regained his wits and noticed something peculiar. You're right. His friend took a closer look and confirmed. The sword technique left behind by Sword Emperor at your academy? Other experts nearby joined the conversation. Yes, that's the stance. An expert who has visited duality before said with certainty. Many have seen sword point before and tried to comprehend it by copying the stance. Unfortunately, they could only imitate the external act, nothing more. Li Qie just made this duel a lot more interesting to the spectators. So he knows how to use it? Discussions sprung up. No way. The first reaction was one of denial. I haven't heard of someone truly understanding this technique in history. Maybe only the top sovereigns or skillful swordsmen. A junior like him hasn't embarked on the sword Dao path, let alone trying to understand it. Yes, this move is the essence of the sword Dao. Only the wise sword users who spent their whole life learning have a chance. One expert said. The top cultivators here have researched this move. They knew that one needed to have high attainment in this Dao before attempting to learn it. Li Qie didn't fulfill this requirement. Using a wood-chopping saber to perform a sword technique? There's something wrong with his head. Someone laughed. It was incoherent and nonsensical to use a crappy saber for the sake of performing a profound sword technique. I'll eat a rock if he can use it. One duality student taunted. Too bad you won't have the chance. The friends nearby burst out in laughter. They thought that Li Qie only wanted to copy the stance and had no idea what he was doing. Stop bluffing. Zhang Yunji and Li Shangquan didn't believe it either. Let's go. They shouted in unison. Rumble. The battle intent of the great army gathered on Zhang Yunji as he shouted. Break. He thrust his spear downward. It encompassed not only his power but also the force of the great army. Explosions accompanied the path of the spear. It looked like a silver galaxy was descending. Countless sharp rays wanted to devour Li Qie. Li Shangquan roared as well. The officials behind him also roared and blessed him with their powers. Numerous runes fused with his ocean of lighting. Clank. He thrust his sword forward with a speed faster than lightning. Time seemed to be coming to a halt. Even the most agile cultivator would be one step slower than this sword thrust. It had both speed and blessings of the officials. Their wills focused at the tip, allowing it to break through both heaven and earth. Nothing could stop its sharpness. He aimed straight for Li Qie's throat. It was impossible to dodge, the crowd thought. Meanwhile, Li Qie still had the same pose against the incoming attacks. Dodge it! A cultivator instinctively shouted, not wanting to see the guy die. Li Qie seemed to be lost due to the speed of the sword thrust. He must have been afraid or just couldn't react fast enough. That's why he looked frozen in the spectator's eyes. Chapter 3686. The sword and spear pierced through Li Qie's body and crucified him on the spot. It's over. Some spectators became dazed at this sight. Virtually everyone assumed that Li Qie still had, more or less, a heaven-defying method. He would be able to struggle against the two for a while. Some thought that he would actually win. They didn't expect to see him die in this manner. Isn't this too tiger head and snake tail? This is how it ends? Another murmured. Astounded. Due to Li Qie's unbridled attitude prior, they thought that he would do something shocking. Now. He couldn't resist for a second. What a joke, he wasted our time. I would have left long ago instead of waiting. One expert complained at the ending. Bragging is useless, only skills matter. A duality student snorted. I thought he would be able to do something impressive, but the guy is just a paper tiger. Now. He threw his life away in a disgraceful manner. The crowd became awfully disappointed. Some shook their head while others started cursing. In fact, though they were happy at their victory, they felt a tinge of disappointment. Li Qie died too fast. This result was rather favorable for the guy. Unfortunately, they suddenly realized something. Though their weapon pieced Li Qia's throat and body, they didn't feel the contact at all. Wait, they didn't kill Li Qia, they didn't even touch him at all. An elder from a big sect noticed something amiss.
Right. No blood at all, they didn't touch him.
Another older expert saw it clearly. Everyone else started taking a look.
Sure, the sword and the spear clearly pierced his body but not even a drop of blood spilled.
Moreover, Li Qia still maintained the same pose. What's going on? Is this an illusion? One expert said.
No, he's really standing there. It's not an illusion.
A powerful ancestor shook his head. The duo became surprised. At this moment, they thought that it was only an image of Li Qia. The true body must have escaped. They activated their heavenly gaze only to find that Li Qia was actually there. My turn. Li Qia lazily smiled. This seemed to confirm that Li Qia was the real thing. It wasn't an illusion or a fake image. It looked quite bizarre because Li Qia had no reaction despite being penetrated by the sword and spear. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan reacted quickly by recalling their weapon for a defensive attempt. Alas, it was too late since Li Qia was making his move. He casually pushed the saber forward without needing any force.
Break!
Li Xiangquan crazily roared. The sword in his hand released lightning serpents before slashing towards Li Qia's saber. Zhang Yunji roared as well, swinging his spear to create a defensive silver wall. This simply didn't matter. The torrential lightning bolts and the tough wall couldn't stop the saber from inching forward. This was a bizarre scene. The saber cut through space and time. It seemed to be targeting Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji's next move, not their present self. In the next moment, the two somehow exposed their weak spots to Li Qia's saber. The casual thrust managed to strike them in the left chest area. Pluff! Zhang Yunji's armor didn't matter. The same for Li Xiangquan's lightning barrier. The saber ignored all defenses and retaliation, able to bypass them to hit the targets. It felt as if it came from a different spatio-temporal dimension. Li Qia pulled his saber back as blood gushed out of his foe's gaping chest. The wound was startling. The two looked as if they were struck by lightning as they staggered backward. Meanwhile, the crowd became stupefied. They saw Li Qia's action clearly. He simply raised his saber and gently pushed it forward. Stopping this attack was as simple as can be, even for a fool, let alone Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan who were completely prepared. The obviousness and simplicity of the thrust made it even more perplexing. People had no idea how Li Qia managed to connect. What sorcery is this? A junior asked. This question popped up in everyone's mind. The ancestors themselves couldn't come up with an explanation after seeing this. Sorcery? This is the mysteries of the sword Dao.
However, a capable master glared at this junior and revealed. People then found out that this pertained to the Dao of Sword Emperor.
Unfortunately, they didn't understand it in the slightest. I don't notice anything. Looks like I've wasted decades learning the sword Dao. An expert swordsman smiled wryly. They understood that it wasn't a coincidence. Li Qia had figured out the sword Dao left behind by Sword Emperor. This Dao, an enlightened big shot said. I didn't see it that clearly, but the thrust exceeded time and space. Not sure if this was actually the case, it just gave that sensation. It would explain why Li Qia wasn't damaged by the attacks. So the profundity of this technique is beyond the stance. He wasn't absolutely certain, but at the very least, he noticed the subtle hints, unlike the others. The whole thing is bizarre, using a wood-chopping saber for a supreme sword technique. Another spectator added. He really understood sword point. Meanwhile, the students of duality couldn't believe it. Some have spent years looking at it, but they made zero progress. A while ago, they even made fun of him for copying the stance in order to look cool. Now, he clearly proved them wrong. Sword point. Yang Ling herself was stunned. Li Qia had offered to teach her sword point before, but she chose the merit law left behind by Duality Master instead. The other students became uncomfortable. Their effort was in vain while Li Qia only needed to look at it once before learning it. 1. Meaning, a strong start but weak finish. So this is a case of readability versus freshness. This idiom is rarely used in the novel, and I don't see it that often in other novels either. I could have done all that for this, or what a weak finish. I chose freshness this time since enough has been repeated. Chapter 3687. Because of the historical precedents, some students thought that it was impossible to actually learn the technique. Today, Li Qie performed the imperceptible technique before the crowd. I don't think there's a weirder method, using a saber for a sword technique. One expert murmured, feeling a bit lost. The technique itself was strange enough along with the resulting phenomena. Not to mention ordinary experts, even the top swordsman present had no idea. The next move will pierce your right chest. Li Qie swung his saber smoothly to get rid of the blood drop. The crowd no longer had any taunt or jeer to throw at him. They thought that he was overestimating himself going against the two geniuses with that saber. Now, his weapon no longer mattered, whether it be this average blade or an ultimate sword. Just his words alone froze them in their tracks, making it harder to breathe. They didn't think that he was arrogant for bringing up the 3 moves earlier after the first exchange. Their attitude and belief completely shifted as a result. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan felt the same way. At first, they thought that he was blatantly insulting them by allowing them to struggle until 3 moves. Now, trepidation and fear showed up in their mind. Fear. This was a new emotion to them. They thought that death was still far away. No one dared to kill them in the first place. Alas, they suddenly felt a shadow looming over them, perhaps that of a death god. Though they have rubbed ointment on the wound, pain jolted them after hearing his words. Next move, start. Li Qie smiled and coolly waved his saber before pointing at the two. No one dared to look down on his stance right now as they watched with bated breath. The duo had a serious expression as well. A new technique, perhaps? The spectators suddenly became excited, ready for the next grand display from Li Qie. Maybe the supreme art from Duality Master? He saw all the top merit laws at the peak back then. One student suggested. Yes, you're right, he did look through them. Another recalled what happened that day. People actually made fun of him too for saying that he understood Duality Master's legacy. Perhaps he was really telling the truth, but they refused to believe him. No, I hope he does sword point again. A swordsman said. Other sword Dao users hoped for the same thing. Especially the ancestors who have spent too long on this path. They wanted to see some clues for comprehension. Previously, the two looked bloodthirsty due to their confidence. Now, this momentum was no longer there. They stared at each other and finally came up with another new plan. Activate. Zhang Yunji summoned a treasure and put it on. This was an iron robe seemingly created from a tornado. Explosions detonated after he put it on. A terrible storm suddenly manifested and ravaged the nearby area. He became the son of the storm, capable of wielding this destructive power. The crowd hurriedly retreated in order to not get pulled in. Omni Carapace, the renowned treasure of the Zhang. An expert recognized the artifact. It was a magical defensive tool. While using it, no one would be able to get close. Any attacker would be blown flying by the tornado regardless of the angle of approach, hence its name. Li Xiangquan took out a bottle and slightly tilted it, releasing a monstrous tsunami. The blue water drowned out the sky along with its user. He then disappeared into this ocean. No one could see the end of this ocean or his position. Tide Collar Bottle. An elder saw, this is the real power of a big clan. These juniors have such powerful treasures in their possession. In any other sect, only the elders would have them. Tider Collar was created by a powerful heavenly sovereign. Most youths had no chance of wielding an artifact of this level. This was a showing of the Li's resources. A defensive and an evasive one. The spectators exchanged glances after seeing this. This time, the duo abandoned offense and focused on defense. They clearly lost confidence after that last attempt and chose the safest route. They're afraid. One expert could read their mind. No. This is just a different strategy. One student who was a fan of the two immediately barked back. Alas, his words lacked confidence. We're ready for your attack. Li Xiangquan's voice echoed from the ocean. This was indeed a high-level method. One would find it difficult to find him in this ocean, let alone attacking the right position. Attention shifted back to Li Qie. Everyone awaited his next move. Li Xiangquan had an ocean as a separating force. Zhang Yunji's style was more direct. His robe could stop all offenses within a 1,000-mile radius. Can one move take down the carapace and the bottle? A cultivator asked. These two treasures are very impressive. An aware expert answered. They came from mighty heavenly sovereigns. This won't be easy.
Don't be so sure.
A peer replied. This is Li Chia we're talking about.
Others can't, but he's an exception.
No one could refute this after personally witnessing the devilish nature of Li Chia during this duel. Chapter 3688. Li Chia commanded the attention of all the spectators. Meanwhile, Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji were ready with their strongest defense. One was a ravaging tornado while the other was a boundless ocean separating the realms. Try this. Li Chia casually smiled and raised his saber again. The crowd was filled with anticipation and excitement, especially the swordsmen. Their eyes were wide open, not wanting to miss the smallest detail. He then gently pushed the saber forward. Sword point again. A spectator shouted. This would be their second time seeing Sword Emperor's peerless technique.
Right. The expert swordsman's eyes started bulging forward, wanting to memorize his action.
They wanted to understand the mysteries of this technique.
In the Holy Ground or even all of the Southern West King, most have heard of sword point and knew the stance and pose. Alas, how many actually understood it?
That's why the sword users here didn't want to miss an actual display of the technique. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they tried their hardest observing Li Chia, they might be able to successfully learn this technique as well.
They meticulously stared at the moving saber.
Suddenly, something flashed in their mind.
They felt a separation process in the trajectory of the thrust.
Time flowed by the blink of an eye before reversing in the other direction. 1,000,000 years into the future, then 1,000,000 years back. This messed with their mind. Both the expert swordsman and the ancestors felt as if they were trapped in a chaotic dimension, not knowing where they were.
Ah! Ah!
They heard two screams and regained their wits, realizing that Li Chia's saber had pierced through the duo's right chest. Once Li Chia pulled back, blood gushed out of the two holes. Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Their robe was stained red. The spectators couldn't react in time. They were still focusing on the slow movement of the blade, but it somehow made it past the tornado and the boundless ocean. The ferocious winds and the 1,000,000 miles of water didn't matter at all. Defenses simply didn't exist before sword point.
Perhaps they were present in their current dimension but not in the others.
The majority of spectators simply couldn't grasp the technique's profundity. Some ancestors versed in the sword now noticed a thing or two. The rest was still shrouded in fog. A spatio-temporal bypass? One ancestor became emotional as if he had just grasped something new. I think so, the technique and movement don't matter. The dimensional leap does. Another elder who has studied the sword for more than a millennium agreed. Can this move alone make someone invincible? One youth said in a daze. The dazed spectators felt their heart beating faster. First, Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji pulled out their strongest offensive technique. Sword point easily defeated this. Now, it effortlessly broke through their defenses as well. Li Chia didn't use any other merit law or technique. Sword point was all he needed. This made people wonder. Could this move alone be all one need to run rampant across 8 desolaces? They started fantasizing about the possibilities. That's why Sword Emperor stands out among the Tao Lords. Someone commented, maybe it is really that strong, that's why he left it to the academy.
It's powerful beyond our imagination.
Another expert added, no wonder why so few managed to learn it in history. Something at this level is definitely inscrutable. Groups talked among themselves. Jealousy and envy could be seen since Li Chia had attained something incredible. I spent half a year day and night, racking my brains out over each small detail and movement and got nothing from it. Not even a tinge of power. Li Chia only stared at it once and immediately understood it. It's so unfair. The heaven is so cruel to me. A duality student looked up at the sky and expressed indignation. That's nothing. I started at the academy when I was 8 and went there to take a look every day for 30 years. Got nothing from it too. An older student said. Stop comparing yourself to Li Chia. He's the heaven's favorite and gets everything he wants. No one else is on the same level as him. Just blame this on inequality. One more student smiled wryly. Other experts didn't feel the same blow as the students. It was because the latter group spent so much time on comprehension peak and got nothing in return, unlike Li Qie. By this point, Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji have finally gotten up. They sealed their wound and added ointment. They were completely pale. Their knees trembled. This wound wasn't serious or life-threatening. Alas, it scared the hell out of them. Li Qie used the same move and still managed to break both their offense and defense. Their confidence and pride have been shattered. They felt helpless and weak, unable to resist this powerful opponent. The right chest. One spectator noted the wounds. Li Qie kept his words and did just that. Chapter 3689. Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji felt as if they were seeing a ghost. Nothing was stranger than the events today. Li Qie's cultivation was far inferior compared to them. They knew that Li Qie had heaven-defying methods and insane luck. However, this shouldn't be enough to make up the gap. Their cultivation was several realms higher than him. Moreover, they had powerful treasures and weapons as well. That should have been more than enough to deal with Li Qie or even kill him. Alas, reality showed that he only needed 2 moves to break them down. Fear began to overwhelm them, causing their knees to buckle. One last move. Your lives are mine. Li Qie smiled and pointed his saber at the paled duo. Li Qie's casual stance and smile looked like that of a grim reaper now. Those who laughed at him before were shuddering with fear. They felt as if the saber was pointing at their heart and could easily pierce through it. A chill coursed down their spine. Worst of all, dodging was impossible. This meant that their lives were in his grasp. The last move. One cultivator said. The tone of Li Qie's voice was nonchalant as well, lacking any pressure and threat. Nonetheless, the listeners still became frozen. A hush took over the area since no one doubted his ability at this point. Everyone thought that he would be able to do so. Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji's struggle was futile. That's why he said they were dead men from the start. One expert murmured, realizing that Li Qie was telling the truth. The duo's clenched fists were shaking. A while ago, such a comment would make them livid and murderous. Now, the only thing left was fear. They instinctively stared at his saber and felt a prick in their heart. The piercing was inevitable. The shadow of death has engulfed them. Baz! They immediately turned and fled towards the horizon. They didn't dare to participate in the last move and chose to run instead. This surprised some people at first, but then again, it was understandable. Even insects wanted to live, let alone nobles like them who were used to luxury. Unfortunately, it was improper for clan members like them to run. Some would rather die in battle than flee. The latter meant never being able to raise their head again on top of shaming their clan. In this case, they were the successor of their respective clan, representing its honor and glory. This made the situation even worse. Nonetheless, the crowd remained silent. They wouldn't have fared any better against someone as devilish as Li Qie. Perhaps they would have run after the first move as well. Leaving so soon? They didn't make it far before someone appeared before them. People saw that it was none other than Li Qie. He somehow caught up to them. The two immediately stopped and staggered backward, afraid of being too close. I said 3 moves to take your lives, so it'll happen. Li Qie smiled while playing with his saber. Brother Li, we sincerely accept our defeat. You're a great man, so please, show benevolence and excuse our transgression. Zhang Yunji cupped his fist. We're inferior to a talent like you. Please don't stoop down to our level. Li Xiangquan did the same. The two accepted their defeat, but everyone knew that they were begging for mercy without being overly blatant. It was already difficult enough to accept defeat given their status. But I'm a man of my words. Li Qie replied. The two staggered backward again after hearing this. Brother Li, it's pointless killing me. Please show mercy. Li Xiangquan gritted his teeth and finally begged. Please spare us. Zhang Yunji hurriedly added. The crowd stared at Li Qie to see if he would actually spare the two. After all, a few would choose against escalating the issue. Would I have the chance to beg if I had lost? Li Qie smiled and said. The duo had no response, the same with the crowd. Everyone knew the answer right away. These two would have not shown mercy to Li Qie regardless of his begging. They would have subjected him to a fate worse than death.
Bro brother Li, it's not like that. Zhang Yunji had a forced smile that was uglier than if he were crying. We won't let you be empty-handed. You can name any condition as long as you drop this problem. We will do our best to satisfy your demands. Li Xiangquan jumped in. They only wanted to survive. Pride no longer mattered. A borrowed life was still better than death. The crowd thought that this was a tempting offer because the Li and the Zhang were rich. Definitely two fat lambs. I don't want anything but your heads. Li Qie remained unmoved. The duo turned red after hearing this. Li, don't push it. Li Xiangquan roared furiously. They gave up and begged in public. This was humiliating enough since they threw away their reputation and glory. Now, this guy still won't spare them? Embarrassment and shame swiftly turned to rage. Chapter 3690. Stop messing around. If I say 3 moves, it'll be 3 moves. Li Qie ignored their rage and said flatly. Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji had no words to say despite their anger. Brother Li, take 1 step back. Li Xiangquan took a deep breath to calm down. This was my fault, so my clan is more than willing to befriend you. Our feud is not to the level of life and death. It's better to have a friend than an enemy. In the holy ground, you'll be a tiger with wings with the support of our clans. Zhang Yunji hurriedly added. The two were as flexible and subservient as can be for survival's sake. I don't need friends. Li Qie nonchalantly said. The crowd exchanged glances. The comment was emotionless and arrogant, but it felt fine coming from Li Qie. Another direct refusal made it worse for the duo. They have repeatedly begged for mercy to no avail, only gaining further humiliation in the process. Li Qie, you won't be haughty for long. Kill me today and you won't have anywhere to go in the holy ground even if you run to the end of the world. My clan will hunt you down and take your head. Zhang Yunji saw that begging was of no use and started threatening him. Who says I'll be running? You think too highly of yourself and of your clan. Li Qie smiled. You won't live for much longer after me. Our great army and members will make sure that you won't have a grave. Our clan takes care of business. Li Xiangquan joined in with a serious tone. These threats would work on others because the Li and the Zhang were indeed influential at the holy ground. Moreover, they weren't empty threats because these two clans would actually dish out vengeance. Sects and countries might go down as a result. The crowd wondered if Li Qie would be deterred. It's useless. Threats don't work on him or he wouldn't be Li Qie. An expert who understood Li Qie shook his head. Point taken. Now get ready for the next move. Stop wasting time. Li Qie waved his hand at the two as if he was swatting a fly. See, that's Li Qie for you. The expert murmured. Li, don't be ridiculous. You don't want to be torn apart by our clan member Dash. Zhang Yunji roared. Who knows if this came from rage or fear? I'll be waiting. Li Qie smiled and pointed his saber at the duo. Zhang Yunji stopped shouting right away. The duo felt nothing but fear while looking at the saber. Their eyes narrowed. This saber was scarier than a Grim Reaper's scythe. If they could change their decision, they wouldn't choose to provoke him. Alas, there was no other choice. Screw it. Zhang Yunji roared and released his vitality. He started burning his true blood, resulting in loud explosions. Terrible silver rays emanated from him. Rah! A dragon roar could be heard as he became one with his spear. Soaring dragon. He turned into a massive dragon and occupied the airspace. It soared forward to deliver a slash with its ferocious claws. He chose to use his strongest technique while burning his true blood, hoping that this would be enough to reverse the situation. Die! Li Xiangquan shouted. Clank! He pointed his sword at the sky and summoned an ocean of lightning swords. He also burned his true blood without holding back. The blood manifested into violent flames. Loud metallic ringings echoed continuously as the lightning swords fused together to form a bloody sword. A vertical slash came next, enough to separate the myriad realms and destroy the soul. Their last-ditch effort was quite impressive. A silver dragon attack and a vertical slash. The crowd took a deep breath due to the power of their attack along with their choice to burn their true blood. Nonetheless, this might be their only way out of this fatal predicament. On the other hand, Li Qie didn't bat an eye and still pressed his saber forward. Sword point for the 3rd time.
People were too familiar with this move now. They could imagine it with their eyes closed. The saber tip immediately jumped out of the spatial constraints. It looked like an ordinary thrust, yet the spectators were horrified. Everything came to a halt right away. The dragon stopped roaring and the bloody sword no longer had vibrating hymns. They were sealed and couldn't move an inch. Once time and space started flowing again, the dragon and sword disappeared. Two thuds could be heard from corpses falling onto the ground. Zhang Yunji and Li Shangquan have lost their lives due to a deadly wound on their forehead. Blood was still gushing out. They tried to escape with their true fate at the last second, but the saber managed to destroy their true fate as well. The spectators shuddered in astonishment. Li Qie had declared that he would kill them after 3 moves. Sword point allowed him to do so. They stared at the cold corpses in silence, recalling how they ridiculed him prior for this declaration. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.